Mickey talks the truth.
Okay. I got truth on my mind. Truth on my mind. I got truth on my mind. Truth on my mind. I got truth on my mind. Truth on my mind.
Hey, listen, you are now rocking with Mickey Truth. She live up to her name, not the fame. So make sure y'all subscribe to her channel and stay updated on what's real. Bye.
Good reporting ass Mickey.
We love you, Mickey.
Y'all already know all information contained on this live is for entertainment, heavy on a mother effing entertainment, educational purposes only. All information used on this live is per the Fair Use Act, and any conclusion that you draw is on you and your mama, not nobody on this channel, this panel, or in this chat. And another disclaimer for those who have not read the description to my channel, I am not a lawyer. Nothing I say should be used as legal advice because it's not legal advice, okay? If you do need legal advice, however, you can go talk to an actual licensed lawyer or attorney of your choosing, all right? And like the disclaimer says in the video, that you can actually see the consequences of anything that you try to run with from the channel is definitely on you, all right? So with that being said, hey, just sit back, enjoy my opinion based off my free thoughts of what I'm listening to, and y'all let me know what y'all think in the chat. Let's get started.
You can't handle the truth.
Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend to pull up on your girl Mickey Truth. We is live with it. Good morning, everybody. We are back at it again. Shout out to Big D, Henry, Renata, Ernest, Big J, Biz, E Cop. Everybody else is in the bushes. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button. Trial has not started yet. As y'all know, if this is your first day tuning in, we are reacting to Ksoo and ATK Scotty's murder trial of Lil Buck out of Jacksonville, Florida. A lot has taken place since the beginning of trial. Yesterday, Ksoo's own father testified against him and was adamant that Ksoo was indeed the shooter of Lil Buck, okay? He doubled down saying he know for facts his son was the shooter by looking at the video, by what he heard after they got in the car, all things like that. I told y'all yesterday I was kind of mixed on really if he was saying it for sure or if he was saying it because that's the only way he's going to get his deal, okay? If you have not gathered, it showed a lot that Ksoo was the odd child out, okay? The defense brought out the fact that possibly his other son, Duval Jr, may get his case dismissed off this murder because of the dad's testimony. Also, remember, he brought in Butter to kill another man due to killing his stepson. So it seemed like out of his baby mamas, for sure, Ksoo mama ain't the one, okay? All right, trial just went live, so let's get started with that. Good morning, Kenan and Black Butterfly.
You're planning your day around it. You're planning your...
I don't know why they got her mute. Good morning, Kiki. Let's not start the morning off with technical difficulties.
It's day 4 in the murder trial for Jacksonville rapper Hakeem Robinson, also known as Ksoo, is on trial for the 2020 murder of Charles McCormick. Testimony is set to continue today from the Duval County Courthouse.
Hopefully they realize they're muted. When is sentencing date? We got to get through trial first.
No,
we got to get a verdict.
I understand, and I'm in agreement with that. But if she can't be here in an hour, I guess we'll cross that bridge, and I'll ask what you'll want to do. But are you okay with me calling her? Okay.
Is it something that is done at sidebar? I understand there's no camera in here right now. But just
Right. Well, which I'm not going to put her on speakerphone to speak. I don't know how else to do this other than.
You're not supposed to hear, because you know a lot of that was going on in this trial, but they need to cut the sound on.
Yes, let's. Well, but then the defendants aren't going to be present.
Just fine with me.
Oh, she gave that number?
Yeah, we just have to wait it out. TT, what's up? What's up? So it's muted right now. Don't know if it's because it's something we don't supposed to hear.
Yeah, that's the same.
They're talking about something, but y'all know how this thing goes. So we'll just wait till the sound come back on and go from there. Not
right,
sure
so,
who will respond today. Good morning.
Is it
Cornelia.
Mr. Robinson's position that you all can come back to chambers with me to call the juror and he remains out here?
Oh, y'all can hear?
Mr. Robinson, you're okay with that? Okay. All right, then if I can see counsel for Mr. Robinson and counsel for the state back here, we'll go into back chambers to call the juror.
Yeah, I can't believe I can't hear. Jack's quiet. I'm about to go on my tablet. Hold on real quick, y'all. I'll be right back.
All right, so when they come back on, I'm gonna see if I can hear. But yeah, I'm not gonna keep. I can't hear Jack's quiet. So my bad if I was talking over what they were saying because I can't hear. I'm gonna see if I can hear now that I'm back on my tablet when they come back in. So I see that y'all was saying the juror is not there. Oh Lord. Well, we'll see what happens. Now, this is one of them trials that definitely been starting off punctual and stuff. Maybe it was like a family emergency. I'm hoping it's something like that, not no other stuff. But yeah. Oh, we'll see. Did they have a ETA on how long she was going? I'm saying she or the person was going to be. Cause like I said, I missed the whole first beginning of it. Do y'all hear echo? Just want to make sure y'all don't hear echo. Oh, they want to call. Oh, so she ain't even call her. I mean, she ain't even called them. Oh, snap. Yeah, Sharice, I hope everything is good too. Because at this point in the trial, you don't want no funny business. And when it's 9:10, you would think the person would have called though. Alright, that's wild. Let's see something. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I ain't really had much to really talk about this morning. Doing no recaps in the evening really just be like I don't be having nothing more to add. The first thing in the morning ain't nothing happened. How y'all feeling so far about the trial? I know I've been saying my piece every day. I will say starting off this morning, I'm 50-50. I got reasonable doubt this morning. I will say that. So we'll see if the state can come back and take away my doubt. But I definitely, as of yesterday, I got some reasonable doubt. And the reason why I got reasonable doubt is because the defense, when they crossed blue yesterday, you couldn't help but to say this Chris Brown dude name been coming up all trial, okay? They didn't show us, but they showed him a picture of Chris Brown. They was let me see. He broke down the description that was provided by the witnesses in this case, and Chris Brown obviously matched. Now, without seeing the picture, I can't say, oh yeah, for sure. But he said, is he brown skinned? Is he got that? Whatever. So I ain't gonna lie. Even though, do I think like 100% sure that Chris Brown did it? No. But you can't help but to be like, this dude name keep coming up. Even with Butter, you was stalking the victim. Then all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying? You pop up to where they start following the dude, but they tell you just to go home, and you go home like, You know, at first when they first mentioned Chris Brown, they said he left to go get his baby mom. So I was like, well, he got an alibi. But then when they was like he came back, I said, well, hold on now. What you come back for? You already know what's going on. You was with him when you was stalking the dude beforehand. So like, you already knew what was going on. So again, the Chris Brown guy does give me a little bit reasonable doubt. I ain't gonna cap. Now again, just because you get some doubt don't mean you solely think that's happened, but all you need is another option. That's why in so many trials, they always lean towards other people that got brought up, because all you need is for the jury to think it could be somebody else. Not that 100% sure it's somebody else, but that it could be somebody else. And there you go. Okay. And like I said, so far with me, I feel like it. Let me put a poll up. Aaliyah said, I got doubt to the way the defense described Chris Brown to him. Pecan brown dress and all. Right. That stood out to a lot of people. Like I said, it definitely stood out to me. Because you can't help, if you've been watching the trial from day one, you definitely heard Chris Brown, okay? That name every day, okay? Kiki said, I'm mad that the state, including both alive cases together for they plea sentence, they just want a conviction. Both alive cases together. What you mean together? I'm trying to start the poll real quick. Where my stuff at? Cherie said, I want to see what the defense present in rebuttal, but state got me about 70%. And guess what? If you was a juror on a case, it wouldn't be a guilty verdict. You know what I'm saying? It was either be hung jury or not guilty, because you 70%. You got to be 100%. Two hood, two streets that Ksoo cooked. We all know he did it. I don't know who did what. I'm going off what they put in trial. Y'all be so quick to know what we know. I don't know nothing about that. I don't know nothing about that. I just know what they put in this court case, and that's it. Kiki said Ksoo and Senior both have murder charges out. Sound of bugs. Right, but this trial, even though we hear about other things, this trial is only for the Buck murder. That's it. Not the home invasion, none of that. It's just everything ties in together. As far as their cooperation, I feel like the state made a good move by putting all the cases together on the cooperation. Because guess what? You do good on this one, but the next one you don't do good, your whole contract void for your cooperation. You know what I'm saying? So, Black Butterfly said, Mickey, I'm waiting to see what blue looked like 5 years ago. Minus the beard and everything. That's where I'm at. Back in the bushes. I think we're back at it. Hopefully I can hear.
Instructions. Okay. All right. So my initial thought was, and I'll leave it to the state too, if you want to give 2 closings or just 1 closing. If the state wants to do 1 closing in front of both juries, and then we'll do Whitaker's closing, excusing Mr. Robinson's jury. State will get the rebuttal to Whitaker's closing. Then Whitaker's jury will leave, and we'll do Robinson's closing, and then state gets rebuttal to Robinson's closing. The question I have is, is there any issue with me bringing them back, instructing them together, understanding that Whitaker has an additional charge that Hakeem Robinson doesn't, and I can say, and as to this jury, you have an additional charge to consider separately and then letting one go deliberate while we're doing closings on the other one. Any thoughts, suggestion, comments, concerns? Okay. Okay. Well, and we'll discuss instructions, of course, at the respective charge conferences. But any issue then?
Well, the state's thought is this: is our plan is to give 1 initial closing argument in front of both juries.
Okay.
Then we can excuse the Robinson jury for a significant period of time, depending on when we begin those closing arguments. I was hopeful, obviously probably a little too hopeful, that we would get to the first closing today.
Okay.
That's obviously, I'm just an optimistic person. So anyway, and then we would excuse the Robinson jury. We would do the Whitaker jury closing, rebuttal close, charge, with a separate charge, have them start deliberating, with the understanding the court may want, and the defense may want, and the state may want, to seal that verdict if they get a verdict before the Robinson jury is done. And then we would begin with the Robinson closing, followed by the state's rebuttal.
Okay.
So separate charges, separate rebuttal closes, but 1 initial closing where we present all the evidence of the dual trial.
All right. So that's what I had also perhaps envisioned. Is there any objection to that from Defendant Whitaker? Any objection to that from Defendant Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
The only thing I'm thinking is in the event that something happens between now and closing, where we'd be asking for some sort of specialized instruction, but as it stands now.
Okay. Well, all specialized instructions need to be requested in writing. That's what the law is, and prior to trial. But if you're going to get me some, then get them to me today. Because I suspect then if we're finishing the testimony today, and I don't know how many witnesses Defendant Robinson intends to put on today, we would stay tonight to do charge conference. So I need to know what special instructions or additional instructions, I might add, are being requested.
And I have included a dual rough draft copy of the jury instructions. So obviously, if we are going to charge them separately, I'll need to amend that. That should be pretty easy. It's just a matter of taking
right.
2
So
names out.
then I'm going to need 2 drafts, 1 for each defendant. Okay.
That will not be hard.
So for scheduling then, because you've named or you've mentioned, Mr. DeCoe, several witnesses you were going to call, do you anticipate, assuming we can start here in the next hour and get through the state's detective, that you would be able to call all your witnesses this afternoon? Okay. Who can't be called this afternoon, or who's not available to be called this afternoon?
So we have certains and we have question marks. What I can say to the court, I'm a little bit reluctant to say exactly who, because the state hasn't arrested yet. I don't know if they're gonna, like, who they're gonna call, and there's a few that are still a question mark. What I can tell you is that we intend to have Howell here today. He's a quick witness. We intend to have 2 of the civilian witnesses here today. They were notified last night. They're, speaking to their employers. I don't think there's a problem. I did speak to Graham. He could be here tomorrow morning at 9. And then there's the question.
Oh, I thought he couldn't be here on Wednesday. He can now be here on Wednesday?
Be here on Wednesday.
Okay.
Graham, because he's now retired and runs business, his afternoons are full with that business, and he can be here tomorrow to be the first witness. Then after that, there's a few of the question mark witnesses. One of the big one is Ahmad. We still don't know what time is going to work out because she's 7 hours in advance. Then there's a matter of impeachment witnesses for the testimony that Abdul Sr. would give as to his opinion, because it's his son, even though he was away in prison for a vast majority of my client's life. We have a bunch of other family members, people that have the same relationship with my client, that we intend to call to impeach testimony of Abdul Sr. and also to lay the predicate for his reputation for truthfulness within that community.
Okay, so can those folks testify today? I guess I'm trying to see how we're going to fill our time today with the defense witnesses. So then tomorrow it sounds like only Graham, unless these other witnesses can't be here today.
So one of the witnesses, Your Honor, is the manager that was spending a lot of time with my client, Johnny Shipes. He testified before the court in the Arthur hearing, and he did testify about the immense amount of time that he was spending, that they were traveling, that they were doing music videos. So he does have a lot of time with my client right up until then. I did speak to him and his assistant yesterday. My understanding, he's currently in Europe. We would like to call him purely for the impeachment via Zoom, like Ahmad, because he's potentially out of the country. We have a conference call with him tonight. He works weird hours, so this is something, understanding Europe's ahead, that we have a conference call with him tonight at 6:30. So my intent would be to call him tomorrow. So we have a few in the morning tomorrow, a few in the afternoon today. I think that there's a potential that we use up the court's time and we keep a diligent schedule, and then we could go into closings tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
A couple of points. First, beginning with Doug Howell, Your Honor, I would request that we proffer that testimony unless the defense can ensure the purpose of calling him is not for his personnel reasons and some legitimate reason beyond impeachment. For the defense has brought that up before about some of his personnel issues. So we wanted to make sure that that was not the reason that he was called, and that would not be referenced in any way.
Okay, what is I don't know what Howell's testimony is going to be.
On January 14th, the day before the murder, less than 24 hours, 12 hours before the murder, my client was at the JSO property room picking up property. Howell comes down, he's in a red shirt, has a long conversation with my client. There's also the video from the property room that shows what my client looked like. I mean, we've had testimony of a video shoot months later, months earlier, a body scan years later. This is literally hours before.
Oh, so through him, you're going to introduce a video of Mr. Robinson from January 14, 2020?
Correct.
Okay.
And also his view of my client who was deposed on this issue. He was asked a specific question, based on the conversation that he had with Mr. Robinson that day, would you ever describe him as short? No. Would you ever describe him as slender? No. Now, if he were to try to deviate or explain and show some motive, then potentially for impeachment, we have no intent of trying to get in his tweets unless he were to deviate or soften or try to do something outside of the depth.
Well, we all know the rules of evidence. We all know the manner, mode, and methods of impeachment, either by prior inconsistent statement, by prior felony or convictions or crimes of dishonesty. How would the contents of his personnel file, of which I'm unaware, mind you, be relevant and or serve as impeachment for the expected testimony that you have just outlined that he may give. That is the description of the defendant from his contact with him on the 14th and the introduction of the video that shows the two of them together from the January 14th date.
It would go to bias, Your Honor. So if Sergeant Howe, let's say he gets up on the stand and he's like, well, you know, my understanding of slender is somebody that's under 250 pounds, right? Like something odd like that. Then the tweet where he says, what's wrong with America? Number one, marijuana. Number two, marijuana. Number three, black people. Then we would say that goes, my client is African American, that his bias towards, I mean, that's inexcusably racist what he wrote, that perhaps he's changing it because he is racist and he's testifying against my client. Again, I'm not trying to get that out. I want to get out the video that's hours before and to keep him confined to his deposition transcript, which is get a conversation with the person that they're saying the shooter the day before, not short, not skinny.
Okay. Well, when and if you believe we get to that point of impeachment, I would ask that let's bring it sidebar so I can make my ruling on that and decide if in the manner and method in which the questions have come out, if that is proper or improper. So I would just ask for you to not go there until we have come sidebar and I can properly rule on it in context, having heard his testimony.
Of course. I mean, if he just gets up there and he testifies consistently with his deposition transcript on that and other issues, then I'm sitting down.
Okay.
Thank you for that. The other issue is, to date, the defense is still not listed any witnesses. Now, I'm not going to ask for to strike witnesses if they're on our witness list and we know what they're going to testify to. For example, Doug Howell. He was deposed. The woman from Northern was deposed. We're not going to make those motions because we want the defendant to have a fair trial. But there are a number. The witness he just referenced that is in Europe, and all these impeachment witnesses, they've never been listed. We have no idea who they are, and we would move to strike all of those witnesses as Richardson violations. And I'm putting the court on notice as to that. I don't know who these people are. I don't know what their records are. I haven't talked to them. I don't know who they are. The testimony from Duval Robinson Sr. was known, anticipated, deposed on years ago. And so here we are today with surprise witnesses. So that have still not been named. So
Okay. Have any of those witnesses, Mr. DeCoste, been disclosed in discovery to the state?
All of that's in there, but at the end of the day.
But his mother's been seated throughout this entire trial.
And I made it known sidebar before they asked the question. Look,
And you all invoked the rule.
and I made it clear, sidebar, that if he's allowed to testify on this, because our position is no witness is allowed to comment on a video unless they were present at the time when she wasn't or an expert. And so I said, sidebar, turn to Mr. Cooper, and it's on the record. In the event that you elicit this testimony, we have a whole bunch of people, including them, that will be called to impeach his testimony. By nature of impeachment, like if they were to call an impeachment witness, we don't have it listed. That's the nature of the rebuttal witness. So because they were able to open that door, then we're calling witnesses to testify. The fact that they were in here, the state knew that they were in here, knew that that was a community, because I also made reference to that is his community. They would testify as to his reputation for truthfulness. So this whole idea that the government is surprised by this is incorrect. Mr. Shipes testified years ago in the Army hearing. He's been involved throughout. The government has. They pulled up yesterday to refresh the recollection of Abdul Sr. So they opened this door by eliciting that testimony, and we, by law, have a right to rebut it.
Don't you have to provide the names of the witnesses you intend to call to the opposing party?
For rebut, if they were to call, based on the way that the state does a rebuttal witness many times, they don't. They just call the witness, and that's a rebuttal witness. Like the defendant gets up on the stand and goes, "I would never harm somebody," and then they bring up somebody who's a rebuttal witness. Many times we don't know that. They will know in advance the name of the person, the date of birth. They can do all the search. They know Johnny Shipes. They've known that since yesterday. His mother.
But I'm not so interested with Mr. Shipes, but when you've pointed to folks in the audience who, by the way, other than Mr. Hakeem Robinson's mother, who was in the audience or has been in the audience and watching trial, at least yesterday, pursuant to Mr. Abdul Robinson Sr.'s testimony, he didn't recognize anyone else as being part of his community, as you've outlined. So my question is, who of the folks who've been sitting in court watching this trial since the beginning are you intending to call, and how do I allow them to testify since they've been in here since the beginning watching the trial, and you all invoke the rule which would prevent any witnesses from being in here and watching the trial who have now had the benefit of hearing and seeing all the evidence?
So, Your Honor, to answer the question first about the ability to be able to color testimony, it's different when there's something where there's some grading. On this, it's either it's a person or not. There's no coloring the testimony. We asked a question, looking at that video, is that consistent with Hakeem Robinson's height and weight at that time? It's a yes or no question. So the whole coloring the testimony thing does not play into it. With respect to who would be called, for instance, Abdul Robinson Sr.'s daughter was sitting in there. He said, no, none of my family was there. His daughter was in there. And she did leave. Your Honor may have seen somebody get up emotionally and leave.
People have been getting up and coming out and going into this courtroom throughout the entire trial. I don't know who's who or who's related to whom. That I can't say. My question is, do you have the names of the individuals that you are intending to call? And if so, can you provide them to the state?
We are clarifying that now. We started the process yesterday of selecting, because we're not going to be cumulative. We want one or two family members to then call them. And yes, we would absolutely let the state know in advance that they can search it. Obviously, there's some people that are scared about getting up on the stand just by nature of it being public speaking cameras. So we're trying to figure that out right now. I think by lunchtime we know exactly whom, if any, and we can give that to the state on the record forward.
Okay.
And obviously, this is not the way trials and law is practiced. Your Honor.
No.
I will indicate that back, let me give you a date. See it, that Mr. Ms. Hawass listed. There is no date on here, but it was.
Go down to the certificate service.
But it's accepted by the Duval County Court on February 18th of 2021, so around that time. There is a list. It says hearing, witness and exhibit list. This was for the bond hearing, the Arthur hearing. They've listed certain witnesses, all in care of the defense, that they intended to call at the bond hearing, including Ms. Walters, Mr. Shipes, who he's referenced here today, and then the 126 Category A witnesses. We have let the court know there's never been another discovery notice filed by the defense.
All right, we have someone from the Hakeem Robinson jury knocking on the door.
I think obviously they wasn't supposed to probably do it like that, especially since they invoked the rule not to have nobody testify that's been in the jury. But I think they was withholding the names of the witnesses so the state couldn't find things to pinch them for or like to get all up in their business. That's what I think. I think the maneuver was to prevent the state from having time to dig in their background, pull up, oh, well, you want them to show that this witness was lying. They did this, they drug dealers, stuff like that. That's just how I'm taking it. I could be wrong, but it just seems like, you know what I'm saying, that was a play why they wasn't releasing the names of the witnesses. So the judge still has to like say if she's gonna allow it to happen, because normally you do supposed to provide the witness list by now. I definitely think that was a play by the defense to see how far they can push it, but they may have a roadblock because the judge did not seem too happy about them withholding the names this long, and the state for sure saying they ain't with it. So we'll see what happens. I do feel like Ksoo's mom, and they pointed out that she was in the courtroom yesterday for Blue's testimony. So she could have been a great rebuttal witness, or impeachment witness on Blue, because she could really speak on the relationship that he had with Ksoo and all that. But they pointed out that she was there yesterday. So she may not be able to take the stand, but she would have been a good one. I ain't gonna lie, that would have been a good one. So we'll see. Waiting to hear what they have to say. Then we'll go from there. Y'all get in the chat. Make sure you share the live, hit the like button, all that. Well, oh, they bet. Well, I'll answer. I'll reply to your comment afterward.
Intends to call it trial. We are greatly prejudiced by not deposing people that the defense is going to call. Of course, we've been mentioning this at the final pretrial, and we mentioned it during the course of the trial, and the defense saying, well, everyone we've already listed before. That doesn't give us the opportunity to depose these people, to do any research for these people. And that is why discovery rules exist and require the defense to list their witnesses in a discovery exhibit of who they intend to call. And that is to be done, 15 days? I don't remember the exact times. It's to be done years ago. And so here we are today. I am letting it go. The state is letting go the people that we know what they're going to say if they've been deposed in the case. That's a little different situation, because I would agree that there's no prejudice to the state if we know what they're going to testify to. So we'll accept the lack of listing of someone like Doug Howell. But the listing of their family members and people they listed in the bond hearing, it greatly prejudices the state of Florida, and there's nothing we can do about it at this point other than move to strike the witness's testimony.
Your Honor, the issue then clearly is the rebuttal witnesses. First, I put on notice of it years ago. By nature of being a rebuttal witness, our discovery obligations are list people that we intend to call in trial. We have no intent to have to rebut their witnesses. That's something that happens during trial. There are many different things that can happen on rebuttal where we're getting witnesses that are outside of the witness list. Now, there's no prejudice to the government. There's no surprise in here. Specifically on the topic of the video, they know that the witnesses are going to get up there and say, that's not him. There's no surprise. There's no prejudice in that. But we have a right to rebut that testimony with people that fit the same parameters as Duval Robinson Sr. I made it known before they elicited it. They chose to elicit it. Now they claim prejudice. There was no argument yesterday sidebar as to the names of the people, the information they chose to elicit. So they're willingly in this position. And we haven't played some game. We let it known before trial. We have previously adopted the state's witness list and calling those witnesses. We would have to be clairvoyant to know who we're going to call in rebuttal should a witness get up there and say something that we are confident is never going to come up trial.
Let me ask this question, because you did depose Abdul Sr. And in his deposition, whenever that was years ago, he identified his son as being in the video. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So if you were intending then to call another family member to look at the video and say, no, that's not him, wouldn't you have known to do that at the time that you deposed Abdul Sr.? And if so, why wouldn't you have listed that person?
So, Your Honor, the answer to that is no. I was fully confident, without any doubt, that that would not be admitted because the case law is clear. The witness has to be either an expert or be present. You know, I've dealt with this in Tallahassee. I've dealt with this in the Middle District of Florida. I've never had a witness be allowed to comment on the identity of the person in the video unless they fit the strict parameters of the case law. So that was one of those things, and I'm like, this is an admissible testimony. We did not expect that to come out, and we need to rebut it.
And do you have any case law, rule, statute that says rebuttal witnesses don't have to be listed as discovery exhibits to the opposing party or have to be made known to the opposing party? I'm going to take this under advisement, mind you. I'm not ruling right now. I will give you all the opportunity to find whatever case law you want, since no one has cited me anything at this point, to say that witnesses that you are calling at trial don't have to be disclosed to the opposing party.
They were disclosed. They've known about Johnny Shipes for years. They've
But-
known about Ebony Walters for years.
But what about this community of people who you are intending to call, whose names I still yet have not been told who they are? That's all I want. I'm not going to hear any further argument. I'm taking this under advisement. Y'all get me some case law, because this isn't an issue right here this morning. We still have the state's case that we need to call witnesses on, and then we'll likely have a lunch break. So I will give you this many hours to do some research on the matter, and then I'll rule before the defense starts its case. All right, so we have the juror on her way. Is there anything else we need to take up relevant to the detective's testimony, who presumably you are calling next? Okay.
Yesterday, we addressed some of the evidence regarding the Instagram records. I think that has been resolved.
Oh, has it?
I believe it was already today, but I want to bring up to make sure. We filed the notice of intent certified business record.
Right.
To get those records in. I don't recall if both defense counsel was their opinion on that or not, but I wanted to bring that back up. I do know that we had some discs that I intend to introduce, so I wanted to make sure that defense counsel looked at them and viewed them, to make sure they don't have any objections before I introduce them.
And which exhibits are these?
Judge, we have 8F, which is a video surveillance from Dunkin' Donuts. We have 8N, which is Instagram live video of Hakeem Robinson in a collection rating. We have 8L, which is an Instagram story video of a child singing a song titled Ksoo Homicide, and singing the chorus Man Down. That was the date of the murder. We have 8O, which is the Instagram story video of Charles McCormick rapping with the bye-bye waving emojis. And then we also have another Instagram story video of 8M, which is the nail salon video. I know we've seen part of that already in other exhibits, but this is posted to Instagram story. It leads into the actual photo or the text that was posted.
All right, and I don't know that we addressed all these yesterday. I know Leroy Whitaker had no objections to 8J through 8O, but I had not heard from Mr. Robinson, and then we did not address 8F, the Dunkin' Donuts video. So as to 8F, is there any objection from either Defendant Whitaker or Defendant Robinson? No objection on behalf of Mr. Whitaker, Your Honor. Okay.
Subject to previous motion. Objection, Your Honor. I think it,
What are the previous objections on this?
my client wearing clothing, you're constructing, that's the argument that he owns that clothing, therefore.
What's in the Dunkin' Donuts video?
I think Council talked about another video. The Dunkin' Donuts is just surveillance video that captures from a different angle what Victor Krueger's dash cam captured head on, so it's from the side and a little further back. So it just captures a little bit.
Okay, so as to that video from Defendant Robinson, I guess it's another angle of the shooting?
Yes, it is, Judge. And I play a small camera that was further back into the side, so it shows when Charles McCormick actually arrived and goes into express employment. It shows Mr. Victor Krueger arrives in his truck with the dash cam, and it also shows when the shooter got out of the Nissan Altima and chased him right down. That was not captured by the dash cam.
Okay. So with that clarification, any objection from Defendant Robinson? All right. So at the appropriate time, that item will be marked into evidence as 188. And then as to 8J through 8O, as to 8J itself, yesterday, Mr. Robinson did object, Leroy Whitaker did not object. And then 8K through 8O, we haven't heard from Mr. Robinson on those. Any objections to those videos? And by the way, is somebody out there to receive the juror when she arrives? Is somebody waiting on her? Okay. Is there an objection for Mr. Robinson?
Instagram that Detective Smith, after he began monitoring our client's Instagram account, screen recorded on his own phone.
Right.
Okay, so he then downloaded that from his phone.
Whatever device you recorded on, yes, you made it onto a disc, and that is the video, yes.
As long as he's able to lay the predicate, I can't, it sounds like he'll be able to lay the predicate. I'm subject to his objections that Mr. Ksoo has on the content of the videos, one of which is the, which I think is A4 as well. This is the arguments get made as referencing to Ksoo.
Okay, understood. Then I won't rule at the moment, assuming predicate can be laid and without objection from Leroy Whitaker's counsel, then those may come into evidence. All right. Was there anything else? Let me ask about yesterday. I don't know that we resolved it or that I had ruled on, I guess, the, what was it? The Instagram subscriber information or Instagram records. I don't recall what exhibit number that was at this point.
9S.
9S, which is a compilation of records from Instagram for Mr. Whitaker, Mr. Hakeem Robinson, Mr. Abdul Robinson, and Raekwon Howard. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
All right. And there were objections to this yesterday. Correct. Relevance is the objection on behalf of Mr. Whitaker. And so let me address that first. How is it relevant?
Yes, Judge. On Hakeem Robinson's Instagram account, right before the murder, there are video call events to the account that has been identified as Raekwon Howard's. If you recall, testimony from Dominic Warner indicated while in the vehicle Charles McCormick Jr, Hakeem Robinson made an Instagram call to Raekwon Howard. So that is reflected in those records, both for Hakeem Robinson's Instagram account showing the calls taking place, the video events, and then what we are seeking to introduce for Raekwon Howard is simply the account number. It has the target account number, and it has his email address, raekwonhoward4@gmail.com. But the target number that identifies the account is what links up to Hakeem Robinson's Instagram records. Because you can change a vanity name for the accounts, but that target number remains the same. And it is the same number that matches up to Hakeem Robinson's video call to Raekwon Howard.
Okay. Then as to Leroy Whitaker and the objection for relevance, that will be overruled. As to Hakeem Robinson, objections?
So, Your Honor, I'm going to say relevance as well, but also this is what my issue is going to be. They are going to put this detective on his back. Now, I know that Mr. Cooper just said, remember, Dominique Garner said this. I cross-examined him on that because this is an issue we raised with Richardson here. First time we're hearing about Dominique Garner's mouth about that supposed phone call was on the witness stand. Now, when I cross-examined him, I asked him, do you know who Raekwon Howard is? And he said no. Then I said, are you sure it was an Instagram account? Instagram account? Oh, no, I'm not sure what kind of call it was. So that is the testimony from Dominique Garner as it relates to that call. That I don't want Detective Smith, who is not a cell phone expert, if he can lay the foundation saying, I obtained these records, they came to me. He is in no position to testify as to, well, this number when it comes to Instagram means that you can change this and this. That's not appropriate for his testimony. He can't testify. He can bring out, I got this email address He cannot testify, not calling Raekwon Howard, that that was my account. They can make whatever argument that the name is the same, but apart from that, he is now going to be overstepping his boundaries. He is now going to be making, I think he even brought this up with him in depth, about you are in no position to be testifying about how Instagram works. You are not going to be able to testify that Raekwon Howard has multiple accounts, and the reason I know that is because there was this phone number. That's beyond the scope of his testimony.
Okay, are you state intending to go in that direction? In other words, asking him those types of questions to which he may not have the expertise or personal knowledge of Instagram?
As it relates to how the target identification number works, if you look at the actual records, so for example, turning to Hakeem Robinson's Instagram records, and for counsel, it's page 6677 in the binder, if you would like to look at it with me. It shows the video call events, and it tells who the author is, who the recipients are, and then next to the vanity name in parentheses contains the target number. So that identifies it. And then when you go to the actual subscriber account information that was received from Instagram, it contains on the very first page Instagram target number. It's the same target number. So that's how the two are linked up.
Well, certainly, and that's an argument you can make in closing. My question is, in terms of questioning the detective about the records he received and what it says, how much further beyond that are you intending to go?
I intend to have him say, I reviewed the records from Hakeem Robinson's Instagram. I saw these video call events. Based on that, I sent a search warrant to the received accounts information for Instagram, which I got back was Raekwon Howard, based on here's the target number, here's the email address, and that was the account that I know received that video call based on the target.
All right, let me stop you for a second. Defendant Whitaker needs a restroom break, so we're going to let him go. He doesn't need to be here for argument involving Robinson, so he can go ahead and go to the restroom. But we won't address any other matters involving Mr. Whitaker until his return. All right, so with that, I understand the objection. Is there any other objection?
Instagram, whatever research you've done on your own, tells you that.
I'm sorry, what's happening?
She's ready to move. I got the jury.
Oh, okay. Then let's let her cross over.
All right, just to update everybody. Right now, they're litigating for the next state witness, which is a detective, and I believe it's going to be about the Instagram records.
And they can make exactly what you said. They can make their arguments in the connection to closing. But have the lead detective on this case, when I'm sure they're going to try to do a narrative, then make an opinion that this is somehow connected, like through Instagram, this is how Instagram works, and that means that these are together. That's my goal.
All right, and I understand the argument. I think what I'll need to do is listen to his testimony in totality to determine whether it is beyond the scope of his personal knowledge or experience. You may, of course, make your objection at the appropriate time if you believe a particular question is so beyond his knowledge or experience. But as to relevance, as you heard me state with Mr. Whitaker's counsel, I am going to overrule. And then in general, and I don't recall what other objections were made to this yesterday, but of course, this being a business record, it is an exception to hearsay. The overall documents under 90.803 subsection 6, a business certification, as I understand it, was provided to the parties. So that the availability or unavailability of Mr. Raekwon Howard as a witness is immaterial, as long as the authentication has been completed under 90.902.11, which, as I understand it, was in this case. So the records will be admissible, And subject to the beyond the scope exception or objection, I'll hold off on ruling on that until the actual testimony of the witness. All right, so we've got our juror present. We'll await Mr. Whitaker's return. Anything else we need to take up from the state involving Mr. Robinson? Anything else from Mr. Robinson? Okay, then we'll just wait for Mr. Whitaker's return, and then we'll bring the juries out to get started.
Says that a person who has the ability to identify them before. If you read the case, it's like somebody went to the
Yes.
All right, while we wait for them to start, I'll answer y'all question. Raekwon Howard is the alleged op that Ksoo allegedly called the morning of the murder. He was part of 6 Block. It sounds like he may have provided the call before, but
We are back on the record.
ain't testifying.
Both defendants are
FYI.
present with their attorneys, as are counsel for the state. Now we do have all members of both juries present and accounted for. Are all sides ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor. And for Mr. Robinson?
All right, let me finish my thought on that. So Raekwon Howard was brought up that he provided the information about the call. We heard this during the defense cross of Butter. And they said the only person that ever said that was Raekwon Howard. Now you're saying it for the first time. Y'all remember that part? Well, now it sounds like Raekwon Howard won't be a witness in this case. However, because it's Instagram and they consider that an official record, he doesn't have to be a witness. So y'all can take that as that. I believe Raekwon Howard is in jail for murder, in prison for murder, if I'm not mistaken. It was another question somebody said earlier. I can't remember. But yeah, trial about to start back. The juror is there, so it wasn't no big issue.
As I will every morning, and as I have so far, whether during this overnight recess any of you inadvertently watched, read, or listened to any television or newspaper stories that may have been printed or aired about this case. If so, please raise your hand. All right, I see no hands raised on either jury. And has anyone attempted to speak to you, approached you, shared information with you about any issue involved in this case or the people or places involved in this case? If so, please raise your hand. And I see no hands raised from either juror. And lastly, have you all shared your thoughts, feelings, opinions about anything having to do with this case with anyone else or with each other? If so, please raise your hand. All right. And for the record, I see no hands raised. All right. I do want to apologize for our late start, ladies and gentlemen. It was unavoidable, but we are ready and set to go here this morning, and we will continue with the state's case in chief. And so at this time, I'll call the state to call upon its next witness. All right, sir, if you'll come forward and be sworn. If you'll have a seat there, and please sit up close to the microphones and speak loudly and clearly so you can be heard by all. You may proceed.
Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Sergeant Christopher Smith with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Since April of 2014, about 11 years now.
And what's your current rank and position at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
I'm a sergeant in the Robbery and Violent Crime Unit.
Now, prior to becoming a sergeant in that unit, were you working as a homicide detective?
I was.
And were you working in that capacity back on January 15th of 2020?
I was.
And on that date, did you get dispatched to the shopping plaza located at 7001 Merrill Road in reference to a homicide investigation?
Yes.
And that's in Duval County, Florida?
It is.
And do you recall around what time you were dispatched to that location?
It was about 11:49 a.m.
And do you remember when you arrived?
12:18.
What day of the week was January 15th, 2020?
It was a Wednesday.
What was the temperature like outside that day?
High 70s.
Now, how was the homicide at that location actually reported to police?
Several 911 calls.
When you got to the shopping plaza, were other officers and patrol officers already on scene?
Yes.
And had they already worked to ensure that that scene was secured?
Yes.
Now, because you were dispatched to that location, were you the lead homicide detective?
Yes.
Were you working that investigation alone?
No.
Can you kind of briefly explain to the jury how homicide investigations work?
So the homicide operates in 6 teams at that time, 6 teams of 4 detectives. We work through a rotation, like a batting order. We just cycle through. Typically, the 4 members of the team would be dispatched through it, but we got, I believe, 2 murders around the same time. So the other half of that team went somewhere else, and we needed other detectives from the office to come and assist.
What was the end of 2020 in your investigation?
Charles McCormick.
And around what time did that murder take place?
Before 11 a.m.
That had been shortly before 11?
Yes.
When you got to the location, was Mr. McCormick's body still on the scene?
Yes.
And where was it located?
On the sidewalk near the express employment, between I think it's a Baptist primary care.
Did you notice any visible signs of damage to that area or the surrounding area?
Yes, there was a bullet, appeared to be a bullet defect on the glass of the express employment, and then the sidewalk had also been hit several times.
Were there any shell casings located at the scene?
Yes, 11 .223 caliber shell casings.
And was a crime scene unit requested to respond to actually help process that scene, photograph it, collect physical items of evidence?
Yes.
And was that Detective Dunn, was that the lead detective?
Yes, she was.
Now, as the scene was being processed, did you and other detectives that arrived interview potential witnesses who were on scene?
We did.
Now, did you personally interview Victor Kruger?
I did.
And did Mr. Kruger have any evidence or information that was relevant to your investigation?
Yes, he witnessed the incident and had a dash cam.
That dash cam recorded the murder?
It did.
Were you able to watch that video while you were there at the scene?
Yes, we requested a technical support unit detective respond out, and he was able to allow me to view the footage. I think he took the SD card out of the device and played it.
So that a copy of that video could actually be recovered as evidence?
Yes.
Now, when you watched that dash cam video footage there at the scene as part of your initial investigation, did it assist you or provide you any investigative leads when you viewed it?
It did.
All right, and what was that?
It gave a description of the shooting suspect and the firearm used to shoot, and it also provided. Sorry, that was later. I only watched the only clip of the murder at that time.
Did you later learn that it also captured a vehicle that was used?
I did.
Okay. And what type of vehicle was that?
Appeared to be a gray Nissan Altima.
When you were there on scene conducting your initial investigation, did you learn where that Nissan Altima was located?
Yes, it was. It crashed on Townsend Road.
Had it been pursued by law enforcement?
Yes, it was pursued by Officer Jimmy Collins.
Now, when that Nissan crashed on Townsend Boulevard, were any of the occupants, the suspects inside, apprehended by Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
No.
During this investigation, was Jacksonville Sheriff's Office still actively looking for those suspects from that vehicle?
Yes.
Now, prior to leaving the Merrill Road Shopping Plaza, did you attempt to locate any other cameras or video surveillance that may have captured part of this incident?
Yes.
Did you find any other cameras?
Yes, we went to the Dunkin' Donuts that's right there. I think it's closed now. They had video surveillance which captured the parking lot where this took place.
Did you get a copy of that video surveillance?
Yes, we were told we had to go through the corporate, but eventually we did get a copy of it.
And have you viewed that video surveillance?
Yes.
Now, is the quality from the Dunkin' Donuts camera as good as Victor Kruger's dash cam?
It is not.
Can you briefly tell the jury what you observed on that Dunkin' Donuts video surveillance that assisted with your investigation?
You can see the victim park his car before he goes into the express employment business. You can see the gray Nissan park about a parking spot behind and a parking spot to the left of the victim's vehicle. After the victim comes out, you can see someone appear to exit that vehicle and then run up to his McCormick.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked for identification of State's Exhibit 8F. Can you tell me if you recognize that disc?
I do.
And what is this?
It's a Dunkin' Donuts video.
And this video fairly inaccurately reflects the footage of the Dunkin' Donuts.
Yes.
You're at this time, the state would seek to remove 8F evidence as the appropriate evidence.
Okay. Any objection from Mr. Whitaker and from Mr. Robinson? Okay, 8F will be marked into evidence as State's Exhibit 188.
Judge, may I publish?
Yes.
I want to play a couple clips from the video surveillance. Tell us what we're looking at in this particular clip. It'll be on your screen.
All right. That's the victim about to back into that parking spot right there.
And then this next clip.
Appears the victim's going inside the express employment. You can see the gray Nissan Altima driving that way, coming. It's about to park. It's going to go out of frame for a few seconds and come back in. And there it goes. It's going to park kind of behind the victim's vehicle, like I said, and a little bit to the left.
Is there an individual at the top of the screen that's walking?
Yes.
And who is that?
Appears to be Mr. Kruger.
Is that where his vehicle was parked?
Yes, the red truck there. And it appears the victim is exiting the business. At the same time, someone exits the passenger side of the Nissan and is starting to chase him down. As the Nissan and the trucker start to go forward at the same time. And it appears the person gets back into the Nissan. And they both take off in the parking lot.
After you finished your initial investigation and kind of walked through the Merrill Road shopping plaza, where did you go next?
After that, we went to the crash location of the Nissan Altima.
When you got there, were other officers still on scene?
Yes.
And was the search for the occupants of that Nissan Altima still in progress?
Yes.
Did that include the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office aerial unit, a helicopter also being routed through that area?
Yes.
Was there any type of alert sent out to the citizens in the surrounding area?
Yes, the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office sent out a kind of emergency text with a brief description of the suspect.
Now, in addition to officers looking for the occupants of that Nissan Altima, were other detectives investigating an active burglary to a home just down the street?
Yes.
Specifically at 1033 Townsend Boulevard?
Yes.
And that was down from where that Nissan Altima had crashed?
That's correct.
Who was the reported victim of the burglary to Townsend Boulevard home?
Barbara Buckley.
And who was the lead detective assigned to that investigation?
Detective Richardson.
Now, based on the location of her home and the time frame of when that crime took place, did you believe it was possibly connected to your murder investigation?
Yes.
And with that in mind, did you and Detective Richardson stay in touch and kind of work the case together?
Yes.
Were you able to determine who owned the Nissan Altima?
Yes.
And who was that?
It was registered to an Ever Gooch Merritt. She has since passed away. I talked to her son-in-law.
Were you able to rule her and her family out as suspects in this case?
Yes.
How so?
The vehicle had been stolen in November of 2019.
And that was reported?
Yes.
Because that Nissan Altima was on Townsend Boulevard, did you request additional crime scene detectives to arrive to assist with documenting that and collecting any potential evidence once it could be removed from the scene?
Yes, the vehicle was sealed and towed to our evidence warehouse, where I later obtained a search warrant for it.
Now, did you, as well as crime scene detectives, participate in the search of that vehicle after you had the warrant?
Yes.
Was anything of evidentiary value found inside the Nissan Altima?
Yes, there are 2 firearms left inside the vehicle, 2 white shirts, and then several swabs were taken by crime scene.
Okay, so did you request DNA swabs from the Nissan Altima?
Yes.
Including the interior?
Yes.
Did you request that Nissan Altima, the car itself, be processed for any potential prints?
Yeah. Yes.
Were there any prints of value found on the exterior of the Nissan Altima?
No.
Were any prints of value found on the interior of the vehicle itself?
No.
Did you request any additional testing be done for any of the items you just mentioned that were collected inside the Nissan Altima?
Yes, the firearms were sent off for latent prints as well as DNA swabs. The shirts eventually went to FDLE for DNA testing, and then I sent several swabs for DNA testing as well.
Did you also submit the firearms, the Glock and the rifle that were recovered to FDLE so that they could be tested for operability and compared to any shell casings from the murder scene?
Yes.
And we'll come back to that in a minute, but did you also seek to find any potential video surveillance in the neighborhood of Townsend itself based on where that car was located and what happened to Miss Buckley?
I did.
Were you able to find any video surveillance?
Yes, I was.
And did that include video surveillance from 1430 Townsend Boulevard?
Yes, it did.
And that's already in evidence, but what did that video surveillance reveal to you?
It depicted a orange Dodge Challenger driving down Townsend Road towards the location of the home of the 1033 Townsend Road. Sorry.
And why was that video significant to you?
Given Ms. Barbara Buckley's description of the vehicle the suspects left her house in, it matched.
And how many suspects were reported to be involved in her case?
2.
Did you find video surveillance from 1214 Timber Lane as well?
Detective Gibson did and requested our TSU unit respond over there, and the video was collected.
And that video is also already in evidence, but did you have a chance to review it?
Yes.
And what does that video depict?
It shows 2 individuals in dark colored clothing hopping fences in backyards.
And that would have been after the Nissan Altima crashed?
Yes.
And what about video surveillance from 1204 Belmead?
Yes.
And what did that video depict?
It depicts a male wearing a gray and black hoodie running, and then I can't remember the exact amount of time passed, but you can also see Officer Collins running that way as well.
Now, at the time that individual in the gray and black hoodie was captured on Belmead video, was that the same time that the other 2 individuals were captured in the opposite direction on Timber Lane?
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Buckley's investigation, were any items of evidence collected so that they could be submitted to FDLA for potential testing?
Yes. Swabs of her neck and wrists were collected, and her clothing as well.
And was that submitted to FDLA for potential DNA testing?
Yes.
While waiting on those results, was Ms. Buckley that same day able to provide any information, description that assisted in identifying any potential suspects that day?
She was.
Right. And briefly, what was she able to provide that assisted in that?
She described a tattoo on the suspect's arm. It said 1993. I believe Detective Richardson conferred with our crime analyst unit and located a male matching that description. A photo spread was made from there.
So based on the location and the specific tattoo?
Yes.
The general characteristics. Was that photo spread presented to Ms. Buckley?
It was.
And were you made aware of the results of that photo spread?
Yes, she picked out Dominic Barner as a suspect who entered her home that day.
And based on that, was an arrest warrant for Dominic Barner obtained that same day?
It was.
And was Dominic Barner arrested on that arrest warrant on January 15, 2020 in the evening?
He was, along with Janera Smith.
When Dominic Barner was taken into custody on January 15, 2020, did you observe any tattoos on his body matching the description that Ms. Buckley provided?
I did.
And were those tattoos documented?
Yes, a crime scene detective responded and photographed him.
Your Honor, may I approach again?
Yes.
You want to mark for identification as state 7Z, 8A, and 8B, and tell me where that is.
Yes. Those are photographs of Dominic Barner. Tattoo on his right arm that says Butta, which is his nickname, and a tattoo on his left arm that says 1993. Yes.
Okay, any objection from Defendant Whitaker and from Defendant Robinson? Okay, then, thank you. State 7Z will be marked into evidence as number 182. 8A will be marked into evidence as 183. And 8B will be marked into evidence as 184.
May I publish, Judge?
Yes.
Detective, or Sergeant, I'm showing you states 182. Who's depicted in that photograph?
Dominic Barner.
States 183. Is that his right forearm?
Yes.
And then states 184.
Yes, that's his left arm, shows 1993.
After Dominic Barner was arrested for the crime against Ms. Buckley on January 15, 2020, did you continue your murder investigation?
Yes.
Was the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office latent print unit able to examine the firearms you submitted for potential prints from that Nissan quickly?
Yes.
And in fact, on January 16th of 2020, were you made aware of some of those results?
Yes.
Now, based on the results, did you have an investigatory lead that led to another potential suspect associated with the investigation?
Yes.
All right, and what was that?
There was a print found on the Glock handgun that came back to a Hakeem Robinson.
Were there any prints of value found on the rifle?
No.
Now, do you see Hakeem Robinson in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you please tell us where he's seated and what he is wearing?
He's on the second row in the middle, wearing a beige suit, glasses.
All right, the record will reflect he's identified Hakeem Robinson.
All right, the record shall so reflect.
Were you able to get DNA results back on January 16, 2020 as well?
No.
So unlike TV, does it take some time for FDLE to process DNA submissions and to get those results back to you during an investigation?
It does.
Now, on January 16, 2020, based on the evidence from the Nissan Altima and the information misguided, were Dominique Barner and Hakeem Robinson both considered potential suspects at that time?
Yes, at that time.
Now, excuse me. In March of 2020, did you learn from FDLE that some of the DNA testing that had been requested in this Buckley's investigation, swabs from her neck and wrist and the clothing, that testing had been completed?
Yes.
Was Dominique Barner's DNA found on any of those items?
It was.
And was there any other DNA identified that provided you with another lead to a potential suspect?
Yes, there's DNA that linked back to Leroy Whitaker.
And where was that recovered from? Do you recall?
Her pants.
Based on Leroy Whitaker's DNA found on Ms. Buckley's pants, was an arrest warrant obtained for Leroy Whitaker in relation to Ms. Buckley's crime?
Yes.
And when was Leroy Whitaker arrested on that arrest warrant?
It was April 6th of 2020.
Where was Leroy Whitaker located when he was detained on that?
East Point, Georgia.
And so did the East Point Police Department detain him and serve that warrant for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Was anyone else with Leroy Whitaker when that arrest warrant was served on him?
Yes.
All right, who was with them?
Hakeem Robinson, Abdul Robinson Sr., Abdul Robinson Jr., Malquise Worthen, and Torgon Williams.
Was Leroy Whitaker then brought back to Jacksonville?
Was.
And do you see Leroy Whitaker in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you please tell us where he's seated and what he is wearing?
He's in the front row wearing a gray suit, red shirt, looks like a gray bow tie.
Your Honor, if the record will reflect.
All right, the record shall so reflect.
During your investigation, did you later receive additional results from FDLE regarding the shell casings collected from the plaza where the murder took place?
I did.
And what did you learn regarding those 11 shell casings?
They're 223 caliber, but they did not knight him back to the handgun or the other rifle.
So were the Glock and the rifle that were recovered from the Nissan Altima excluded as having fired those?
Yes.
Did you ever locate the actual murder weapon?
I did not.
Later, did you also get DNA results back from FDLE regarding the testing of the interior swabs of the Nissan Altima?
Yes.
Did that DNA testing also provide an additional investigatory lead regarding potential suspects?
Yes, the swab from the driver's compartment came back to Hakeem Robinson as well as a mixture of other people.
Now, what about the two white shirts that were recovered from the Nissan Altima? Did you also get notified of the FDLE results regarding DNA on those shirts?
Yes.
And did that include DNA from both Leroy Whitaker and Hakeem Robinson?
Yes, and it included a hair from Shefton Hogan.
So once you were made aware of a hair whose DNA matched Siobhan Hogan?
I'm saying his name correctly, I'm sorry.
Maybe me. Did you attempt to investigate him in any way to determine whether or not he was a suspect?
Yes.
And were you able to actually speak to him?
Yes.
Did you also identify a phone number that he was using at the time?
I did.
And do you recall what that number was?
904-240-5517.
Did you request cell phone records associated with that specific phone number?
Yes.
And did that include cell site information and location?
Yes.
And did you request to have that information mapped by the FBI CAST unit to determine where that device was located at relevant times?
Yes.
And based on those results, was Siobhan Hogan ruled out as a suspect?
Yes.
Are you familiar with an individual named Chris Brown?
Yes.
Did you ever receive any investigatory leads from FDLE regarding DNA testing from the Nissan Altima or any of the items within it identifying Christopher Brown?
No.
What about Torgon Williams?
No.
Their DNA is in the system that FDLE has access to?
Objection, Leader.
All right, sustain if you'll re-ask the question.
Are you aware of whether or not Christopher Brown's DNA is in the system for FDLE to access?
Not that question, overruled. Question is he aware, yes or no?
Are you aware of that?
Yes, I performed a CODIS search for their DNA. It is in the system.
Objection, strike, hearsay.
Okay, I'll sustain on hearsay.
You're
I'll ask the jury to disregard that last answer to that last question. We don't strike anything, we just ask that they disregard it.
Sorry, Jen. During your investigation, because you are aware of who Christopher Brown is, did you attempt to verify whether or not his DNA had been collected in any other cases?
Yes.
Okay. And had that been done?
It had been.
And were you, again, just to be clear, did FDLE ever submit to you any investigatory leads regarding DNA recovered from the Nissan Altima or any of the items inside matching Christopher Brown?
No.
And the same for Torgon Williams?
Yes.
During your investigation, did you also attempt to identify social media accounts that belong to Hakeem Robinson?
Yes.
Did you find any?
Yes.
And do you recall what his Instagram account was?
Ksoo 23X.
Were you able to view some of the content on that Instagram account very early on in your investigation?
Yes.
Very early on, day of and the days leading after McCormick's murder, did you see anything that you believe to be relevant to your investigation posted to that account?
Yes.
And what did that include?
It included, there's a small child singing a song. That was about the day of the murder. And then on, I think it was the 19th of January, the victim was posted. And the caption or the text that was over it said bye-bye. And then I think a day later, there was a video of someone in a salon getting their, looks like a pedicure with the caption, kill a nigga and get my toes.
Was there also an Instagram live video that you observed?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach again?
Yes.
Yes. The child singing.
Did you make a copy of that recording?
I did.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of that?
'It is the video of Mr. McCormick. Bye-bye.
And did you make that recording?
Yes. Yes.
I'm also going to show you Agent and just take a moment to tell me if you recognize those.
Uh, 8M appears to be the nail salon video with the text saying, kill a nigga and get my toes done. 8N appears to be the live video from the Ksoo 23X account.
And you were able to make recordings of those when you observed them?
Yes.
These are all fair and accurate. Your Honor, just now, introduce each of those items as evidence.
All right, any objections from Mr. Whitaker? Any objections from Mr. Robinson? All right, then we'll begin with 8 8L, that will be moved into evidence as number 194. Okay, thank you. 8M will be marked into evidence as 195. 8N will be marked into evidence as 196, and 8O will be marked into evidence as 197.
I'm showing you what is now in evidence as State's Exhibit 197. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
It's a live from the Ksoo 23X Instagram.
And why was this video significant to you?
The sweatshirt he's wearing.
It's Ksoo.
And at the top of that screen is that Ksoo 23X Instagram account icon, I guess, that you can see at the top of that where that's being filmed.
Yes.
And you said that the clothing was significant. Why was that clothing significant? What was that based on?
It is very similar to the clothing seen worn by the shooting suspect.
State's 194. Is this the music video that we just talked about that was posted on January 15, 2020?
I'm sorry?
January 15, 2020 is this the Instagram story video that you recorded on January 15, 2020?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that song?
I am.
Who's the artist that recorded that song?
Young and Ace.
What's the title?
Ksoo Homicide.
And State's 196.
Yes, that's the victim in the purple shirt, as was posted to Mr. The Ksoo 23X Instagram account, like I said, with the caption "Bye-bye." That appears to be a snippet from the Bang It Out music video.
And then lastly, State's 195.
This is the pedicure, and then you see Kill a Nigga.
Overruled.
So that last video was posted on January 20th of 2020?
Yes.
Based on that information, the videos we just discussed and that everyone got to see, did you attempt to get a search warrant, or did you get a search warrant for the Instagram records associated with the Ksoo 23X account?
I did.
And were you also able to identify an Instagram account for Leroy Whitaker?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall whether or not you were able to identify an Instagram account for Duval Robinson Jr.?
Yes.
Oregon Williams?
Yes.
How were those accounts verified by review of those individual accounts that you were able to make yourself?
Yes.
All right. And by reviewing those Instagram accounts, were you able to see photographs and videos associated with the account and the usernames?
Yes.
All right. And based on that information and other information you gathered during the course of your investigation, did you submit search warrants to obtain records for each of those accounts?
Yes.
And did you receive those records?
I did.
And were you able to review the Instagram records for those accounts?
Yes.
Did a review of those Instagram account records assist you with identifying phone numbers being used by those individuals at the time?
Yes.
In addition to identifying phone numbers, when you reviewed Hakeem Robinson's Instagram account of Ksoo 23X, did you see any communication on there on January 15th, 2020 that caused you to seek the records of an additional account?
Yes.
And were you able to identify the target number of that account that that communication was made with?
Yes, I was able to find the target account, which is the Instagram ID number.
And did you submit a search warrant to get that account information?
Yes,
And did you receive that?
I did.
And Your Honor, if I may approach one number.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, approach one more question.
Yes.
Showing you 9S. Identification. Take a look at this binder. Tell me if you recognize what's contained in that.
Yes. It's certified business records from Meta or Facebook. It is complete with the usernames, IP addresses, registration information for the accounts for Hakeem Robinson, Raekwon Howard, Leroy Whitaker, and Abdul Robinson Jr.
Yes. Any objection from Mr. Whitaker?
Just those fire stated.
And any objection from Mr. Robinson? Okay. And understanding those objections, I'll overrule. And at this time, states 9S will come into evidence as 227.
Sergeant, I'm showing you page 1 of the Instagram records for one of the accounts. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
All right. And who is the registered email address for on this account?
RaekwonHoward4@gmail.com.
And at the top of the page, there's a column that says target. Is there a number next to that?
Yes.
Now I'm going to, still part of stage 227, but this is a different account, page 1 for, do you see the target number as well as the account name underneath that at the top of the page?
Yes.
And whose account is this?
It's the Ksoo 23X as Mr. Hakeem Robinson's Instagram account.
Now further down the page, there is a registered email address. Do you see that?
Yes.
And did you take note of that?
Yes,
And did that come into play later in part of your investigation?
it does.
And specifically, what did you do regarding that email address?
I looked at it compared to the phones of Mr. Robinson.
Were you able to obtain Apple records associated with that email address?
Yes.
And did that lead you to one iCloud account?
Yes.
And did you obtain records for that iCloud account associated with that registered email address?
I did.
Going to page 2 of the same account, is there a phone number associated with it?
Yes, it's the 904-704-1595 number.
I'm going to go to page 2353 of the same account. You recognize this?
Yes.
All right. And can you tell us what is depicted in the text at the bottom of that page?
RIP, big brother, you know I stood on all 10 about you. There's some emojis or something, and it says it's been a year.
Now, did you find a corresponding photograph for that text on a cell phone belonging to Abdul Robinson Sr.?
Yes.
And who was depicted in that photograph?
It's the graveside of Willie Addison.
Do you see the upload IP address associated with this?
Yes.
Right. And did you take note of that when you viewed this account?
Yes.
And we'll come back to that in a second. Still part of stage 227, page 2049. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Overruled.
2050. See the photo ID at the top of that page?
Yes.
All right. Is that photo ID for the image that was on page 2049?
It is.
And does this upload IP address exist for this image as well?
It does.
And does this also contain information showing when that image was posted?
Yes.
And is that consistent with the video we just saw moments ago when you downloaded it on January 20th, 2020?
Yes.
This is just in UTC time?
Yes, sir.
Page 2155 of the same account. Does that indicate a photograph, including text at the bottom?
Yes.
Right. And what is the text?
We don't play.
Right. And you also have the upload IP address associated with that.
I do.
And when was this photograph uploaded?
UTC time, it's January 5th of 2020.
The next slide, is that the photograph associated with that text and photo ID from the previous page?
Yes.
The next slide, 2145. Is that another photograph that was contained on that same Instagram account?
Yes.
And then 2143, another image?
Yes.
And 2144, that photo ID at the top, is that for the previous photograph we just looked at?
Yes.
And does it contain the same upload IP address as the other images in the nail salon video?
It does.
Now going to page 6677. You recognize this page?
I do.
And can you just tell the jury briefly what's the significance of this page and what you see on it?
So if you look at item type, it says video call event. It says it's between one RPG Poppy. You have to look at the target ID. You'll notice it's the same as the one for Raekwon Howard, and then the Ksoo 23X account.
And when were those video calls taking place?
January 15th of 2020.
Does it show a time?
It does. It's 15:53.
Is that in UTC time?
It is.
So would that be 10:53 a.m. in Eastern time? When was the murder again?
I'm sorry, it was January 15th around just before 11.
Showing you a different Instagram account. Do you see page 1 on this, sir?
Yes.
All right. And who is the account name at the top of the page?
It says ATK Scotty.
Is there, going to the next page, a verified phone number for this account?
There is.
And what is that phone number?
904-803-3671.
Next page, is this also part of that same Instagram account?
Yes.
And what's the significance of this photograph?
Depicts Mr. Whitaker.
And then page 278 on this account, does that just reflect the information associated with the image we just saw a moment ago?
Yes.
And then page 437, are these a series of messages?
Yes.
On that account? And how is reviewing some of these messages, how did that assist you in your investigation?
Verifying phone numbers. If you look, there's a message between the target account and a Big Wani 64. He asked, "Shit, what's your line?" That person, the account holder, then replied, 904-803-3671.
Can you actually circle that on the screen?
Sorry, it is these two texts, specifically right here and right here.
Then page 1057, the same thing.
Again, you see the target holder talking to underscore KEKAOIR. And basically, right here, you see a message where it says, laugh my ass off, we will FaceTime you later. There, and then they reply with this number here. Again, it's the same 904-803-3671 number.
Now, this message is on January 31st of 2020.
Yes.
The prior message was that in December of 2019.
If you could go back, I could tell you, but I believe it was before.
Yes, do you see it there?
Yes, it was December 19th of 2019.
So that same phone number was being given out on December 19th of 2019, and then again at the end of January 2020.
Yes.
Duval Robinson Jr., you indicated you identified an Instagram account. Do you recognize page 1?
I do.
The account name for this account?
It is KKRAXY, and the name is Crazy K.
Is Abdul Robinson Jr., does he have a nickname?
Yes.
That you're aware of? And what is it?
Kareem or Crazy.
Page 436. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here? And you can circle it on the screen.
You're looking at messages between the K Crazy account and various people. There's one message from the author that says, send me your number. It's right here. And then
437, that a continuation of that same communications?
Yes, you can still see the Vito 4.0.
And then going to 438, what do we see?
The continuation of the conversation, and eventually the author of the K Crazy account sends a phone number at the very top right here. It is a 904-624-3684 number.
Then page 694.
Same thing. You see the K Crazy account talking to Queen of Diamonds, but it's spelled differently. At the end, at the bottom there, she asks, "What's your number?" Oh. Sorry, right there. What's your number?
And then on 695, do we see that number?
Yep. And then he replied here with a 478-491-2831 number.
Going to page 1172.
Again, you see the K Crazy account talking to a beautified tip, is what it says. And the author sends a message, or the K Crazy account sends a message. You can tell old boy to call me at 904-624-3684, right there.
Is that on January 4th of 2020?
It is.
$11.16 of the same K Crazy Instagram account. You recognize this page?
Yes.
And is this the data associated with a video file that you found on Instagram, on this Instagram?
Yes.
And is this that video file?
That is it.
Based on your review of the Instagram records you received, did you also identify a phone number for Torgon Williams?
I did.
You recall what that number was?
It's 305-321. I can't remember how it ends.
0896. Does that sound familiar?
It does sound familiar.
That number that you identified, did you ultimately get cell phone records for each and every one of those numbers?
Yes.
All right, so the number associated with Hakeem Robinson, his Instagram account, Leroy Whitaker's, and Duval Robinson Jr.'s,
Yes.
in addition to Torgon Williams?
Yes.
Did you then receive from the cell phone carriers for each of those numbers subscriber information, call detail records, cell site location information, data files, if available?
Yes.
Did you find anything in your review of those records that connected Chiffon Hogan to this investigation?
No.
Based on his cell phone records and where that device was located, was it anywhere near the shopping plaza at the time of the murder, or Townsend Boulevard where the Nissan Altima was located?
No.
Was there any communications from his cell phone records that you found connecting him to any of these suspects?
No.
I want to show you demonstrative aid states 10F. The cell phone records are currently already in evidence, but I just want to go through some of the information that's been provided for these phone numbers for the jury. So this is essentially a caller legend. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
All right. And are these cell phone records that we're about to look at color coded?
Yes, they are.
And is that just for ease of reference for the jury as you're explaining some of these?
Yes, because there's there's various numbers and it's hard to keep track of these number twos.
And all of the records are actually on disk and evidence for the jury, but at this point, just for ease of reference, we're going to go through some of those selected phone numbers and the calls, okay?
Overruled.
Start with phone number 478-305-9583.
Okay.
And actually, before we go into that, can you explain to the jury how you identified this specific number?
So while going through the Instagram account of the Ksoo 23X account, I observed several IP addresses. I subpoenaed the IP addresses to various phone carriers. The phone carriers returned the 478-305-9583 number, and I did a historical cell site warrant for that number and got, I believe, data records.
Now, the IP address that you referenced, that you noticed and caused you to send that subpoena request in, that then identified that phone number, was that the IP address we referenced a few moments ago associated with the upload of the nail salon video and image?
Yes.
As well as the images of Hakeem Robinson and Leroy Whitaker together on January 4th of 2020?
Yes.
Now, once you identified the 478-305-9583 number, did you also request records from Apple associated with that account?
I did.
And did you identify an iCloud account associated with that specific number?
I did. It was a House of Pain 904.
And was the 478-305-9583 number, how was that connected to that account?
So I don't know who has an iPhone, who doesn't. So whenever you set up an iPhone on your iPhone, it asks for an Apple ID. Typically, it's an email address. And in this case, it was the House of Pain 904.
Was the 478-305-9583 number the verified number for that account?
Yes.
So starting with the 478-305-9583 is the subscriber information that you received back from T-Mobile related to that specific number.
It is.
And who is the subscriber name for this?
Is a Daryl Watts.
And when's the activation date?
Activation date is 11/12/2019.
Next slide. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here that is highlighted?
So the two highlighted portions, you'll see the calling number is that 478-491-2831 number. There's two calls on January 15th.
And the time frame, it says 14:13:46 and 14:26:29. Is that in UTC time?
It is.
So would you have to subtract 5 hours to get it in Eastern time?
At that time of the year, yes.
And so that would make it, what time?
Around 9:13 a.m.
I'll take that account for a moment. Going to 904-704-1595. That's the verified number for the Ksoo 23X Instagram account.
It is.
And who is the name associated with the subscriber information for that phone number?
Ebony Walters.
The next slide associated with this account, can you explain to the jury what we're looking at in terms of the highlighted portions at the top and bottom?
You'll see 2 phone calls, one on January 15th, another one on January 17th between the 904-704-1595 number and then the 904-624-3684 number.
And so the 904-624-3684 number, based on the Instagram records, you believe to be associated with who?
Abdul Robinson Jr. Sorry.
All right, and so that's a very brief call, but that's on January 15th, 2020, and it looks like just after midnight?
Yes.
Now, the next series of slides still associated with 904-704-1595. Do these depict the data usage for that phone on January 15th, 2020?
It appears to, yes.
And does it appear to be fairly consistent data on the phone beginning just after midnight through the bottom of the columns on this page?
Yes.
And that takes us to about 5:08 a.m. on January 15th, 2020?
Yes.
And then next page, columns 26 through 33, that continued data activity.
Yes.
And then the next slide, 34 through 42, again.
Still activity, yes.
Next slide, 43 through 53. And let me go back actually to the prior slide. It ends at 42. What's the time for the last activity for this phone on January 15, 2020? Slide.
12:11.
So that would have been approximately 7:11 a.m.?
Yes.
And then the next slide, the data activity begins at what time?
18:10.
So that would have been approximately what time?
About 1:10 in the afternoon.
So from just after 6 till 1:10 in the afternoon, no activity as reflected in these records.
As reflected in these records, yes.
Going to phone number 478-491-2831. You see the subscriber name associated with this account?
I do.
And what is that?
It is Daryl Watts.
The 478-491-2831 number, where was that identified as in Instagram accounts?
It was identified as Junior's number, one of his numbers.
Abdul Robinson Jr.'s?
Sorry, yes.
And so is this under the same account information as the other 478-305-9583 number?
Yes.
What's the activation date for this phone number?
11/12/2019 as well.
So is that the same for both 478 area code numbers?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what we're looking at here on this slide?
We are looking at 2 phone calls at the very top between the both 478 area code numbers, and then after that, there's a phone call between the 904-624-3684 number and the 478-491-2831 number. And then in the middle, I think it goes to voicemail of some sort, but I guess they intended to call that number. So.
Now, going to a different phone number, 904-624-3684. I believe you already indicated that was Abdul Robinson Jr.'s number?
Yes.
This is the subscriber information for that number.
The account name is J Brown with an account effective date or activation date of 10/24/2019.
That's the same number that was given out in his Instagram account?
Sustained.
Is that the same number?
Yes.
All right. Going to the next slide, can you tell the jury what we're looking at? Are these called detail records?
Yes, they are called detail records. The highlighted red line appears to be a phone call between Mr. Robinson's 904-704-1595 number and the 904-624-3684 number.
And what time is that?
It's January 15th, 2020 at, I think that's 5:24.
Is that in UTC time?
It is, sorry.
You can have to subtract 5 hours.
So it's about midnight 24.
The next slide.
At the bottom, you'll see the two in the green. That's 904-624, which is Mr. Robinson Jr.'s number, calling the 702-918-4911 phone number, which belongs to Mr. Barner.
And what time is this call?
It is 9:42 UTC -5, about 4:42 in the morning.
And then the next slide, we have a lot of different colors.
Yes, there's various calls from the 904-624 number. In the green, you'll see it's again Mr. Barner's number. In yellow, it is Mr. Leroy Whitaker's number. In gray is Torgon Williams. And I think that's everybody's numbers, but it's constant phone activity from.
Or what's highlighted in green, predominantly those 1, 2, 3 calls at the top. What are the time frames for those calls?
That's 9:45 UTC or 4:45 in the morning. And then the last one is 10:26 UTC, which is then 5:26.
Now, the calls that are in gray, whose number was that again?
The phone number in gray belongs to Torgon Williams.
What time do those calls take place?
That call is at 10:48 or 5:48 a.m.
And does that continue to about 1,300 hours, I guess, in UTC time for Torgon Williams?
Yes.
And then there's an additional one at the bottom of the screen at 1619?
Yes.
What about the calls in yellow? You said those were calls between Abdul Robinson Jr. and who?
Mr. Leroy Whitaker.
What time are those calls predominantly taking place?
It is 16:04, so right around, that's 12. No, yeah. Or 11, sorry.
Going back to the top of the screen, though, what's the first call in yellow?
First call in yellow is at 10:48 or 5:48 in the morning.
And then a couple calls after that, shortly thereafter?
Yes, 11:01 to 11:08. You got 2 more calls.
And then going, as I think you were just referencing a moment ago, the majority of the calls at the bottom that are in yellow are around what time?
16:04 to 16:19 UTC.
That equates till just after 11 a.m.?
Yes.
Does that continue into the next slide?
It does.
And again, are all the calls in yellow between Abdul Robinson Jr.'s number and the number you identify as Leroy Whitaker's?
Yes.
There's also a box in orange for at least one call. Do you see that?
Yes, the one in orange is between the 904-624-3684 and the 478-491-2831 numbers, which are both attributed to Mr. Abdul Robinson Jr.
Approximately when was that call?
That is at 16:54 or 11:54 and 11:55 a.m.
And then now we have boxes in blue.
So then in the blue, it is 904-866-2370, which is the primary phone number for Abdul Robinson Sr.
When did those calls begin to take place?
Those calls start at 17:20, so 12:20 in the afternoon.
And then the next slide, not as many highlighted, but who are those calls between?
Again, in the gray, we have the 305-321-0896 number, which is attributed to Mr. Torgon Williams. And then in the yellow, we have the 904-803-3671, which is Leroy Whitaker's numbers.
And approximately what time are those calls?
The call with Mr. Torgon Williams is at 19:34, so about 2:34 in the afternoon. And then the calls of Mr. Whitaker starts at 22:23, so that's 5:23.
For 904-803-3671, we don't have to go through all the calls, but is this a subscriber information that you obtained for that account as well?
Yes.
And just as the visual reference, what are all these calls?
Is a myriad of calls between the 904-624-3684 number and Mr. Whitaker's number.
So Abdul Robinson Jr. and Leroy Whitaker?
Yes.
Now, are these all on January 15, 2020?
Yes. Yellow, you have the 904-624. And then in blue, you have the 904-866. 2370 number, all on January 15th, 2020.
904-866-2370 number that's in blue. Who did that phone number belong to?
Abdul Robinson Sr.
Based on a review of those cell phone records, the numbers that you identified, did you obtain, I guess, the historical cell site information and data files, if appropriate and available, and submit those to FBI, have them mapped to see kind of where those devices were located?
Yes.
Who was the agent that actually did the mapping?
Corley.
Was Agent Corley?
Yes.
Were you made aware of his results of mapping that data?
I've seen them, yes.
Did that assist you with your investigation?
It did.
Did it provide you with any indication of where your suspects, the people that you identified, were located?
Yes.
Right. Relevant to the areas and times appropriate in your investigation?
Yes.
And did it support the suspects you had identified?
It did.
Well, as to leading, it's overruled. And improper corroboration, what was the question? Did it?
I asked if the results that he was given by the FBI in terms of mapping, did that assist him with his investigation and corroborate what he was doing?
Clarification, bolstering.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Yes, it did.
Now, when Leroy Whitaker was detained in Georgia, were there any cell phones that were actually collected by the East Point Police Department as well?
Yes.
And were there multiple cell phones?
Yes.
During your investigation, were you able to eventually take possession of those cell phones and bring them back to Jacksonville?
I was.
And did you obtain search warrants authorizing you to attempt to download those devices?
Yes.
Now, is that something that could be done relatively quickly, or does it sometimes take time?
Sometimes it takes time.
Did it take time for some of the devices in this case?
Yes, I think the last one broke earlier this year.
And is that because you did not have the password or code to get into the devices?
That's correct.
And who actually would have done the examination of the devices that you submitted?
A computer forensics analyst or detective.
Okay. Now, the phones that they were able to get into, were you provided a copy of the data obtained from those cell phones?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to go through the data associated with those devices?
Yes.
Was a phone that was using 904-803-3671, the phone number you identified as being used by Leroy Whitaker, was that phone ever found?
No.
Was a cell phone for 478-305-9583 ever found?
No.
Did you recover a cell phone that was using phone numbers identified as belonging to Duval Robinson Jr., the 904-624-3684, as well as the 478-491 and 2831?
Yes.
Did you also identify a phone using Abdul Robinson Sr.'s number, 904-866-2370?
Yes.
Were any phones that were being used by Hakeem Robinson identified?
Yes.
For what phone number?
It was the 904-704-1595 number and the 904-704-8910.
And was the account for the 904-704-8910 activated after the murder of Charles McCormick?
I believe so, yes.
Now, as part of your investigation, did you also become familiar with someone named Natalie Gant?
Yes.
Were you able to identify her phone number?
Yes.
Right. And what was that phone number?
It was a 904-485-7529 number.
Did you obtain cell phone records with her identified phone number?
Yes.
And did you submit those records to FBI to see if there was anything that they could map?
Yes.
Was there anything mappable?
I don't believe so.
In April of 2022, was Natalie Gant subpoenaed to come in so that you could speak to her?
She was.
And did you have a conversation with her at that time?
I did.
Not getting into the specifics, but did she provide information that was relevant to your investigation?
She did.
After that conversation, did she lead you to any place?
Yes.
Right. And where was that?
That was the apartments where she picked up Mr. Robinson.
Do you recall?
Hakeem Robinson.
Do you recall the address of that location?
I want to say it's the 7201 Arlington Expressway.
What type of location is it?
The apartment complex.
And just behind that apartment complex, are there woods?
It backs up to the Tree Hill Nature Preserve.
What's on the other side of the Tree Hill Nature Preserve?
There's a small body of water, and then it leads up to Glen Echo.
And where is Glen Echo in relation to 1033 Townsend?
It is, by looking at a map, I want to say southeast. I have to look at a map.
I'm sorry. Is it in that residential neighborhood?
Yes, it's in the same area.
Is it in the direction of travel that the individual caught on Belmead home video surveillance running across the street? Was it in that direction, general direction?
Yes, after obtaining the video from 1204 Belmead, that's what led me to go to Glen Echo.
Okay. Were you familiar with the 7201 Arlington Expressway apartment complex based on your investigation before speaking to Natalie?
Yes.
And why is that?
There is a woman by the name of Miss Boston, referencing someone mentioned the description of one of the suspects getting into a vehicle, a white female.
Did you have that apartment complex photographed after you were taken there by Ms. Gant?
I can't recall this time.
Are you familiar with another apartment complex? I think it's currently called Meza Apartments.
Yes.
Where is the Meza apartment complex located?
It's off of East Port Road.
And what is Eastport Road next to it, that location? Do you recall the other road?
It's not too far away from, I believe, Brown Jersey Court. And
Do you recognize Palm Lake Drive?
yes, I do.
Is that off of Eastport Road, Jacksonville?
It is.
And is that near that apartment complex?
Yes.
After you were conducting your investigation, did you eventually get arrest warrants for Hakeem Robinson, Leroy Whitaker, and Duval Robinson Jr. for their involvement in the murder of Charles McCormick?
Yes.
And were they arrested on that warrant for second-degree murder?
Yes.
And then, can you arrest someone on first-degree murder?
No, they have to present the case before a grand jury, and the grand jury will indict them.
Did you also get an arrest warrant for Duval Robinson Sr. for accessory after the fact?
Yes.
Now, after they were arrested, did you continue to work on your investigation, waiting for results and reviewing evidence?
Yes.
And was that an ongoing process?
Yes.
During that investigation, did you also identify a YouTube channel that was being used by Hakeem Robinson?
Yes.
You had a search warrant for that?
I did.
And did you identify or find anything that you thought was relevant to your investigation on that YouTube channel?
Yes, several videos and IP addresses.
What were the two videos that you found to be relevant?
That same song, or the song of a child singing that Ksoo homicide song was on there, and I believe there was a clip of the sorry, I review my records right now. I can't really remember exactly what was on there.
Yeah, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Yes. It is part of the YouTube download results, search warrant results. Videos, FaceTime video call. It was Mr. Robinson.
Why was that FaceTime call relevant?
The clothing he's wearing in the video. It is a copy of the video Bang It Out by Mr. Hakeem Robinson or Ksoo 23X.
And why was that?
When we spoke with just a rifle that look very similar to the one used in murder.
All right, any objections from Mr. Whitaker? Any objections from Mr. Robinson? Okay, thank you. Those objections are overruled, so 8K will come in, I'm sorry, 8J will be marked into evidence as states number 192, and 8K will be marked into evidence as states 193.
Showing you what's in evidence of states 192. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is it?
It is the FaceTime video. You can see it's a gray body and appears to have black arms or dark colored arms and shoulders.
Okay, sustained. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you'll disregard the last answer. You may view the video and determine what it shows.
To the right of this video, there's a box. Does that contain the metadata provided by YouTube?
Yes.
All right. And looking at this, you have an upload IP address.
Yes.
All right. And does that upload IP address look familiar to you?
It does.
And what was that IP address?
It's the same one as I found on the Hakeem Robinson case of 23X Instagram account. It also led me to the 478 number.
And then states 193.
They call me Ksoo.
During your investigation, you indicated you identified an iCloud account associated with the 478-305-9583. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you received the records associated with that account?
Yes.
Did you review it?
Yes.
And did that account contain both photographs and videos?
It did.
Who was depicted in the photographs and videos of the House of Pain iCloud account?
Mr. Hakeem Robinson.
Was it Hakeem Robinson by himself, or was he with other people? What was predominantly on that account?
He was predominantly by himself, but there'd be other pictures of people known to him.
But would he be? Was Hakeem Robinson in all of those photographs and videos?
Yes.
Did you ever see Christopher Brown on that iCloud account?
No.
Did anything in your investigation ever link Christopher Brown to this crime in the terms of cell phone records, physical evidence, DNA, fingerprints, anything like that?
No.
Was there anything in your investigation that linked the 478-305-9583 number to Christopher Brown?
No.
For the records you obtained for the 478-305-9583, you recall approximately when the last activity was on that device?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Judge, I have no further questions.
Okay, cross by Mr. Whitaker.
excuse me, may it please the court.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Smith, I'm sorry, Sergeant Smith. And before that, Detective Smith, sir. How many years with JSO?
11.
11 years. And you started off in patrol, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sure after you successfully completed the police academy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And part of your training at the police academy is learning the criminal laws, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you have to learn the elements of theft charges, robbery, violent charges, narcotics charges, sexual assault, the whole gambit, correct?
Correct.
Because as a patrol officer, you never know what you might be responding to, correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And there are many, many times that officers have to make quick decisions kind of right on the spot to take that legal knowledge they've learned and apply it in real time, correct? And part of that legal concept also becoming familiar with the legal concepts of attempt, like attempting to commit a crime, sir?
And the grounds? Not based on that question, I'll overrule.
You're aware of the legal concept of attempt?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Aware of the legal concept of a principle to a crime, right?
Yes.
Aware of the legal concept of being an accessory after the crime, correct?
Yes.
And for example, even back kind of in your patrol days, you may have responded to an allegation of theft at a store. Two friends shopping at a store, and your job would be to investigate, should one be arrested, should both be arrested, correct?
Correct.
And you would arrest both of them if you had sufficient evidence they were working together, correct?
Correct.
And even as you have been promoted through your 11 years with the JSO, you still continue to apply this same kind of analysis, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, anytime you make an arrest, and especially on the level of homicide detective, you're going to actually be articulating your probable cause, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, you'd either do it if you ended up in a situation where you did what they call a probable cause on view arrest, you would write up your probable cause in an arrest and booking report, right?
Yes.
Otherwise, you would do it through what's called an arrest warrant, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that arrest warrant, just like the arrest and booking report, you're going to articulate everything that you feel supports your probable cause to make that arrest, right?
Yes.
So going to 2020, sir, by that time in your career, you had been promoted as a homicide detective, correct?
Oh, okay. Sorry, homicide detective is not promotion at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Okay.
Lateral move.
Okay. Yes, sir. But being a homicide detective does carry an extra pressure, does it not, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I imagine one of the very first things that would be your responsibility as a lead homicide detective would be to contact the next of kin for that person who has passed, correct?
Correct.
And I imagine that that is probably one of, if not the most difficult thing you're asked to do.
It can be.
Is that fair, sir?
It can be.
And I have to assume that that does put the pressure on you as a detective of kind of an urgency, that you want to be responsive to these people that have lost their loved one, correct?
Yes.
And I'm sure it doesn't change your professional standards, but you'd agree with me that is an extra pressure that you carry, correct?
It can be construed as that.
And a pressure to hold those responsible, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in this particular case, you ultimately arrested Dominic Barner, who was 26 at the time of his arrest, correct?
I believe he was 26, yes, ma'am.
And Duval Robinson Jr., who was 25 at his arrest.
I don't recall the exact age at the time.
Okay. And Hakeem Robinson, who was 21 years old, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Duval Robinson Sr., who was approximately 50 years old.
or somewhere around there.
Okay. And then Leroy Whitaker, who you know had just barely 19 years old.
I can't remember his exact birthday, sorry.
At any point in your investigation, did you feel like the ages of these people were significant?
Significant how?
You tell me, did you find them significant or not, sir? Doesn't sound like you did.
No.
Okay. So let's talk for a second about your investigation. And obviously you've kind of laid out that the first break, if you will, in your investigation was Barbara Buckley's description specifically of Dominique Barner, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And based on the facts that you knew even that day on January 15th, did you feel confident that there was a connection between that crashed Altima and the burglary at Miss Buckley's home?
Yes.
Okay. And was that just basically based on the proximity of the two locations?
The proximity and then the video surveillance from the 1214 Timberlane.
Okay. And you obviously were aware and saw even that day this video surveillance footage that we've all seen that appears that there are two people jumping fences, correct?
Correct.
And might as well talk about it right now. You did have access to that day, as well as the dash cam video that actually captures the homicide, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were able to compare those two videos, obviously.
Yes.
Did it become obvious to you that the two people that are jumping through these yards could not have been the shooter?
That's correct.
Okay. And it's fair to make that assumption because the clothing is clearly different, correct?
Correct.
And you were able to determine, although it may have been several hours on January 15th before you had access to the ring surveillance videos showing the backyards, you were able that day to see the two different videos live to see that the clothing did not match.
I didn't see the 1214 Timberlane. Eventually I saw it. I believe Detective Gibson showed it to me.
Okay.
But I did not see it like from the victim or witness whose house it came from.
Okay. They provided it. You have a specific unit as well as officers. Some just have better technology skills than others, and you might have an officer that's able to download something himself, and if not, you have a specialized unit that does that, correct?
That's correct.
And everything as lead detective comes to you, right?
Eventually, yes.
I mean, ultimately, in terms of this investigation, you are the captain, correct, sir?
Yes.
You make all of the decisions, oftentimes in conjunction with the state attorney's office, of how your investigation flows, right?
Yes, but for as far as the investigation to Barbara Buckley, that was headed up by Detective Richardson for the most part. I worked in conjunction with him.
Sure. And obviously, as that was your, I guess, most major lead at that point, you would have wanted to keep close tabs with Detective Richardson in terms of how his investigation was going, correct?
I don't know about close tabs. It was he would come update me whenever something happened.
Well, I assume that you got updated that day that Barbara Buckley identified in a photo spread Dominique Barner, correct? You did not put that photo spread together yourself?
I did not.
You would have let them do that pursuant to their obligations for a burglary, correct?
Correct.
You were made aware that Miss Buckley never was able to identify the second person in her home, correct?
That's correct.
She was ultimately shown a photo spread similar to the one prepared for Mr. Barner, 6 photos that approximately looked like Mr. Whitaker, and she was not able to pick anyone, correct?
I was not made aware of how the photo spread went.
I'm sorry?
I was not made aware of how the photo spread went to Leroy Whitaker.
Meaning you weren't aware that 6 photos were shown?
No, I wasn't aware of when the photo spread was done and who did it and anything like that.
You just knew that ultimately when it was done, she wasn't able to identify anyone.
I have heard that, yes.
Because obviously that would factor into your investigation as well.
Correct.
When Mr. Barner was arrested back on January 15th, he did agree to be interviewed by yourself?
And Detective Richardson, yes.
I'm sorry?
And Detective Richardson, yes.
and Detective Richardson. Ultimately, he lies to you on January 15th, correct?
Yes.
Your investigation, as you kind of explained, was ongoing, correct?
That's correct.
And over that spring, you were able to get, you've described Florida Department of Law Enforcement records, correct?
Yes.
And that would have given you, as you termed the investigative lead, that you believed you had evidence to put Leroy Whitaker's DNA inside the Buckley home, located on her pants, and inside this Altima car, correct?
Again, Detective Richardson, but yes.
And ultimately, he let you know that based on that, he was going to be seeking an arrest warrant for Mr. Whitaker for burglary, correct?
Yes, which he did.
And your investigation, though, still ongoing, correct?
Yes.
And as that spring of 2020 continues, you also get what you believe to be cell sites for a phone number associated with Mr. Whitaker, correct?
That's correct.
And you believed that these phone records showed him at the locations that were relevant to your homicide investigation, right?
That's correct.
So with the DNA and with these phone records, you did not arrest Mr. Whitaker for murder, correct?
Not at that time.
On August 27th of 2020, Dominique Barner agrees to be a state witness, correct?
Correct.
And on that particular day, you meet with him, correct?
Correct.
And it was actually in the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office homicide unit, was it not?
Yes, that's correct.
And you met with him in one of your typical interview rooms, correct?
Yes.
And in this interview room, just for our jurors' knowledge, this is a room that has a basic table, however many chairs are necessary. There's nothing on the walls, correct?
That's correct.
And this room is specifically equipped with recording devices that can be turned on and off at any time, correct?
Correct.
And they're also hidden, correct?
Not really hidden.
Well, if someone who did not know what that room was, is there a visible camera, such as we see in the back of our courtroom?
Yes.
There is a visible camera? Has that changed recently?
No, there's a visible camera. It's in the corner of the room, and then there's one in like the wall.
Okay. But at any time you can turn those on, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on August 27th of 2020, those cameras were eventually turned on, were they not?
Yes.
Eventually. And I do say eventually because you talked to Mr. Barner for quite a while first, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the benefit of Mr. Barner for your investigation being willing to be a witness in this case is it means you have full access to him, right?
Generally, yes.
Once someone becomes a cooperating state witness, number one, he's housed in the Duval County Jail, correct?
He was, yes.
Okay. So obviously you can walk right over and talk to him anytime you want, right?
Typically, no, not anytime I want. Typically, we wait for his counsel to be present.
But all you have to do is call counsel.
If I have their number, but I have to confer with the state because I don't have his number.
Well, his counsel was at the August 27th meeting, correct?
He was.
Okay. And the benefit of having full access is that any questions that come up in your investigation have a source to go to, correct?
Correct.
But in this particular case, that didn't happen, did it?
As far as what now?
Well, after August 27th of 2020, when Mr. Barner eventually gives his sworn statement, you don't have another interview with him, do you?
No.
You don't ever sit down with him again and say, let's go through this again. Let me just make sure that I have all the details and I've pursued everything that you could possibly help me with, right?
Right.
That didn't happen in this case. Okay. Because if it had, maybe you could have gotten his iCloud, correct?
So, no. The reason I didn't get his iCloud was His cell phone records come with an IMEI number. I ran through an IMEI checker. That IMEI did not come back to an iPhone, so I could not subpoena Apple for that IMEI.
Did you ever sit down with Dominic Barner and talk to him about his iCloud, his social media accounts, how to log in to his social media accounts so that you could review?
I don't believe he had any social media accounts at the time that we were able to identify.
Your belief as we're sitting here today is that he just didn't have any social media.
Not that I was made aware of. No.
Okay. Did you ask him?
Not that I specifically recall right now.
Because if you did ask him, you'd probably make a note of it, right?
Yes.
And you did write a very detailed report in this case, did you not?
I did.
Okay. And you'd agree with me, in that report, you do not mention attempting to or inquiring anything in regards to Dominic Barner's iCloud, correct?
That's correct.
Now, in that August 27th meeting, Dominic Barner does give you something you didn't have before. And that is he claims Leroy Whitaker was a full part of this murder, right?
That's correct.
Before August 27th of 2020, you didn't have any evidence besides Barner, right?
At that time, I can't remember, the DNA came back on the shirt inside the car.
Well, and let's go through that. Because ultimately, when you did do the arrest warrant for murder, you did do an arrest warrant in this case, correct?
I don't remember if I did one for Leroy because he was already in jail.
Your Honor, may I briefly approach the witness?
Yes.
Would it request your recollection to actually look at the arrest warrant that you completed in this case, sir? And please go read it. And sir, you did a tremendous amount of paperwork in this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in that arrest warrant, you lay out your probable cause, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me, in this arrest warrant, and this arrest warrant, I believe, was served on September 11th of 2020. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
Okay. In that arrest warrant, you articulate how Mr. Barner was described by Ms. Buckley with the 1993 tattoo, correct?
Correct.
And then ultimately, Ms. Buckley is actually able to pick Mr. Barner out, right?
Yes.
And you articulate that you had received the Florida Department of Law Enforcement records that allege Mr. Whitaker's DNA is inside this car on a T-shirt, correct?
That's correct.
As well as separate FDLE results from the Buckley home suggesting Mr. Whitaker's DNA is inside that house, correct?
That's correct.
And then finally, you articulate Mr. Barner's claim that Leroy Whitaker was not just in that car, but that he was supposedly participating, correct?
That's correct.
And that is what made the difference for you to file for a murder arrest warrant, right?
Yes, at that time.
Okay. And as the state, I think, had you mentioned on direct examination, after September 11th, 2020, your investigation does not stop, correct?
That's correct.
And so you still have the ability, if it would be important for your investigation, to continue to order more phone records, correct?
Correct.
More Instagram database, that kind of thing, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, the digital evidence was extremely important in this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned you had some physical phones that you did a complete download of, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Whitaker's was not one of them.
Was not.
But then you also sought specific cell phone records, including call detail as well as historical cell sites, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And even for some, an iCloud,
Yes.
correct? What dates of records did you seek, sir? And specifically for the records that you feel were associated with Mr. Whitaker?
As far as
Well, for call detail records.
I did the day before the murder and maybe the day after.
Okay, day before the murder and day after.
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard of the term historical cell cell phone records for analysis. Ever heard of that kind of technique?
No.
Okay. Would you agree with me if you were concerned that you wanted to identify who was actually using a particular cell phone? It'd be helpful to see what calls were being made over, say, a 30 or 60-day period of time.
It could be helpful, yes.
Like, for example, if someone grabbed my phone today and they looked at every call I made and they found out I called my mom 4 times, I called my husband, I called my children, and I'm doing that repeatedly, that'd give you a pretty good indication, hey, that's Julie Schlax's phone.
Such as a pattern of life.
And I'm sorry, you used the term?
Pattern of life.
Pattern of life. Okay. In this particular case, in regards to Mr. Whitaker and the phone number you believe he was using, you did not do that.
No.
Would you agree it can be helpful?
It could be, yes.
It would be helpful to determine specifically if Dominique Barner, based on his allegations, was having any contact with Leroy Whitaker leading up to January 15th, wouldn't it?
Potentially.
Okay. But we don't know, correct?
No.
In regards when you did have access, full access to Dominique Barner, you ended up not asking him why he was willing to kill Charles McCormick, did you?
No, ma'am.
In fact, you thought it was probably for money, right?
What he thought about why Mr. Barner committed this crime?
Yeah,
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. You never asked him, right? Okay. And Mr. Barner had claimed that he had personally reached out at some time before he committed this homicide, specifically to Charles McCormick, that he had reached out to him through his fake Instagram. And he even gave us the name, Kevin Gates. I guess Kevin Gates is some kind of, I don't know, rapper or comedian, but that was his fake Instagram. That's what Mr. Barner explained to us. Number one, did he ever explain that to you?
No.
Did you obviously ever look for that?
No.
When you spoke to Mr. Barner to get his full explanation, and I've asked you about Mr. Whitaker, but after you spoke to Mr. Barner, it wasn't just Mr. Whitaker you did an arrest warrant for, correct?
That's correct.
You also did an arrest warrant for Duval Robinson Sr., correct?
Yes.
At the same time, you're also doing an arrest warrant for Duval Robinson Jr., correct?
Yes.
You're also doing an arrest warrant for Hakeem Robinson, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did all those at the same time based on your conversation with Dominique Barner, right?
And other corroborating evidence, yes.
Okay. Well, for Mr. Whitaker, you had all of that corroborating evidence. What allowed you to arrest Mr. Whitaker was specifically Mr. Barner, right?
Yes, and at that time.
Okay. Because at that time, you had what you believed to be cell phone records, right?
Yes.
You had what you believed to be DNA, right?
Yes.
But those things, at best, if they were believed, would only put him at the scene of a crime, correct?
Yes.
It certainly wouldn't prove to you that he participated in it, right?
Again, the only thing I can say to that is inside the Nissan, there are 2 guns recovered and a third one that we never recovered. There's 3 guns, 3 people. That's kind of hard to say he had no idea what was going on.
Okay, so you assumed that anybody who's in that car must have known. Is that what you're telling us?
Again, 3 cars, 3 guns.
Okay.
That's a very loud statement.
So again, you assumed.
Actions speak louder than words.
Yes or no, sir?
At that time, yes.
Yes. So the ultimate answer is yes, you assumed.
Yes.
But when you spoke with Mr. Barner, you did not have any further discussions about the involvement of Duval Robinson Sr., correct?
No.
And in fact, you did not press or further question Mr. Barner specifically in regards to might Mr. Robinson have had some kind of involvement in this before the murder, right?
No.
You were aware at that time that Mr. Barner was willing to testify against Abdul Robinson Sr., correct?
Yes.
Abdul Robinson Jr., correct?
Yes.
Leroy Whitaker, correct?
Yes.
Hakeem Robinson, correct?
Yes.
And Torrigan Williams, correct?
Yes.
For the McCormick homicide, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You were also made aware that Dominic Barner is a cooperating, testifying witness against Chris Brown, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Derek Hudson, correct?
Yes.
And Abdul Robinson Sr. in a separate homicide, correct? Now, the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office does have something called a license plate reader, does it not?
Sorry. Yes, we have access to a license plate reading system.
And if you will just briefly explain to the jurors, what is that?
Certain cameras are set up throughout the city that capture license plate data.
And you, as a member of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, has that, I guess, I'm going to call it a database. I don't know if that's the correct word for it, that you can put in a known license plate and see if it's been read to determine, hey, has that particular car with that particular license plate been in these areas of Jacksonville, right?
Yes.
Did you do that for the Nissan Altima in this case?
I believe I did at some point, but I can't call the exact date.
Okay. And again, I realize, I think you told us at one point, you spent hundreds of hours on this case, right?
Yes.
And you have many different cases, correct?
Correct.
And so the way that you're able to testify confidently is you write stuff down, correct?
Correct.
You write detailed reports so that if 5 years elapse and you're being asked on whether or not you accomplished something or didn't, you can just look at your report, right?
Yes.
Okay. You'd agree with me that there is nowhere in your very extensive report where you indicate that you had put the known license plate of the Nissan Altima used in this case through that license plate reader.
I don't believe there are any scans of note, so no.
I'm sorry?
Scans of note. Sorry, license plate scans.
I'm sorry, say that for me one.
I don't believe there's any license plate scans of note.
Okay, so your testimony without a written note in your report is that your memory is that you did this, but it wasn't helpful. Is that what I'm hearing you say, sir?
At my best recollection, yes.
Okay, but you'd agree with me when you're drafting your report that documents for your benefit to be able to testify accurately as to everything you did in your investigation, that report does not indicate you ever put that license plate into the scanner.
That's correct.
Okay, Ms. Schlax, I hate to interrupt you. The jury is asking for a recess or a bathroom break. So we're going to do that now, although it is 11:50. I don't know if we can, I don't know how much longer you have. I don't want to cut your cross in half.
I want the jury to be comfortable. Your Honor.
No, we'll do a bathroom break. I'm trying to decide whether we bring him back out here, conclude with your cross, and then send him to lunch, or just send him to lunch now if you have longer to go.
I would say I probably have 20 maybe.
Okay. All right. Why don't we do this, ladies and gentlemen? Let's take a bathroom break. Then we'll come back, finish with Ms. Schlax's cross, and then we'll take our lunch recess. So if you will please put your notepads behind, have a step into your respective jury rooms, and we'll bring you out here just as soon as we can. Thank you very much. All right, both juries are out of the courtroom. We'll be in recess.
Prosecutor look like, yeah, we did this. We in there. What y'all thought so far? Y'all done got back in the bed, child. Um, a lot of audio issues was happening this morning, so I could hear and not hear at certain times. For the gist of it, with the detective that's on the stand now, he laid out a lot of the circumstantial evidence that they had in regards to social media postings, and regards to the music, in regards to everything that they requested and all that. I will say this though, as far as it does when on a cross, because at first I wasn't feeling her cross from Scotty's defense, but she's laying out that basically they didn't do an effective job with getting the evidence. That's why they highlighted, well, you didn't get Butter's iCloud, but you basically got the information to tie everybody else to this case from him. So it's kind of like, well, dang, why didn't you do your homework on Butter if you giving him a deal? You know what I'm saying? So Crashville said them boys cook, Mickey. They might be. I mean, they might be. I told you reasonable doubt definitely entered the atmosphere for me yesterday. Will it be enough for the jury? We won't know. We'll know in a few days, you know. Team Pretty said that's why you do crimes by yourself. No one can tell on you but you. You shouldn't do crimes at all. Hold on, y'all. My doggone head still hurts. You should definitely not do crimes at all, okay? However, if you choose to do crimes, okay, you definitely got to take in consideration all attributes of what you're about to do. Like I said, I don't get into the politics of streets, politics of gangs, and nothing like that. I just feel universal across the board. If you willingly indulge in criminal activities, then you should know what comes with it. You may be the one that get caught and nobody else get caught. You may get caught with everybody else. You got to know your options before you get in there, okay? So if you go into a situation with 5 people, then you know it's a chance you may get caught. You should know one of those 5 may break. You know what I'm saying? So you got to know. You can't just go on no humbug stuff. Like, that's just how I feel. You can't just go on the whim of things. That's why I don't get into politics, because when you get yourself in politics, you got to go on the whim of things and go into situations you really don't understand. And hence why most, I ain't gonna say all, but most of, you know, the criminal snitches is be people that are considered street people, or people that's considered gangbangers, stuff like that. Now, this is just my opinion, but y'all can definitely do y'all homework on the stats on that, you know? Don said Scotty was dropped off where Butter sat in a parked car with no acknowledgement of plan or crime. Moments after he arrived, gunfire erupted from elsewhere. Startled and scared, he ran immediately. You would have to prove who he knew in that area. That wouldn't really be a good defense, because you would have to prove that he knew somebody. And trust me, they was gonna go talk to them. You would have to prove you knew somebody. This ain't a clear example, but this is about the most realistic example that I've been through. Went through a roadblock in a neighborhood. They were looking for people because it was a break-in or something in the neighborhood, and they asked where were we going, and we had to actually give them the address. So, like, you got to have, if that was gonna be the defense, you had to have more, or that was gonna be his excuse, you had to have more other than that. Joshua said to me, the key is when Blue admits that this was done on the anniversary of Willie's death and McCormick made a diss track. You don't think that's enough motivation for the plan? Plus, he burned evidence. Yes, it's definitely, I feel like the plan was definitely in play, but how it came out in trial is like Ksoo and Scotty had no connection to doing this. Like, it wouldn't be on them, you know what I'm saying, to want to do this. I feel like Ksoo's brother Abdul Jr. was the ringleader, because if Butter reported to Abdul Jr. that he found the location of old boy, like everybody had to go through Abdul Jr., even the white girl, to pick up who she says is Ksoo. Like everything went through the brother. So I feel like the brother was the ringleader. He is the one who got shot in the car. His blood brother got killed, which is the Willie guy. He is the connecting piece. He called his dad to go pick up the other two. He called, you know what I'm saying? Like he is the piece to everything to me. Don said Chris Brown or Kareem dropped Scotty off while Butter sat in the car. He didn't know what was happening. He just linked up with the fellas. He heard shots and ran. The other stuff happened. Innocent. Yeah, he would actually have to make a statement to make that fit. Because to most people, an innocent person ain't going to sit by and just like let somebody say something. So that's not going to fly with regular people. Like regular citizens is not going to sit there and think he's innocent and not say that he's innocent. So I don't think that would have worked. I mean, it would have been okay to say, but he would have had to say it. And we all seen his interrogation video. He wasn't trying to say nothing. What's up, Chelsea? Ksoo was smart by going his own way when they hopped that car. You definitely won't want to go by yourself because it eliminates getting caught with somebody else. But Ksoo messed up that the person who picked him up, if it's true, again, I don't know if it's true. This is what they're saying in court. It was loose ends tying it back to him. Let me put it like that. I seen Jim in a wheelchair at court. I definitely think Ksoo's brother is the ringleader, but I don't think he's the shooter. They already say he can't run. So that's what I'm like, that right there, the narrative that it was actually him that did it ain't flying with me. Cause like he can't run. They already said he walked with a limp, he can't run, stuff like that. It's just not plausible to me. Big Slime said Scotty was the shooter. I don't believe that either. Just because if you follow the outline in court, the police officer that chased them seen the dude jump the fence with the gun, the one that went by himself, right? Then he seen the other two run in a different direction. They follow that with the security camera, follow that with the testimony from Butter saying it was him. I just don't see Scotty being the shooter. That's just how I feel. And Scotty is definitely short, so I guess that's why some people play into that narrative because of the height discrepancy, but I just don't see it being him. See, Team Pretty says so. It seemed like Ksoo did all the shooting and Butter was driving and Scotty ran. Scotty ran once they crashed, according to what's been played out in court. According to Butter, the plan was for Scotty and Ksoo to do the shooting, but Ksoo went rogue and just did it on his own. Now, it can be looked at, dang, you basically, you know what I'm saying? I forgot what I was about to say. My head hurt, y'all. Hold on. Renata said he lied in the other case. Like, listen, to me, rationally, everybody has lied before. Like, to me, right? Everybody has lied one time or more in their life. So when the defense brought out that he's a liar and didn't show that he lied in this case, that don't weigh heavy on me. Some of y'all do weigh heavy on because y'all keep bringing it up, but that definitely don't weigh heavy on me because to me, everybody has done lied one time or more in their life. Don said he already said Kareem, Torgan, and Chris Brown kept pulling up. One of them brought Scotty and left. I'm working the evidence. I'm pretty sure whoever brought Ksoo brought Scotty because they hung out. See, that's the thing. Kareem, Torgan, Chris Brown, Butter hung together. Okay, they also hung with the daddy. The only two people that was out of the group that didn't have no direct ties to Willie is Hakeem, Ksoo, and Scotty. So the tie-in would be the brother, Ksoo brother. Hey, my little brother be on that shit. Him and his homies, we gonna call them to come pull up and go with you. I'm telling you, Ksoo brother is the key. All right, where we at? If I skipped your comments, I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep up. Billionaire said the first time Chris pulled up was in his BM car, and then Butter had to walk out and tell him to leave. Then Charles walked out. No, Chris Brown pulled up with Butter when they was stalking the victim. Then he had to leave because he had to pick up his BM, and that's when Butter went and got the stolen car and said Chris Brown came back. You know what I'm saying? To the scene, and he told him to leave. I don't really believe that part, but hey. Crashville said, no, that's not Crashville. It's all grave, said Mickey. You'll be a hard juror to convince. Facts. I ain't gonna lie, facts. You surely would. Why they keep talking about these damn videos? Because it's part of their, see, like I said, the case is circumstantial. That was just proven by the defense attorney when they said, well, you had this and had that, but you didn't arrest him until you talked to Butter. Because like I said, in many cases, you can have the evidence, but having an eyewitness is like the ace in the hole. So that's what they need. They needed an eyewitness to make it stick. The DA wasn't going to go with it because you can't just put evidence on trial. You got to have witnesses to go with it. They all family though. No, not technically. Ksoo's brother died, not Ksoo brother. Is the difference. All right, let's go back to this.
Music video. Has that been done with the agreement or approval of the parties? And was I supposed to read an edited recording instruction? So I just want to be clear then, notwithstanding any other objections you may have made to the admissibility of the evidence, is there any objection to the fact that the audio was not played on that video from Defendant Whitaker?
No objection, Your Honor.
From Defendant Robinson? You want the lyrics and the audio of that video to be played to this jury? Okay.
Some of the lyrics are irrelevant and very prejudicial. The entirety of the video, however, is relevant given the fact that it shows that there are other people holding what they believe to be them.
And I'm not questioning that part. I was only asking about the video's in evidence. It shows what it shows. But when they played it in full, I noticed other than a short portion that mentions Ksoo, there was no audio. And so I didn't know if that was a failure of technology, no offense to my wonderful IT people who are sitting here, or if that was the intent of the parties, or if that was a failure in the recording, and if it had been edited in order to take out the lyrics, I then should have given an edited recording instruction to the jury prior to them viewing it. I did not know or realize that. But first and foremost, I wanted to be sure that the evidence as admitted, again, notwithstanding your other objections, but just the absence of the music lyrics, the music and the lyrics, was done and is with the consent of the parties. Okay. Okay. Sure.
So here's where my issue is. That was not shown to us before, that it was going to be played exactly and just put in a portion that says, I'm Ksoo. The issue I'm having now is that leads the jury to believe that the audio, the majority of it is being kept up. When the mind is like how we hear the rest of the audio, which should have been played was with no audio. There's no question that the person in the video is Hakeem. So for them to say, I'm Ksoo, was
Well, that's why I would give my edited recording instruction, which tells them specifically, and this is a standard instruction, I'll read it now. It says, members of the jury, you're about to view and listen to an audio-video recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way that you view, listen to, and consider this evidence. I am happy to read that instruction to the jury when they return, if we are going to address that part of the video again or in some other fashion, but I am certainly willing to do that to clarify any confusion so that they understand why the video was edited and they're not going to wonder why or think what's going on. That is not unusual, and I do that in other cases. Leaving in the portion that says Ksoo, if your argument to that is relevance or cumulative, I would overrule because it is relevant. I mean, that's what this whole thing is about. And I understand other witnesses may have identified him as being in the video, although the video hadn't been moved into evidence until now. But that being the case, that doesn't mean that because someone else has looked at that video and said, yes, that's Ksoo in the music video or Hakeem Robinson in the music video, that the portion that shows him saying I'm Ksoo or this is Ksoo should be excluded. So. Sure, I'll say that. That's on me. Okay. All right. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury out.
Listen, ATK Scotty will be a fool to get on the stand in his own defense just to say, I ran for my life after the car crash. Listen, this is a murder trial. Getting on there to say that he's admitting that he was in the car.
Leroy Whitaker's
that makes no sense.
Cross-examination of the witness. You may proceed.
Thank you. Detective Smith, we had kind of left off and we were talking about investigative efforts in regards to this car that you believe was used, this Altima, correct?
Correct.
And the Altima you had learned had been reported stolen?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you told us roughly from November of 2000 and I guess 18?
19.
19, thank you. So roughly about 2 months, maybe a little bit over 2 months?
I can't remember the exact date, but yes, roughly about 2 months.
Okay. And I think you mentioned that maybe you talked to her son-in-law, the actual owner?
Yes.
Okay. Was he the one that had driven it the last before it was stolen?
No, his daughter drove it for whatever reason. I think it was, I can't remember if it was at his house or her apartment when it was stolen. And the last known address I could find, I think he's the one that reported it stolen, which is why I went and talked to him.
Okay. But you ultimately weren't able to talk to whoever had it kind of physically stolen from them. And what I mean by that is, do you know where the keys left in the car?
No, sitting here without looking at the report, I can tell you where they were.
Okay. And I guess my real question is, did you make any effort to look for surveillance videos or anything that would help you determine who might have stolen this car?
It was 2 months, almost 2 months later.
Okay. So in your mind, just wasn't going to be worth anything?
No, we have an auto crimes unit, or I think it was auto crimes now, that's responsible for investigating that.
Did you talk to anybody in auto theft? Was there a detective assigned?
I don't recall.
Because you probably are very familiar that when someone reports their car stolen, of course it's going to be put into the JSO database so that any patrol officer can be looking for that car, right?
That's correct.
Okay. But the number of cars that are stolen, to have a detective actually assigned, there usually is a suspect involved, correct?
I don't know the exact qualifications of when they assign cases on the crimes. I've never worked there. I don't recall seeing a sup from a detective at this time.
Okay. And you don't remember reaching out to anybody in the auto theft department to see, hey, I don't know if anyone's trying to investigate this, but can you coordinate with me?
No.
Okay. And you would have received all of the photographs that the evidence technicians took as they're actually searching this Altima, right?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned on direct, you were physically there.
Yes.
Right? So you knew that there was this Bible found in the trunk.
I can't recall it at this time.
I think, I'm sorry, I should have done this on the break. Can I get photograph 76? No, I'm sorry, 96 from the Nissan Altima? If we can just run it there so that Detective Smith can see it.
It's the Bible photo?
Yes. Let me see if this refreshes your recollection. While we're looking for that particular photograph, did you also determine if this Altima, if anybody had ever hooked up their phone to the Altima?
I checked to see if the car was Burla compatible. It's not.
I'm sorry?
Burla compatible.
Okay. Meaning that a cell phone was unable to connect?
No. Like for me to download the vehicle via a search warrant to get all that information, it was not compatible.
Okay. And I'm sorry. I apologize. I don't understand what you're trying to explain to me.
It's Burla. It's.
Is that an acronym for something?
I'm sure it is. That's a company. Basically, you could download a vehicle's infotainment system, and it could tell you all that kind of information. That vehicle is not Burla compatible, so therefore I wasn't able to do that search warrant on the car to see all that stuff.
Okay. How about just turning the car on and seeing if there is any iPhone that's been connected?
At this point, I can't recall if we even had the keys.
Okay. I'm sorry.
I can't recall if we had the keys to the vehicle.
Oh, in terms of whether you could turn it on or off?
Yes.
Okay. You do remember that the car was running when you got to the scene on Townsend?
I don't remember if it was still running when I got there.
Okay. And I guess ultimately, the bottom line is we don't know.
Yes, that's correct.
Because you'd agree with me that people of a younger generation tend to connect their cell phones to cars to play music. Is that a pretty common occurrence in your experience, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you've kind of told us about some Instagram searches, and we heard a lot about Hakeem Robinson's account. Did you ever do any searches specifically in regards to Charles McCormick? And if there was anybody else out there making comments about Charles McCormick's death?
No, I mean, I couldn't really just search Charles McCormick and then his life story pop up, no.
Okay. The fact is you never did any searches, right?
On Instagram?
Yeah.
No, ma'am.
I'm sorry?
No.
No. Okay. You did, I guess, fairly quickly realize that this homicide occurred on the 1-year anniversary of the death of Willie Addison, correct?
Eventually, yes.
Okay. And I'm sure that would cause you to become at least familiar with what happened to Willie Addison, correct?
Correct.
And you would have become aware that Willie Addison was in a car with his father, or who he looked up to as a father, stepfather, Abdul Robinson Sr., correct?
Yes.
And Abdul Robinson Jr., correct?
Correct.
And Torrigan Williams, correct?
Correct.
And that all of them were shot, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, Mr. Robinson Sr. told us yesterday there was an additional 2 people there, one by the name of Moody, goes by Antonio McLaren. Are you aware that he was in the car when Willie Addison was shot?
I believe it's Antoine, but yes.
Okay, you were aware of that, sir?
Yes.
Okay, and then somebody else he referred to as Sammy, who evidently ended up paralyzed.
I don't remember Sammy.
But it was significant because obviously you're having some allegations where Abdul Robinson Sr. and Abdul Robinson Jr. their names are being brought into this investigation specifically by Dominique Barner. And you're aware of this anniversary, right?
Yes.
And Dominique Barner was very clear that Torgan Williams was involved in this homicide, correct?
Yes.
He told you back on August 27th of 2020, hey, you're going to want to be looking. And he names Torgan Williams, right?
Yes.
And that would probably hold special significance because Torgan Williams, in fact, was in the car and was shot himself when Willie Addison was killed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because in looking into that investigation, you obviously became aware that Leroy Whitaker wasn't in that car, right?
That's correct.
Hakeem Robinson wasn't in that car, right?
That's correct.
And Willie Addison was older than Abdul Jr., correct?
I believe he was, but I have to look at the date of birth to verify.
Certainly much older than Leroy Whitaker.
Correct.
And so, based on your conversation with Dominique Barner back in August of 2020, it was your intent to investigate and ultimately attempt to interview Torgan Williams, right?
At some point.
Okay. But that didn't happen, did it?
It didn't.
Okay. Torgan Williams, and you actually put out something called like a person of interest, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's in your JSO database?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's supposed to be for any Jacksonville Sheriff's Officer, every patrol officer. It's a specific note that if they come into contact with Torgan Williams, they should contact you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you've told us before, you put that into the system, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you think you would have done that after August 27th of 2020?
Could have been around the time I became aware of his involvement.
Okay, which would have been August 27th, 2020?
Yes, around that time.
Okay. And you're aware Torgan Williams had been arrested since August 27th, 2020, right?
Because I said he's just because he got arrested doesn't mean they called me that night when he was arrested.
Okay. And he's physically in this courthouse on multiple occasions.
I can't verify any of that.
Okay. You weren't aware that he was in court on September 21st of 2021?
I don't recall anybody making me aware of that.
Okay. How about September 28th of 2021?
Again, don't remember anybody making me aware of that.
Okay. How about October 28th of 2021?
Don't recall anybody making me aware of that.
December 2nd of 2021?
Same.
Okay. How about when he actually pled out on June 28th of 2022?
Same.
And your explanation is no one contacted you and let you know that Torgan Williams, who you always had wanted to interview and were actively investigating in this case, was physically in the Duval County Courthouse.
That's correct.
Okay. Even though Mr. Atkinson was the one prosecuting him. Were you aware of that?
Vaguely, I think I might remember that. Sorry.
But the bottom line is, you didn't speak to Torgan Williams. You didn't have the kind of interview you wanted to have with him, right?
No.
The interview you had with him was in February of 2025, right?
That's correct.
And that's just something lawyers arranged, right?
Yes, ma'am.
We did see on your direct that you were identifying in these phone records that there were calls with Torgan Williams that day, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Which I guess would have just further supported Mr. Barner's claim?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So no formal interview of Torgan Williams. No formal interview of Chris Brown, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Barner gave you a lot of information about Chris Brown, right?
I don't know about a lot of information.
Well, were you aware that Mr. Barner claims that Chris Brown is the confidant that originally went out to the complex to make sure that Mr. McCormick was there? They went out in the middle of the night, in the early morning hours of the 15th. Did Mr. Barner explain that to you?
I don't recall that being explained to me.
Okay. And you don't remember, or you don't recall it being explained that he was with Chris Brown and they were actively talking about the benefits of killing Charles McCormick?
At some point I heard that, but
Okay. But you never sought to interview Chris Brown?
No.
Even though he's sitting in the Duval County Jail?
yes, because it is explained to me that he left before the homicide took place.
Did Mr. Barner explain that evidently, according to Mr. Barner, Chris Brown came back? He came back to that complex. Supposedly, when everyone's there, Chris Brown comes back to that apartment complex. Did Mr. Barner explain that to you?
Yes.
Okay. But that still didn't make you want to go interview Chris Brown?
No.
Okay. Even though he's sitting at the Duval County Jail?
That's correct.
Ultimately, your decision in this case was you didn't feel you had enough evidence against Torgon Williams, right?
That's correct.
You did arrest Abdul Robinson Sr. for accessory after the fact, correct?
That's correct.
You did not arrest Leroy for accessory after the fact, did you?
I did not.
But according to you, your evidence at that time was supposedly at the Buckley home. According to Mr. Barner, he was arranging for a car ride out of there, right?
That's correct.
You mentioned this, there was a rifle and a handgun found in the Nissan Altima, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And according to Mr. Barner, that rifle was Leroy Whitaker's, right?
According to him, yes.
Okay. Only according to Dominic Barner, right?
Correct.
I mean, you don't have any physical evidence, right?
Correct.
Okay. We've seen Instagram photos and such. Do we have photographs of Mr. Whitaker holding this firearm?
We do not.
In fact, I did not hear you testify, sir, to any kind of Instagram posts by Leroy Whitaker, correct?
No.
And Mr. Whitaker is not in this video that we saw of Charles McCormick dancing around, correct?
I'm sorry, of him dancing around?
Of Mr. McCormick dancing around, the video that you felt was
You're referring to
the bye, bye, bye video?
No, he was not in the video.
You never ended up doing any kind of a search warrant at Mr. Whitaker's home?
No.
Never spoke to his father?
No.
And the reality is, sir, after the arrest of Leroy Whitaker for murder in this case, after you laid out your probable cause, and you told us your investigation continued, right?
Yes.
But you never developed any further evidence that Leroy Whitaker had anything to do with the death of Charles McCormick, did you?
No.
I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
All right, then we are at this time going to take our lunch recess, ladies and gentlemen. It is 12:25, so I'm going to give you an hour, as I do every day, to enjoy your lunch. You may eat in the jury room, you may separate and go about your personal affairs, but whatever you do, not to talk to anyone about this case or let anyone say anything to you about this case. So please leave your notepads on your seats, and we will lock them, secure them, and return them to you when we reconvene here in 1 hour at 1:25. Thank you very much.
All right, y'all. I know some of y'all, especially the ones that's not avid trial watchers or not in that field, it does get boring and it's hard. That's why even just watching it for content, I take notes because it's all about the story. So sometimes attorneys, especially defense attorneys, they may lose you at some point because you're like, well, what this got to do with this? What this got to do with that? Kind of like how CML was in a comment saying that she wasn't getting to the point, she's just talking. But if you followed it from beginning to the end, she brought it home. She poked holes in the investigation into this murder, right? She poked holes into how the police was tunnel vision on certain suspects, didn't look into other suspects. She poked holes into they did not go through the due diligence to even search Scotty's home. Search this, search that. It's no photo showing him with a weapon that even could have been used in the murder. None of that. So she did what she was supposed to do for her client. Now, if you wasn't actually listening, then yeah, it's like, yeah, she ain't talking about nothing. Because in the beginning it was very like vague, and I even was like, she's not starting off to a good point. But she brought it home. She brought it home. The meat and potatoes at the end. She started with the appetizer and worked her way down to dessert. So she brought it home. Now, some of y'all still may not feel like it made any sense, but to the story, and that's something I've been saying the whole trial, keep in mind the storyline. Every trial, a story is told. If you don't get to the end of the story, that means the state did not do a good job. If you are, if you think that it could be an alternate story, then the defense did a great job. That means they caused reasonable doubt. So the state has laid out the story. And every witness, we have been able to add to that story and confirm other pieces to the story that came out earlier. But we can't take away that the defense has been poking holes in the story. Ultimately, when Blue took the stand, that's really when they bust the story open. Because now we're like, well, Chris Brown could have been the shooter, right? So if we go to this witness, it has just came out that they didn't even interview Chris Brown for this case. Chris Brown is in jail for the other murder that Butter told on. I can't remember the name. The one that was in retaliation for Willie dying. That's the one he's in jail for. But they never talked to him about this. Even though they knew that he came back to the scene, even though they knew he was with him stalking the victim, he didn't even get accessory before the fact. They literally didn't talk to him. Hold on, what time lunch was over? Lunch break. I be trying to keep the screen updated. I think she said, what she said, like 1:30. My bad, y'all. Hold on. I think she said 1:30. 1:25. I'm just gonna put 1:30 because I hadn't already wrote it. Thank you, Pat G. All right. Because I'm going to stay on. Y'all know I just stay on now. I see it at the bottom. I'm going to stay on. Y'all know I answer questions. We have a conversation during lunch break. I'm probably going to be asleep second half, but we'll see. Hold on, y'all. CML said, I get what you're saying, 100, but the fact is Ksoo guilty as fuck. Hey, he might be. But like I told y'all, I think it was yesterday. Man, we done been at this thing 5 days plus the weekend. So I don't remember what day I said it. I know I said it at some point, right? I felt like once they got the butter that, yeah, Ksoo is the shooter, like based on what they presented at trial only. But even if I didn't look at trial, I would have felt like Ksoo was guilty just based off the persona and stuff that he portrays and others around him. Because who knows you better than your friends? So like I keep referencing that song by Young and Ace where he said, Ksoo make your face go or whatever it say, and then to hear the witness say that the victim was missing his face, like, you know what I'm saying? So it all goes together. But in the trial, okay, a lot of things stuck out that made me feel like if I was on the jury, I would have voted guilty at that point. But now like I said, once Blue got on the stand, I feel like it's unreasonable doubt because we have been hearing Chris Brown name the whole trial. And to know that they never even talked to Chris Brown, yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's possible. If I be honest, it's possible that it could be somebody else. All right. What else I was gonna say? Emmanuel said my gut feeling is talking to Ksoo will be found not guilty on murder, but may be guilty on weapons. I don't even think he's charged on weapons in this. But we'll know that exactly when they do the jury instruction. I believe the only option, I know his only charge on this case is murder. It's not murder plus a weapon, none of that. I don't even think they have a weapon enhancement on this case either. I think they only did like the gang enhancement, but I think they took that off. But yeah. T said, where is the Caribbean attorney? I was looking forward to her crossing his dad. She's a pit bull in the skirt. You know, each lawyer is like, part is different. Just like in the Melly case, you know, different lawyers do different things. So she may have been the lawyer to do something else and not these particular witnesses. I'm not sure how you pronounce Akawazi. Said they just trying to make reasonable doubt. Well, that's the whole point of the defense. Because remember, the burden of proof is on the state. Every defense team is only focused on reasonable doubt. Period. Kiki said, the last three Rico and now Florida State, they want these rappers. They want them because, like, basically they be mocking the police. Like, right? You are now whether they did or didn't, drill music is literally makes a mockery of police because they're talking about murders, whether they actually did the murders or know about the murders. They're talking about murders, unsolved murders most of the time. So you got the police, especially in these high crime areas, where most successful drill cultures are in high crime areas. So you're making music and money off of these crimes, and the citizens want to know, well, why you're not arresting people. So it does cause you, like, I will feel like it will cause heat for them to take them down. You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel about it, you know. Don said we can't worry about the other murder right now. They don't have no eyewitnesses to Bibby murder. I really never even went into the Bibby case. I think this is the only case I actually followed. Now, don't get it twisted. If they stream it, we watching it. And that would be a good one because I've never looked into that case. I don't think I ever even read the police report on that case. So that would be a good one to do because I have no previous knowledge of it. This murder case, I followed, you know, we watched the interrogations and all that. So I kind of knew somewhat of the storyline for this case. But yeah, the Bibby one would be a different one because I've never looked into it. And it's been a while since, you know, I don't think I ever did a trial where I didn't look into it first. So that would be an interesting one. I hope they stream it because that would be an interesting one too. Scotty and Ksoo have another murder case to fight. So even if they beat this, they're still not coming home. What other murders? Scotty's on the Bibby case too. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I don't feel like going to my office, but by the end, because we still got like a whole day left. I'll be done got up and went in there. I didn't know he was on that case. I'll verify it when I go in the office. I'll probably do it later on because y'all know court goes on to like 5:30, 6 o'clock. Now, if he's on the Bibby case, that is crazy. I didn't know he was on the Bibby case. I knew he was on the home invasion case. Yeah, I haven't heard Scotty. I'm gonna verify it once I get on my computer if Scotty is on the Bibby case. I thought it was only Ksoo. No, I just looked up his charges. She has another murder case, not Bibby. Yeah, I was like, this was my first time ever hearing that Scotty was on the Bibby case. Hey, if they stream it, I'll watch it for sure. Now, we don't know. I'm just looking at what y'all saying. That hasn't been confirmed. But I've never heard that Scotty was on the Bibby case. But don't they do have an eyewitness in the Bibby case? Or they got, like... I don't want to, like, look into that case because I think that would be, like, fire to watch it without knowing anything about it. But y'all kind of got me interested in looking into the Bibby case. Mickey go bad, Don comment. I believe Butter Chris Scotty with her. Don be coming up with conspiracy theories. Let me see what he said. How tall is Terrigan? I don't think they ever said it. I thought he was gonna testify. Cause in the beginning of trial they said that Terrigan Williams is gonna testify. He probably changed his mind. Scotty was a victim too, right? Ain't his ain't you talking about K Shorty? No, you talking about K Shorty. That was K Shorty. I get K Shorty and Scotty mixed up too. That was K Shorty. Cause y'all know we followed that trial, the murder trial of his girlfriend death and the shooting of him. Dude got sentenced to life in that case. That's why I said if they get found guilty, what I have been noticing down there in Jacksonville, they passing out life, okay? You get found guilty of murder, you get life. See, where I'm from, they give you like 30, 40 years. But they be down there life. They do resemble each other for sure. I do want to look back and see how did they get the information about the call. Was Raekwon, what was his name? Because I kept thinking they was talking about the other boy that was with Julio the night he got killed by the last name. Dang, what's the last name? I can't remember. But the Raekwon dude, I kind of want to know how did they come in contact with that information from him, like on some real stuff. Is K Shorty doing time right now? Yeah, he's doing time on a weapons charge. And I believe he still got a murder case coming up too. Don't quote me on that, but I know he doing like 10 years or something for a weapon, but then he got a murder case coming up. Cause I believe him and the other boy is on the case together. Dang, what is his name? Y'all, it's been a minute since I've been in Jacksonville drill content. I done forgot a lot of these dudes' names. We're in I got a book between Jacksonville and Chicago. I be having to write these people's names down. I'll be forgetting. It's so many of them. Howard, yeah. So I want to know, how did they come into the contact with that information from Raekwon Howard? Because it sounds like he gave up the information, but I don't know if it was because he just gave it, they cornered him, or he worked out a deal. Because I do know he was fighting a murder case. So I just wondered, because him not being a witness, obviously, you know, how is that fact? But I kind of wonder, how did they get that information? Because nobody would have known at that point. Because obviously, Butter ain't know until recently. Did they do Julio case already? No. They kept pushing back his case. I haven't did an update in the Julio case in a while. Cause I think one of the defendants has to go for psychiatric review or something. I wonder, did the girl have the baby yet? Y'all know it be so many cases coming up. I'll be following the case, and then once y'all stop really paying attention to that case and on to another, I'll be on to something else. I wonder, did she should have been had the baby. Sharice, tell me about it. I be forgetting all these people nicknames, okay? Real names, nicknames. Half the time I'll say somebody's real name, and then one of y'all got to tell me what the nickname is. It be, listen. The ones I remember the most is the ones that stay in trouble for sure. Team pretty. I mean, Ksoo ain't do it. They look at other guys' height and shoes. I think Chris Brown, and this is just because his defense brought it. I think Chris Brown is the most fitted suspect that they didn't look into to the shooting. Them dudes on Fulio case was so sloppy. I ain't gonna lie. Although, of course, they tie most of these cases to either ATK or 6 Block. But a lot of these cases that they tie into ATK as a whole, right, they have the same MO. So that's what's kind of like spooky about it. And hopefully, you know, the jury don't take that in consideration because they don't supposed to. But a lot of these cases are so similar. It's hard for you to feel like it's not them when they all are similar. You know what I'm saying? Like the call before Ace and them got shot. Now in this case, it's like a 6 Block member is about to get gunned down. You call them. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like it's eerie. You know, ATK, what's this boy name? Shoot. I can't think his name. I'll come back to that because I can't think of his name at all. What is his name? I don't know. I forgot. Any update on Melly? I think they want him to crack to get over with. Melly ain't gonna crack at this point. Whatever Melly knows, we won't ever know. Melly's gonna ride this out. I mean, he done did 6. This Melly case is like 8 months to a year older than this case. So he gonna ride it out. I'm not even gonna cap. Melly ain't talked in 6 years. He ain't never had a interview with police, none of that. He's not gonna, at this point, he's not gonna do it. He's gonna hold it out. Because in that case, he would have did a long time ago. And to be honest, at this point, I mean, if they was gonna get on with manslaughter the first time, shit, he done did about the time he needed to do for manslaughter. Because for those that, because I think, I can't remember who said it earlier. I think it was ECAPS. Was like 11 out of 12 was going to convict Melly the first time, but they was going to convict him on manslaughter, not capital murder. Manslaughter, I think the max is like, dang, I don't want to quote it wrong. We looked into it when we was covering it, but you know, we'll see. Herb said he not on the biblical cases except for murder. Wasn't you the one that put that in the chat originally? But yeah, I kind of think that would have been a noticeable, like, that would have been put out a long time ago. But yeah, I had never heard that. How long can they hold him until justice has been served? And that means get found guilty or not guilty? It's not a cap on how long they can hold you. If you have legal proceedings going on, then you just in there. Now, they can't just hold you and not have no legal process on, like, in process. But yeah, it's not a cap on it. And remember, he waived his right to speedy trial. That's the downfall of waiving your right to speedy trial. Having a speedy trial is a time limit. But when you waive it, it can take as long as possible. Obviously, when you waive it, normally it's because your defense team need more time. But you don't look at the downside that you also give them, you know what I'm saying, time. K-Way said, what's funny is all these little Grand Park dudes, Ksoo and his ops were all friends and went to school together. But death has always followed their neighborhood. I mean, that's everywhere, though. Like, it was people that I played with at elementary school. By middle school, we wasn't cool. By high school, we for sure wasn't talking. And as adults, we walk past each other like it's nothing. So I think that just happens, period. 15 years. Yeah, I think 15 years sound about right. For manslaughter in Florida. I think that is about right. It was like 10 or 15, something like that. And to be honest, if they put them together consecutive, he almost did the time. But yeah, that's the only thing. It's like in most urban neighborhoods, hoods, ghettos, whatever you want to call it, most people when politics come in play, they do break apart, you know. I had a best friend in elementary school. We fought in 6th grade and stopped being friends. I'm talking about best friend. We used to dress alike and all in elementary school. We had a fight 6th grade and stopped talking to each other. Team Pretty said they just need to go ahead and let Melly walk. What a waste after a mistrial. They done came to you. Y'all gotta understand the big thing about the Melly case is it was a death penalty. Like they went through hell and beyond to make that a death penalty case. They too deep in at this point to give up. So, you know, too deep into it. KY said, no, I really know these dudes since they was kids. I know all of them old heads. We all from the same area. I get that, but what I'm saying is even outside of your area, it's the same concept. You know, I know a lot of times when we're familiar with areas, we feel like it's just our area that's like that. I'm just saying, like, my area is like that too. You know, like everybody here, especially if you're from urban communities, you can probably sing the same song. You know what I'm saying? Same song. John said the thing is after high school, everybody just go back to their neighborhoods and don't chill like in school. Yeah. Jay said they call me Crazy K on that drill known to slang that K. I'm sorry. I was like, what? That must be a song lyric. Kay said that ain't over no politics, over dice games. That's still politics though. Street politics. Like y'all gotta understand when I say politics, I really mean like extra other bullshit that goes in it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I mean. Whether it's game politics, streets politics, family politics, like it's always something that's in the middle of it. Meaning only people in that will understand it. That's what I mean, politics. It's not like when it's just a rational decision, that's one thing. Because anybody from any background can understand it. But when you start having to say whatever, that means politics. So, K-Way, you say you're just speaking on them in my city, then you're speaking from only people in your city understands, right? So you're talking from a politics standpoint. Because if you're saying what's happening in Jacksonville is different from what's happening everywhere else, like it's some type of special like seasoning that's in Jacksonville that makes it different with the crime, then, you know, you're talking from a politics standpoint. That's just it. Just like with the Chicago people, when they be like, this my city. I know what's going on. Y'all ain't from here. Then obviously, y'all got a certain sauce up there that we don't know nothing about. Then it's politics. See, what I said, you made it understandable for everybody no matter where you are. That sometimes growing up with a person, you don't end up being friends with that person by adulthood. It's common, you know? That's just it. I'm speaking from firsthand knowledge because this is about Jacksonville. No, this is about a murder that took place in Jacksonville, not about Jacksonville. And I'm just being honest, you know, this ain't, y'all know I cover many cities and it's all the same tune. So I understand, you know, it might be more sentimental to you because it's from your area, but this is about a murder. This ain't got nothing to do with Jacksonville as a whole. Unless you're saying you're part of the murder, then, I mean, I don't understand, you know. And if you are part of the murder, you need to be talking to the police, not us in the chat. But, you know, I'm just saying, like Music said, what's up, Music 101? The same thing in every city. Going, like, it's the same thing. Kimbella Roxy, what it do? Long time no see. Jason, Mickey, do you think this case can be pushed back a couple months or it has to finish this week? It's going to finish this week. They're not going to push back a trial in the middle of trial. So we should know the outcome end of the week, beginning of next week for sure. Yeah, so that's just that, you know. He gave you, Sharice, he gave you the nickname to a different Howard, not the Howard in this case. Kenny Caps is the Howard in the Julio Fulio situation. Raekwon Howard is Pooh in this case. But yeah, y'all, so we still got a good 30 minutes. Y'all keep chatting up the comments. But yeah, like I said, you know, I know it hit different when you know people involved in these situations or you're from where it happened at. I get it. But like I said, at the end of the day, it happens everywhere. Like, crime is high where I'm from, but if you compare it to Chicago, you may be like, it don't be like Chicago. Yeah, my city is smaller than Chicago. You get what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, smaller than Chicago. But that doesn't mean like the shit is different. The concept is still there, you know? But yeah, that's what that's what's just there. And I think that's why a lot of bloggers get pushed back when we talk about other places, because people feel like because you're not from there, you don't understand it. Oh, we understand it. We ain't got to be actually there to understand that people outgrow each other, that beef starts within the same neighborhood. Let me tell you something. I went to Chicago. 63rd and O Block is literally around the corner from each other. Like, when we roll, I was like, God dang. Like, these niggas was playing Russian roulette with the niggas on the back street. Right? If you come to Columbia, it's neighborhood beefs within a neighborhood. The same concept. It's just, you know what I'm saying? It's like just a different area. Same thing. Let me see. Does Scotty have a pay lawyer or public defender? Not sure. It really doesn't matter because they're doing their job. But I don't know. I never looked into if they was paid or not. I know the families. This is about more than just out of town politics. Some of this stuff goes back decades. I understand that. But Jacksonville is not the only ones that have stuff that goes back decades. That's all I'm saying. You're making it personal to Jacksonville because that's where it happened. All I'm saying, everybody can relate to what's going on in Jacksonville because it happens everywhere. Everywhere, you know? This is family and neighborhood law that's been working. Okay. I get you, K-Way. It's still not gonna change that everybody can understand it. Just because they're not from Jacksonville don't mean nothing. I just happen to remember when A said, if Winnie the Pooh get on that, I'm gonna call that. Lord Jesus. I don't know nothing about no lyrics. I ain't never even heard that song. That public defender going crazy if she is a public defender. Yeah, some crimes just different backstories and name facts. I don't speak on other cities. That's why I'm telling you, I do speak on other cities. So that's why I'm like telling you, it happens everywhere. I can speak on my city where I've been raised most of my life. I can speak on other places too. Once it hit, you know what I'm saying? So like, you won't have to speak on other cities. I'll speak on it. The same concept. And I would say it even fits more because I have looked into so many different cases of other places and they match up. If you take all the names out of these, okay, let's just focus on drill rappers, right? If you look at almost every drill rap murder case that's out there, if you take the names out, take where it happened at, they all sound the same. They all sound the same. Literally. If I tell y'all a story about a case and don't tell y'all where it's happened at, would y'all be able to pinpoint? If I take out the names of who was involved, would y'all be able to pinpoint? It all sounds the same. Every city got shit that been going on for decades. Every city got, childhood beef that was inherited from the next generation. Every city got it. So, like, it's not to take away from what people feel personally about their own cities, but I talk about all these cities. They're all the same. As far as the crime and the cases, they're all the same. Every city got snitches. Every city, unfortunately, have people that get killed. Like, it's all the same. And it's easy to get numb by it. I ain't gonna lie. And I find myself, because I cover so many cities and I cover a lot of, murders. You get numb to it. Like, for real, because it's just like the same thing, like a revolving freaking door. Kay would say you speak on the outside looking in and just giving an insider perspective. It's easy to sum it up. That's it. All the same when there's a lot of things that goes on. Listen, K-Way, my little cousin just got sentenced to 35 years for a murder. And he ain't in Jacksonville. Okay? He was accused of shooting a girl in her face. So don't get it twisted. I understand from the street perspective. I understand from the family perspective. I understand all that shit. My dad is on 8 years now. Like, I understand it. What I'm saying is, we're not going to be emotionalized just because it's Jacksonville. Because guess what? I'm in Columbia, South Carolina. I got shit that's going on here. So it's all the same. The only difference is when it happens in your neck of the woods or in your backyard, it's going to be more emotional because you know these people. You probably seen these people. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just that. But it's not about speaking on just where you're from. Like, all this shit be the same. The only difference is you may know the person or you may not. Okay, where we at? Mickey, you sound like that judge on the movie Life with Eddie. I'm telling you. No city really has its own identity anymore, especially when it comes to this drill stuff. Yeah, it just be the same. You know what I'm saying? Like it's the same. I was born in Detroit, but I really personally don't know a lot about it. Cause when I lived there, I was real young. I've been in South Carolina since I was like a little girl. Like, I only went to school in South Carolina. So I can tell you stories from Detroit too. And I wasn't even there, but it's all the same. It's just like, you know. Kiki said, hold on. Yeah, I went too fast. Kiki said, Mickey, you right, O Block in Chicago. It's like Meckinsville and Atlanta. I'm from both. Like, yeah, no shit be like right there. Music said, bro, gotta be a kid because an adult will know this. And I got family in Jacksonville that's close to the beef also, and nothing is different. Chicago said the same thing. Yeah. And I feel like because I've been doing this for so long, every case it'd be like, y'all not from here. Da 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 da. You know what I'm saying? It's cool. You know? It's cool. Like, we get it. I'm not speaking on other cities, and I stayed in Chicago and Aiken, South Carolina, and trust me. Hold on, I missed it. Trust me, they ain't on shit. I mean, who ain't on shit? What you talking about? K-Way, your ass might be a kid now. Because, like, what is you talking about? Because if you say Chicago don't have gang murders, that's crazy. If you say Aiken don't have gang murders, that's crazy. Because they do. So I don't understand. Or are you saying they don't have as many murders as Jacksonville? Like, I don't get it. I thought we was talking about shit. I don't know what we talking about now. Andre said it's all the same because they all have the same influences. This is my generation doing that stuff. And as someone who just did time for it aggravated, I can tell you same story, different scene. Facts. I'm from South Florida and I always wondered the crime is so bad in Jacksonville. And I think it's only a certain area of Jacksonville because I definitely got family that live in Jacksonville that don't encounter none of this. So I think it's like certain areas. Even Texas and Memphis is on the map now for drill gang beef. Right. And it's the same story. Just new characters. We are not the same at all. I know that shit right. Kay was on well traveled. Shout out to you. Hey, I love a good travel. Okay. I love a good travel. Okay. Good travel. Love, respect, Mickey. We OGs of the game. Hey, I'm trying to tell you. Just like I'm from Savannah, Georgia, and when that shooting happened with King Von and Quando, the Chicago niggas was well deep in the city looking for get back. Jay Money says mostly the north side of Duval. Yeah, because when I went to Jacksonville, I definitely ain't going in the hood, I'll tell you that much. Because my people don't stay in the hood down there, so it was a beautiful place. I ain't gonna lie. After Fulio shot, Ace dropped the video next morning saying he got a call. I mean, that is reasonable though. Cause like I said, I think when that happened and I reacted to it, I said the same thing. I ain't even gotta be in the mix, but I promise you I'm gonna know what happened within a few minutes of it. I'm gonna get a text, a call, a shared post or something. That's what helped me really blog on certain stuff in the city because it's gonna come to me even if I'm not there. Hell, not even just in my city, period. Y'all just don't know. I get inboxes all the time, whether it's from another content creator or a person with the news. UK drill is the same. I can't stand drill music. I'm really not into drill music. It's a few songs I like just because I, started covering them for content. Well, beforehand, I wasn't definitely listening to them. Now, I will say I listened to Dirk and Vaughn prior to being a blogger and Young and Ace, but all these other fellas, I'm just starting to learn, I stayed in these places. Y'all be overhyping a lot of the stuff. Well, if that's how you feel, then that's how you feel. It shouldn't be no emotions to it then. If it's overhyped, it shouldn't be no emotions to it. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Shit going on in Colombia I don't even know about. So I can never say stuff be overhyped because, hell, half the shit I don't even know. And I live here. So I'm pretty sure wherever you stay at, you probably don't know everything that go on in your city. I done cover stories and people from these places like, damn, I didn't even hear about it. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't understand, K-Way. You shouldn't be emotional to it then. Social media made this lifestyle spread like wildfire. Nobody want to be seen that soft. I ain't gonna lie. It be soft when they put the shit on the internet. That's what I feel. I just think it's dumb. But that is the generation. You know what I'm saying? Because my generation obviously wasn't like that because we ain't really had social media. I think MySpace, was Facebook really making like MySpace and stuff was out, but it really wasn't like that. But even when I think back to MySpace in my high school days, we used to put dumb shit on MySpace. I ain't gonna lie. Because you remember, for those who've been around, you on MySpace, you can decorate your page. Man, high school had gang shit all on there. All types of stuff. So I feel like it's different things going on now in this generation. That's why it's like that. Okay. Stop blaming that on. Hey, I'm just saying, like, if we had it, it may have been like that. Like, I ain't gonna lie. It could have, like, I know every generation say it wasn't like that when I was growing up. Yeah, because you didn't have the stuff this generation had. If social media was around in like the 60s, it probably would have been the same thing. I ain't gonna lie. What you think about the detective though, Mickey? He's sweating under pressure. I just feel like any witness, once the defense get in your ass, they kind of like shake a little bit just because the state prep their witnesses. So it's easy to answer the questions because you done went over it so many times. So he ain't really seen that throwed off to me like Officer Collins was. Okay, was say just an opinion, don't mean someone is emotional, but you and some in the chat is definitely giving an emotional response. That's fine. We'll take that. You literally, the last 30 minutes made our conversation about us not being from Jacksonville and not understanding some damn beef in Jacksonville. And I just told you it's beef everywhere. Like, you ain't got to have personal knowledge of a beef to have something to say about the beef. If I'll tell you this, I'm gonna tell you the same thing I used to tell the Chicago people. If y'all stop putting this shit out, stop having snitches go to court telling it, we won't even know y'all even had beef, and y'all could have kept it just in Jacksonville. Matter of fact, that go for anywhere, but because we're talking about Jacksonville right now, that's that. You can't get mad that people don't have no actual connection to the situation are talking about it. You know why we're sitting here talking about Jacksonville right now? Because Jacksonville rapper rapped about a lot of things going on in y'all city in his music. Got on social media talking about it. Became a successful name under another successful rapper. So here we are. It's downfalls of people making it in the world. Trust me. If John Doe out of Florence go on trial for murder, it ain't gonna hit like Ksoo the rapper out of Jacksonville that was all on social media popping it. Now he on trial for murder. Which one y'all gonna click on? Like, it just, it just hit the same. It's cool though. Man, on MySpace, we were worried about being in love. I don't know. I was on my gangster shit on MySpace. I ain't gonna lie. High school, man, we was playing fights and all on MySpace. Like, I ain't gonna lie. That's why I said if it was like if social media was that deep like it is now back then, shit. And I was talking about 2006, MySpace was hitting. Man, we had to plan meet us in the fields and all on MySpace. I ain't gonna lie. Music, Mickey's always that one that ever sit there act like this. I swear, everyone. But shout out to K-Way because he done kept me with something to talk about for the past 30 minutes. For sure. But it's definitely always that one. In the beginning, I ain't gonna lie, in the beginning, it used to bother me. I be like, what the hell? Like, it's public info. Like, y'all acting like it was top secret shit in the city. Now, after going through the Chicago sector, child, I don't be worried about that. Like, we talk about it because y'all made it relevant. Y'all made a successful drill error. So, yeah, we there. Andre said, oh, hey, Lady Kiki. Andre said, and that's what makes it different. If nobody knew y'all weren't into it in the first place, nobody would have to investigate you on particular silence and secrecy. They literally have a Reddit of Jacksonville. Y'all notice almost every drill sector have a Reddit. Okay. It's August. I was on my level board on MySpace. Had a Pretty Ricky music on my page. Man, MySpace was hitting, okay. Kiki said they really making it easy to go to jail. The technology is like, I'm telling you. Like when I was in high school, recording fights, putting them on YouTube was like just really becoming popular. Like it was just becoming popular. It was always some dude or somebody. Normally it was dude, in my experience, recording fights and putting them on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? So, nah, y'all gotta understand. When I say Reddit, I mean Reddit investigates. Like Chiracology. What is the Reddit for? I think it's called Reddit Duval, or is it Jacksonville? Whatever it's called, like they be investigating them cases. Like for sure. Hell, sometimes I had to use it as a resource. Like they be investigating those cases. People don't put my shit up in them Reddits, but you know what I'm saying? But that's what I'm saying. Every city don't have a Reddit investigates. I'm just saying. I ain't never seen a Columbia investigate. Now, we got a Facebook page that's like it, but not a Reddit. On Teresa, I think the Fed's making no Reddit groups. Shit, they might for sure. Music and Reddit be having more. Yes, Reddit do have more information than the police. Hell, they'll put, man, listen, I remember when I finally found out that them niggas be putting FOIA paperwork in Reddit. I said, what? What's the site people can get on to talk about what's going on in the city? Jacksonville has a Spaces that get recorded. It's Spaces is just like Clubhouse. You never know who's recording. Back when we was on the content, Jacksonville content, we use Twitter Space audio a lot, and they would literally just sit in there with their ops, not ops, and just talk about everything under the sun, streetwise. So, you know, while you telling us, K-Way, that we don't get what's going on in Jacksonville, with the people that live there from there be sure getting on these spaces and talking about it. Matter of fact, damn, what's his name? Music. What's the ATK affiliate that got shot and then his little cousin got killed? That was 7. What was his name? That wore the mask in the videos. Dang, I can't think of what his name is. We heard that whole breakdown from Twitter Spaces about before the police even made arrest. We knew who it was because they didn't even put out the man's name. We know who it was, where it happened, how it started from Twitter Spaces. What's up? I don't know how you pronounce the first one. Sky said, hey, Mickey, much respect. Just started watching this week. It's definitely the same error everywhere. I'm here in Dallas, Texas. Do you think Mo 3 trial will be streamed? I hope so, but I'm planning on popping out down there for Yellow trial. But I'm pretty sure it's gonna be streamed. That's a popular case in that area. Main target. Yeah. That was his name. Main target. Before the police came out and did a press conference, before anybody was arrested, we already had the info from Twitter Spaces. And y'all can verify that. Just go look at my page, music page, a bunch of other pages. We already had that info from Spaces. So, like, you know, K-Way is back. K-Way say, so wait, someone giving input from the city means they're emotional. So guess you're emotional about saying what's going on in South Carolina. No. What did I say going on in South Carolina? Particularly. I literally said just like in South Carolina, it's murders that happen everywhere. One thing about me, I don't even go into details about shit that happened in my city for real. Anything that can like tie back to like me knowing somebody, you would never see me make a comment, oh, I know that person. I know how it really is in that. That's goofy shit. So you ain't never heard me give any particulars other than my cousin's case because it was on the news or what happened. I did a video about it. So try again. I ain't never went in details. I knew nobody about them murders and why the murders was taking place. That's some shit you did. I did not do that. Well, I'm in Brooklyn. Know what's going on here? No, I don't know what's going on there. But you can definitely tell me, and I'll talk about it. Now, K-Way, you starting to sound goofy as fuck. Kiki said, real talk. They have internet police. They only watch internet pages. And a lot of that should be so accurate. Lady Kiki said, so Mickey House looking for Ksoo. It's on reasonable doubt. Is it enough to get him off? I don't know yet. Is a judge in this trial? What's up, Blue? Playing fair? I think she is. I think she's been fair. Kiki said, just remember there's no statute limitation on murder. Facts. Cherie said, not my algorithm. It's all hip-hop, urban culture. Listen, that's how my algorithm is too. But y'all know I done said, look, at the end of the day, I ain't talking about nothing I personally know or something that could seem like I personally know. Y'all would never see me in no comments, whether it's South Carolina or wherever, talking about what I know for real. I don't know nothing. I'll tell you, I don't know none of these niggas. You can goddamn, you can post a picture of me or somebody, I'm still gonna say I don't know who the hell that is. Like, I do not give no firsthand knowledge of nothing I know in my city or anybody else's city, unless it's already out. That's why I only play with public information. Music said, that be the problem. Supposed to be street dudes always trying to come on the internet and give information or details to be right on the internet. Right. Like, shit, I don't implicate myself in nothing. Hold on, y'all. K-Way said, if I say I know them since they was kids, on me, I run in that circle. K-Way, your ass about to get blocked. Because now you backpedaling from what you originally said. You said, I know the families. You said, I know these areas. You said, I know the beef that started decades ago. It's deeper than just outside perspective. Come on, man. Stop capping. Now, if you gonna say something, at least stand on it. Don't start, because that's how you get blocked. When you start backpedaling, trying to act like we making up shit. Like, just go look through the chat. Your original statement was that. It's on the screen. Like, that was your original statement. Your rebuttal to different shit happened, like the same shit happened everywhere, just in different locations, was y'all don't know the insider information. Like, the fuck? Like, stand on business. Music said, I don't think Ksoo attorney really letting at his cross-examination yesterday. He had good points, but he ain't lying. He ain't lying. He ain't laying like the female be landing. Yeah, I think he did good just because shit, now he got everybody talking about Chris Brown. Bill said, I done 25 years for murder in Chicago, got locked up 95, came home in 2019, in the streets still the same. Hey, that's how that shit be going. K-Way is deleting his comments. Shit, that shit on the screen. You can delete it all you want. Everybody can see the comments on the screen. Even when you delete it in the chat, it's still gonna be on the screen. So like anybody that listen to this later, y'all can just play it back. Like that man been trying to give us a scoop of Jacksonville. I tried to save him by saying it happens everywhere. He was determined to make sure we knew what was going down in Jacksonville. Just like these damn drill rappers, you can't save them from themselves, okay? Then they get the backtracking and saying it's the bloggers. It's this, not it's y'all niggas getting online talking about it. If y'all remember who I did a video about something going on in Columbia. And somebody from Columbia was like, you already know how I go. I said, I don't know shit. I just know what they put out on social media. Like, you would never hear me talking about what I know from the streets at all. I tell y'all, I ain't even in the street shit. I don't even know. I don't know shit about nothing. I don't even walk on the street. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all niggas be too hyped to be in the mix. Too hyped. Because I guess K-Way wanted us to know that he was in the streets of Jacksonville. That's why he felt the need. But shout out to him because now we only got like 10 minutes left before trial start back up. TC said, yes, he getting on my nerves trying to beef with you. Look, you know, like, my thing is, look, I done already got, like, what they say, jumped in on this internet shit, okay? You can't beef with me because I'm going to go back and forth, especially on live. I'm going to go back and forth because you feeling in my time. But ultimately, like I said, on some real stuff, like I'm saying, it happens everywhere. And it does get numbing. And maybe it gets real numbing because I cover cases that's all over the place. But hey, at the end of the day, it is what it is. What's up, bosses? Blue said Mickey don't show her G card. She keep it tucked and she know people. I don't know nobody, Blue. I don't know, not a soul. Okay? Not a soul. At all. I don't know none of these niggas. Hey, that's right. Look, I ain't gonna tell y'all no lie. That shit that happened in Chicago at that trial, listen, that I learned. I don't know nobody. I don't know none of these niggas. Oh, Lord. Boss said you ain't got to worry about nothing. None today, Mickey. I'm on straight bullshit. Hey, like I said, he definitely was intriguing for a little while. Then I'm like, yeah, this nigga backtracking what he say is crazy. Hold on, y'all. That's one thing we ain't gonna do. We ain't gonna backtrack on what we say. Now you gotta stand on business. Big Wolf says of all the snitches in the drill culture, Blue gotta be ranked number one if we're ranking people. The only thing about Blue, his shit, yeah, cause he the daddy. Yeah. That was I ain't gonna lie. Telling on your son is crazy. Lady Kiki said, you do a damn good job, Mickey. I appreciate it. Rod said, Mickey, you getting better with breakdown content. Appreciate it. As long as I'm interested in it, it be fire. That's why I tell y'all, I'm never gonna be the content creator that can put on the show with anything. Because if I'm not interested in shows and the content, so that's why I just focus on content that I'm interested in. Scott said, LOL got interesting as fuck, made me come out the shadow. Hey, it was definitely good content K-Way got going on before he started backtracking what he wrote. That's a no-no now. You gotta stand on it. Yo, should I look Buddy up and find where he at exactly in SC? Nah. And you know, a lot of times niggas be saying they in South Carolina just because they know that's where I'm at to kind of like, I don't know, try to like poke their chest out. I don't give a fuck. Where you from, nigga? You can be up the block. I said what I said. It don't mean me nothing. Now he could have been in South Carolina, but a lot of these people, they definitely be on that. When they find out I'm from South Carolina, they'll say they in South Carolina. Like, that's gonna change what the hell I got to say. One thing about me, I stand on what I say. I don't delete comments. Okay. I do miss MySpace. MySpace was fire. I'll just say, I swear, Scott, I barely ever comment, but now I do. I ain't finna come at Mick. Hey, I was holding my own till he started lying. I'm lying. Now we ain't gonna do that. Can't go back and forth with no liar now. We can't do that. Telling on your sons when you the ringleader and telling on two of your sons. what you say? 2 of your sons for a stepson's killing is as well. I thought they said he's trying to help his other son out. The one that's supposed to be the ringleader, the junior. I thought, because he is charged in this murder, but he got severed. So that's why he's not at trial. If his case dropped, that means Blue did a great job on the stand, according to how the defense put it out. All right, we got a few more minutes. Then she be coming back on. Y'all getting up early. Listen, be making me tired. Beef is definitely everywhere. Everywhere. All I'm saying, hey, I ain't coming on here to personally speak on no beef that I claim to have personal knowledge of. Like, no. And if you do have personal knowledge of it, then that's cool. But like, the last thing I would want to do is implicate myself on the internet for the police to come knocking on the fucking door asking me questions about what I wrote on YouTube, talking about what I know. Because if y'all don't know, okay, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, I know police watch my page, the feds watch my YouTube, all that shit. So I'm just letting y'all know. For those who've been around this channel a long time, y'all already know. But I'm letting my new people know, they damn sure be watching. When you're a popular blogger, YouTuber, your page is always being monitored. So y'all, y'all on y'all own with what y'all ass be writing in these chats. That's why I tell y'all I don't know nobody. Okay. I used to say that as part of my description and disclosure on the channel. I kind of fell back from saying it like that, but I'm just saying, hey, drill bloggers be under watch. Just saying. Okay. Yeah, they're not gonna stream dirt because it's a federal case. I'm planning on going to dirt trial though. But closer to that time, I'll let y'all know for sure. Because then I'll give y'all daily updates. But if somebody I know is going to the trial and I don't go, then we'll still have a source to like get updates from. But yeah, I'm planning on going to Dirt's trial. I bet they watch a lot of people for sure. They definitely do. They do. Always, always. Sky said, like you said, it's all the same everywhere. It's all these defendant table, witness stand, and behind the bars. Facts. That's it. The only difference is the names and the area. That's it. It's all the same. Who is this and what's she saying? Let's see.
ATK Ksoo. Here's what we know. Today is day 5 and we're returning in from lunch recess. Today we've heard from forensic experts. Ksoo is charged with the murder of Charles McCormick on January 15th, 2020. You're tuning in to First Coast News Plus.
Hold on. You say you using me as a source? What kind of source? Oh, for your channel. Oh, yeah. I only dabble in public information. Okay. And if I use like people that's tapped in, they gonna be the came out and said what the hell they said themselves. Like, I don't be into breaking news that's not already somewhere publicly out. Yeah, I'm not that type of blogger for sure. Definitely not that type of blogger. You are not. I don't want to be like, I ain't trying to be the first everywhere to put something out. Hell no. I don't want that. Okay. I don't want that. I don't want nobody. I don't care about no Second Amendment or whatever amendment it is. I don't want that type of clout. Hell no. It's gonna be out somewhere. Okay. Somewhere. I may be the first as a blogger to post it or talk about it on YouTube, but it's not going to be I'm the first anywhere on social media to put it out. Unless it's something like the outcome of a situation. Like, I was the first to put out Lil Tim beat the murder case of King Von. You know what I'm saying? Now that's different. But like actually like a murder happening, I would not be the first person to say that. Hell no. It got to be said somewhere else. I don't care what city it is. I'm not going to be the first person. Shout out to Sadie Nash when he broke the news that Duty Low got shot. Because, baby, hell, Big Wolf said, I know what you do. I've been watching for a minute and you be on point. I appreciate it. Shout out to everybody that do react to my content or use me for a source on their content. I appreciate y'all. Look, I always look at it's no, like, I don't be tripping. Y'all use clips or whatever because it's promo to me. You know what I'm saying? You know, some of your viewers may not know who Mickey Truth is, so y'all help me expand my reach. So I appreciate y'all. Okay, even the ones that use me as on the BS. Look, I may not watch it, but you know, shout out to y'all too. Hey Michelle, how you been? Court should be about to start right now. I was right on time with that one. Oh, the judge ain't back yet. I don't know if they playing music. I've been getting issues with the music the news be playing when they be streaming it. But y'all, good convo today. Y'all know we probably only gonna have like one more break, but it goes on to about 5:30, 6 o'clock. How many of y'all been here since 9 a.m.? I ain't gonna lie. I've been tired, okay? I've been tired, but I've been getting my ass up, okay? I'm good, Michelle. I'm feeling a little under the weather. I feel better than I did yesterday. My head is still hurting. But other than that, it's cool. Judging back smoking. Hey, gotta do something. Look, we've been riding out. Okay, a lot of y'all done been here since 9 a.m. I'm gonna ask y'all again at 5:30, 6 o'clock, and we're gonna see how many people still here. But I appreciate everybody coming up. Y'all been showing out though. I ain't gonna lie. Every day. I was kind of skeptical about doing the trial because I had just came back from a hiatus. And I definitely ain't been doing lives a lot recently. But y'all been running the numbers up on the lives while covering this, so I appreciate it. Okay, Danny says she here from I'm Not a Lawyer, but I like I'm Not a Lawyer, but shout out to her. And shoot, that might be our source if I don't go out the dirt case because I think she's covering it too. So, you know, I definitely appreciate y'all. We rocking out. But yeah, I wasn't too hopeful on doing the live streams of the trial, but y'all showed out. Okay, I said okay. We here. The volume almost lost me earlier though. Yeah, and that's not on me, y'all. That's on the feed. Cause unlike I think the YSL trial was the last one we were looking into. They had multiple feeds. This one is only one feed that everybody is using. So yeah, that's not on the channels because I'm pretty sure a lot of people, because I barely could hear a lot of it too. Thank you, JJ. Said we love your energy, pure vibes. I appreciate it. Now don't get twisted. I do understand I'm not for everybody for sure. But those that get it, they rock out with me, and I appreciate y'all. You know, we growing. I think, well, November will be year 3. We almost a year 4. Damn, it seems like I'm old as hell in content years. But I really only been doing this since 2022. But dang, it seemed like so much that took place. Like, so much that happened. You know? I'm glad I had it muted. Because that music... so much that happened make me feel like I've been doing this even longer, but only been 3 years. It's raining at SC. I don't know. It's not raining in 803 though. I don't. Oh, is it? Shit, I don't know. I got blackout curtains. I can't tell you. I don't hear no rain though. I have 2 brothers doing live from Philly. Damn. You done learn a lot. Oh yeah, I done learn a lot. Sharice, I've been here since takeoff. So you've been here since the beginning. Cause that's where I started at. That's why when a lot of viewers get emotional and be like, why are you covering stuff like this? My page started on death, on a rapper dying, unfortunately. But that's how I started my career. So, you know, it is what it is. I think all judges to smoke weed. Well, they only can smoke if it's legal. Kiki said, I cover live court cases. If it's not in my area, I am glad you are going live because I follow you. I appreciate it. Now, if the right case happened in my area where people tune in, hell, I'll cover it as far as the case, the trial. See, this is the thing. And I feel like a lot of people, you know what I'm saying, just, I don't add no extra shit to it. If it's posted on the news or whatever, I just go with it. I don't add no extra personal stuff to none of the local cases. It's just because of how I started. I didn't start out covering my local area. So my people really don't be giving a damn about some of the shit that be going on here. So I don't cover it. But, you know, I'm more looked at to cover other shit other places. People don't be looking at me to cover no goddamn Columbia shit or South Carolina. They don't look for me to do it. You know, I had to force myself to cover some South Carolina stuff because of my whole brand of being the #1 urban blogger. And like, how can you be SC's #1 urban blogger if you don't cover some SC stuff? So, but yeah, y'all know I came through the Texas sector because of the takeoff case. Went to all different other sectors. So a lot of people don't even know I'm from South Carolina. So, like I said, my viewer base or fan base ain't really in South Carolina. It's in other places. So, and despite what some of y'all may think, I get a lot of love from other places, even though I'm covering their stuff. Like, it be some that be like, you ain't from him, but for the most part, I be tapped in. Okay. Like I said, it's a lot of things I just don't talk about for content because I ain't about to get on here speaking street shit. Period. Whether I actually know street shit or not, I'm not about to get on here and personally speak it. So that'd be the only difference. Blue said Mickey came back a whole new woman. I had to ask, who are you and what did you do with Mickey? Oh, for those who are new, I recently had gastric sleeve surgery last month. And that's one reason why I fell back from doing content full time because it has been an adjustment. But yo, to think just last month I was 319 pounds. Facts. And no, I'm not ashamed because hell, it's true. Okay. 319 pounds last month. And I just had a weigh in and I'm 263 pounds. Yeah, I haven't been 260 anything in years. So I definitely have came a long way. A lot of y'all have been noticing the difference in my face in my videos. But yeah, your girl is down to 263. We still got a ways to go because, you know, ideally I want to get to like 190. So yeah, we definitely you know, making progress. Just to slide that in because I haven't done an update in a few weeks. Shout out to Charleston, the 843. We got Savannah in here. Okay. Yeah, I definitely appreciate everybody. Antonio said, I think Chris Brown or Butter the shooter. So if you was a juror, Ksoo and Scotty would get off. Ethan said, I know you're gonna be doing the Mo 3 case, right? Yeah, I'm doing y'all know my whole angle on the Mo 3 case is the trials. So I'm definitely gonna be doing the trials. Yes, I was 319 pounds, boss. It's like my back was hurting. Like, I ain't even gonna lie. Everybody, when I tell them that, even people in my real life, they be like, you was not 3 something. Yes, I was. Y'all remember when I went to Miami and I told y'all I was in so much pain? I could barely walk. My back was hurting so bad I could barely wash dishes. That's what made me say, fuck it. I got to get, you know, something got to give. So, yeah, I was 319. To my understanding, that was the heaviest I ever been, but yeah, 319. Okay. Sky said, congratulations for real. Not sure how your page come up, but I'm glad I tuned in. Appreciate you for rocking out. Okay. Kiki said, coming from Atlanta, YSL and living in Chicago, R. Kelly motivated me. I heard with the R. Kelly case happened, that was a time to be around. Boss said, don't get skinny and switch up on us now, Mickey. You know, I'm acting a little different, not too much. A little different. Okay, a little bit. It's all girl said, I hope your little BZ hating ass get put under the jail. Damn. We gonna see, because we gonna definitely rock out to it. Like I said, I'm trying to go out there because I've been trying to get out. Y'all, listen. I have to thank the state of Texas for the Mickey True Foundation, right? When I first started, like and even to this day, Houston, Dallas is always on my top 5 cities. And for the most part, up until March of this year, I really didn't cover a lot of Texas stuff because I got more into the drill stuff, right? But they stayed on my top 5. cities. So I got so much love for Texas, but I have never been to Texas. So y'all know from day one, I have told everybody if Patrick Clark goes to trial for Takeoff's murder, I was coming to Houston. Of course, we thought that was gonna happen like at this point 2 years ago, but it didn't happen. So I'm like, I have to come to Texas at some point because like I get so much love from Texas, but I've never been there. You know, I got so much love from Chicago, and I made my way to Chicago multiple times. So I got to come out to Texas. I got to. So, you know, ain't no telling when a Takeoff case will go to trial if it ever goes to trial. So I'm thinking about coming out for the Yellow BZ portion. And the reason why I chose, because I know the other two are definitely popular in the case, but I feel like the Yellow BZ angle will be better just for my viewers. So that's why I chose to do the Yellow BZ trial. Now, if they stream, Devin Brown trial, I'll definitely react to it, but actually going in person, I'll be trying to go to the one Yellow BZ. Now, what happened to the? I thought they came back. Went out. Where my water at? Hold on, y'all. I could have sworn they was back and now they went away. What's my water? I know I had a cold water somewhere. Yeah, I've been so dehydrated. My homegirl brought me some liquid IV to a drink. So hopefully this helps because I'm so dehydrated. Ever since surgery, I've been dealing with a lot of dehydration. That been my biggest thing is dehydration. They keep talking about Chris Brown, but he is not on trial, ain't it? Right. But the reason that they keep bringing up Chris Brown is going to cause a reasonable doubt in the case. Did it go back out? Or is it just, let me make sure. I don't know. It's out on there, so. I ain't gonna lie. It has like a peculiar taste to it, but I mixed in some Crystal Light, so it tastes a little bit better. But yeah. Yeah, the R. Kelly stuff was a huge mess. Shout out to the 50 and up crowd that's in. Listen, I covered the R. Kelly when he was trying to get the appeal. That live was wild. That's when I learned it's a whole R. Kelly sector, okay? And you know, I'm big on and this is why I don't do certain content because I'm very biased on people touching kids and all that. But that was one that live I grew as a content creator because I just focused on the allegation and the appeal and didn't even focus on everything else. And I did good. That was a successful live. I have not done one since, but that was definitely entertaining live. Like entertaining. I ain't gonna lie, I got a lot of donations on that live though, because they was like, pull up the paperwork, we'll pay for it. Who next on the stand? We don't know. I kind of felt like the detective. Oh no, Ksoo defense team has to cross the detective, but I don't know if that's the last witness. So why Chris Brown keep coming up? Because he's part of the storyline. Butter said that he was with Chris Brown when they were stalking the victim. So yeah, so his name been coming up since day one. And the police never investigated him for this case, even though he was considered to be a part of it. A part of it. Thank you, Jesse. Look, my birthday in October, and that's why I was going the dirt case, because that was just gonna be like my birthday trip to go out there and just cover the case and stuff. Yeah, I might be close to my damn ideal weight by then. I ain't gonna lie. They supposed to be bringing a mama, ain't it? We won't know until the judge rules on it. Remember, she gave them time to go find case law and all that for withholding witnesses' names. They still in recess, yes. Butter melted. Hey, so far every dude that came up in the jury case named Butter definitely got on that stand and told. I just told you why Chris Brown name keep coming up. He part of their story. Definitely a Libra. Yes, Libra gang. Let me not say gang, but yeah, Libra. Oh, y'all, they need to come on right late now. Right, Sharice. I will say that the state does have to like clarify that. But some people may just look at it as hell. Look. But that, I mean, I felt like they should have. I can't remember. What did they say for the recross? I mean the redirect when on that witness on Blue after. Damn, I might have to rewatch that. I can't remember what they said when they showed Chris Brown picture to Blue, and they went through the description, and Blue was like, yes, yes, yes. Did they clean that up then? I'll have to catch that. I have to re-listen to that. Brown, blue, no, listen. They said brown, blue, and no, butter, brown, blue. Butter, brown, blue. I ain't gonna tell you no secret. If I was on that jury, that shit would have stuck in my head. Okay, butter, brown, blue. No, yeah, whatever they said in whatever order. But yeah. That shit was catchy, okay? That was funny. And then, a lot of them lawyers be coming up with certain things to stand out. And boy, that stood out. And then, shit, y'all. I need a nap. I forgot what I was about to say, y'all. Blue just saying whatever to get free. Yeah, most of them do be like that. And I think that's why it won't phase the jury, because everybody know cooperators with deals is common. Hold on. Hell, this ain't no. I'm gonna be honest. This trial reminds me of the O Block trial. Like, it wasn't no actual physical evidence put in. Nobody at the scene, but no motherfucking witnesses. Don't got no snitches. They put them there. You know what I'm saying? So like, that's why I said, hey, every trial, no matter where it's at, got similarities for sure. Blue said, I said earlier, Young gonna have you locked up on the island if you get down to 216. He going on lunchbox. Shit, Mr. Trooper sit his ass down somewhere. So his case of only charged with murder, like no weapons or nothing. Yeah. As far as this case, the case ID only brings up a murder. That's it. Sheree said the daddy said, now you just exaggerating things. It was how he was looking. I mean, he doubled down and kept saying it was still Ksoo, but it just that nigga said, I see the play. I didn't even watch the O Block trial. All them ninjas was done. I went in person. That was like a big highlight in my blogging career. So I had two choices. It was so crazy. For those who don't know, that's probably new, I had two choices at that time to either go to Atlanta and cover YSL that week because I was on vacation, or go to Chicago and cover O Block for a week. And boy, the decision came with downs, but it was more ups going to the O Block trial for sure. Blue admitting he been a fan. I ain't gonna lie, Ethan. That was like the shocking part to me. I had to write on Instagram like, Ksoo daddy being a federal informant is crazy. Like that shit stood out to me. Like I was like, what? And that man said that shit, yeah. Like, and what? Like that was crazy. Okay. J Money said the witnesses aren't credible. They're felonies trying to get off. Don't forget that. It's not gonna. It doesn't. I'm gonna be honest. If I was on the jury, it wouldn't matter to me. Like on some real stuff. How? And I said this earlier in the comments. Like y'all ever heard let them take each other out? You know, most people think that's killing, right? But that can be telling on each other. So like, it wouldn't have bothered me to, you know, you got a criminal history. You did the crime with them. Hell, you obviously about to get something. So without you, we ain't gonna get the other person. So shit, take their ass out. So that's just me. Like if I was on the jury, that wouldn't matter to me. You know, it wouldn't matter. I done seen cases where a random person was just in the cell with somebody, got info from their case, and told the info and got off from their case. Ain't had nothing to do with the case. So like that be their ass talking too much. Blue is Haitian homeboy. Hell, you better not be friends with him. I ain't gonna lie. For those who ain't like in that area that didn't know him, when that shit happened, every person that's in the feds, I would have been like, this nigga probably was on my case. Cause you know they only reveal the informant's name if you go to trial. Majority of people ain't going to trial in the feds. So you know how many people he probably took out? Like, it's crazy. Then when they was like he took out the police, I said, damn, you testified against an officer. Oh Lord, that's probably when he started working. It's crazy because another case in Chicago, the informant started working through a police situation at first. So that must be that must be where they get you at. Hold on, my glass is dirty. Did his kids know he was an informant and not? I doubt it. I don't think nobody really knew for sure. Cause again, most people don't even. He was a federal informant, so he probably played behind the scenes all the time. Blue looked like really, man. The second time looking at the video, Haitian said, "Nah, I don't know. I know he's his younger brother." Haitian said, "No, I don't know that nigga." Blue said, "Say what you want," but Blue owned it, stood on it. I ain't gonna lie, Butter did too. Butter came out with his chest out and his chin up, and didn't skip a beat when he was telling the information. That's what I was like, to be honest. That now being a snitch don't matter, and that's the reason why in the court they call you a cooperator, a cooperation agreement, something like that. They don't even use words like snitch. That's just street lingo or police lingo when they want to cause you some a little bit of distress. They be like, yeah, the snitching in the streets, ain't it? The legal system do not care about snitches. They tell you, we'll protect you. We're all that. You ain't gonna protect shit. For real. Team Pretty said dad wanted to cry on the stand though. He held that shit back. Bruh, that's your son, man. It made me cry. Man, I looked straight through that shit. That man wasn't about to cry. When a person tell you, yo, you come first, no matter what, like, it's about you. They ain't sentimental about telling on their kid. He done told you what type of dude he is. I ain't believe that. I know a lot of y'all fell for the okie doke yesterday. That man ain't give a damn about telling on his son at all. All that pausing. Ksoo. Nah, nigga. You don't care. Like that shit did not. That's why I even posted on Instagram. A lot of the blogs posted it like that man is not emotional for real. at all. He been doing this for decades. Like the defense attorney said, like that man ain't pressed about telling on his son. He did not kill. Bosses said the legal system will have you snitch, not protect you, book they mans, and then let you get body. Hey, listen. And they'll get snitches to tell on your body. Like, that's just how it goes. It's a repeat cycle. Yeah, but I can't say that's case. So all you got is he say, she say, dad don't really know who killed him just by burning all the clothes. Well, he only burnt Blue and Scotty's clothes. Because remember, he said he didn't even see Ksoo before or after the shooting. Now, hold on. Then Butter said they went back to Blue house and Ksoo was there. I got to look back at that. Cause I could swear that's what he said. That already contradicts what Blue said. I gotta listen. At some point, y'all, we're gonna have to listen back to not today. We're gonna have to listen back to Blue testimony. Not Blue. What's his name? Butter. All these B's getting me damn confused. And I'm getting sleepy. When does 3 trial start? Devin Brown trial start in November. Yellow Beezy trial start in November. Something, because they were supposed to be back like 30 minutes ago. They came back for a second. I thought we was on, and then they went away. But they didn't come on. I'm tired of talking. Ready to lay down. But y'all had definitely been keeping the conversation going, though, for sure. Texas said 1-3. Everybody's on November 3rd. I thought, hold on. They having everybody trial the same day? The Sunday. I don't know why I thought Yellow Beezy trial was like the 10th or something like that. So everybody going to trial November 3rd. I know Devin Brown trial is November 3rd. Yellow Beezy trial is November 3rd also. Devin the 3rd, Q1 until when is Beezy's? I'm not at my computer. Look it up. I still don't get the whole House of Pain reference. Did I miss that connect? Like, I remember they kept saying it. What is the House of Pain reference for? Like, I ain't, didn't think that. He definitely didn't want to see Ksoo mom in the courtroom. But I ain't gonna lie. The defense did it to himself. Because how you invoke the rule where people can't be in the gallery if they're going to testify, but then you want to use a witness in the gallery that you pointed out that was in the gallery to testify. I'm going to be honest. Unless they have some predicate, I would deny it if I was a judge. Just being unbiased about it, I would deny it. Although she would make a good witness, but I would deny it because the defense invoked the rule. So how you gonna break the rule you invoked? Blue in his 50s never filed taxes. It's crazy, but he got a record label, stop the cap. I know. Yeah, that's how you know he was into crime. Because for sure. Keywan said on the interview he wasn't going to the county. He said, hell no. Keywan White seems off to me, like a little slow. So I don't even listen to his interviews and stuff. He seems special needs to me in a way. That's just my personal opinion. I don't know that man, but he just seems a little slow. Yeah. I'm gonna have to look it up. I'm gonna have to look it up. What's up, Leah? Leah says on the iCloud and IG accounts linked to the House of Pain. Oh, so that was the defense whole thing because they knew that witness was gonna say that because he already said he was the person that ran that page and stuff. So they trying to say whatever notifications from that email came from the dad. Okay, that makes sense. Did you see Crazy K post last night saying Blue left him at 12 years old? He said not to be sad, but be happy he survived in the madness. I don't. Who is Crazy K? The brother? I'll be honest, y'all. I follow people on Instagram, but kind of once I'm done with your content, I unfollow you. But I ain't never followed him though. But yeah, I unfollow the people for the most part. The other day, somebody came up my timeline. I'm like, who the hell is this? Like, I couldn't remember who it was. But yeah, normally I unfollow you if you're not like content for sure. It's some that's always content, so I follow them for sure all the time. But it's some that just be content for a little while, and I follow, and then I stop. I don't follow a lot of the ATK members after me and ATK Queasy had went back and forth for a little bit. House of Pain, big corporation. I went and want him to manage me. He like Big U. That's crazy. Mickey sound like the IB got drinking and putting your ass to sleep on it. Listen, y'all know, like right before the lunch break, I had just ate. And y'all know, like I told you, I had the surgery. So I be having to sit up for 30 minutes. And that's when we was doing going back and forth with K-Way comments. So now at 30 minutes, I was able to drink. Then I had to wait 30 minutes. So now my 30 minutes is over and I can lay down and I'm under this cover, y'all. I got my heating blanket on. My house is at 67 degrees. Yeah, I'm getting sleepy. I've been following him because he's been going off around this trial. Is he out of jail or he in jail? I might need to follow him so I can see what he be writing. Somebody need to send it to me. Most time I ain't real. Oh shit. What they say on that thing? Why they went mute again? Hell, I'm getting sleepy. I need a nap. Yeah, Kimberly, call the courthouse, see what's going on. This my time. I supposed to be sleeping. How the hell they be posting on social media from jail? What the fuck? Your house on 67, your AC must never cut off. Your life gonna be sky. Yeah, I like to be cold. But it's like 100 something degrees heat index down here. Like it's hot as hell outside. So yeah, I never cut my air off. My light bill don't be too bad. I mean, it could be lower if I didn't keep it on 60 something. But yeah, it don't be too high. And even if it do be hot, shit, it's worth it because I can't be hot. My light bill be lower in the winter though because I don't really cut my heat on like that. Unless I got like my grandbaby or somebody, like a kid over here. Other than that, you better get under your cover. Young and Age dropping the I'm Sorry video today at 3 Central. He mentioned Ksoo in the song. 73 is hot. Hell no. And like I said, I have an older house and it's hot outside. So like, and I like to be cold. I got to keep mine low. Like, I can't even go. Like, my homegirl, I have a best friend, 2 best friends, but my best friend that live in North Carolina, I never go to her house because she keep her house too hot. I can't. If I get hot, my nose get itching. Like, I can't get hot. Bosses, goddamn, is true walking around in a turtleneck shiesty and one piece of Adidas sweatsuit. He used to that shit. It's been this way forever. He used to the cold. That's why he better get under the heating blanket. He used to the cold. I'm about to tell y'all a story time real quick, right? Back in our broke days, like when we first got married, we lived in an area where you had like 3 options for the lights, right? You can do prepaid lights or you can do a credit check lights where you have to pay a deposit. depending on your credit. So we tried to do the credit check one, and the deposit was like $700. Okay, $700. We ain't had $700. We barely was making ends meet. So we did a prepaid lights, right? So neither one of us was working at the time. So a lot of times, shit, we had to just let the house be what it is. And it was wintertime, and we was the kids leave, man. We be in that bitch in the bed under the covers. The house be cold as hell, cause we will only cut the heat on when the kids would be there. Like, hey, shout out to Mr. Truth, man. We've been through the struggle and the come up. Okay. But I tell y'all this, I would have never thought, like, now, man, you can't pay me to be in no house with no air or nothing going on. Hell no. But yeah, back in the struggle days, we damn sure had to ride that out to save money on the lights. Now I don't worry about the light bill. I'm blessed to not have to worry about the light bill. But yeah, they court take breaks late, like us ninjas. It's 2:00. I don't know. They normally be precise when they come back, so I don't know why they're not back. They came back for a few minutes and then they went away. Oh, let me check something out. Okay, yes, definitely shout out to them broke days. Okay. Cause boy, don't look. We only had $50 on the light bill. We had to make that $50 stretch. So, like I said, I like to be cold, but boy, liking to be cold and then being like it was like 50 degrees at that time. Shit, you be freezing up in that damn house. So yeah, so he used to that shit. Now my daughter can't stand when I have my house too cold. That's why I'm glad her ass stay by herself and not here. I don't even know, like, I don't know what's going on. They ain't got their comments on. Why can't I see the comments? Is they talking? Oh my gosh, is this the jury they showing? Who is these people? Hold on, I gotta go to the office real quick. Cause I see another news station got their camera on, but you can see people walking. No, I am not getting up. But they're not in session yet though. Cause I don't want that shit on my channel showing no jury. That's out of bounds. Alright, I'm back. Shit, I remember having prepaid electric, had to stand in line at the check cashing place to load it up. Hey, I'm telling you, I was so glad when we moved back in the city and went back to the other light people, cause yeah, that prepaid lights, shit. But it was beneficial at the time, cause we ain't had no money for the deposit. But listen, hey, that struggle bus is real. Okay. Like I even think about, look, I had told Mr. Truth, I said, damn, I'm glad your ass had finally got a job, a good job. Boy. Ksoo got into a scrap with his daddy in the bullpen, so it's a delay. You stupid blue. Prepaid option save my life for hell yeah, that's facts. That's why I don't never knock nobody, because I done been through it, man. And sometimes you just got to get what's best for you. And like I said, prepaid got us through. Got us through. Yeah, my husband used to go cut grass to like on the weekends and stuff, just to come up with money and put on that prepaid account. So it was a come up for us for sure. Now his ass at brand new, like he don't remember no prepaid light days. Crashville, we're not talking about that. We heard about it, but that's not the type of content I cover. Yes, it is. They got people walking in the courtroom, so hopefully it'll come back on soon. Cause your girl getting sleepy. I be timing myself to talk for an hour. Over an hour, I'm over here like, Lord, my mouth already dry. I think I might have to go get me an actual IV. Down well. And what? What you mean down well? Dominic, you gonna have to rewind. We already did the recap. And I'm gonna be honest, I just don't feel like redoing it. We already talked about it. Oh, in Florida? Oh, I didn't know it was in Florida. Thought it was in like Manhattan or some shit. Unless I'm talking about something else. Hold on, what you say? There was a mass shooting down there this month. Oh no, I ain't hear about that. I thought you was talking about the one from yesterday. My bad. Oh, I ain't hear about that. I'll get sleepy. I'm watching the other. I got the other stream pulled up, and they just got the camera at the carpet. That's why I ain't get up to move it. Yeah, that's why I thought he was talking about the one in New York. Yeah, I realize I really don't cover New York like that. It's just down south they got more accessibility to their stuff. And as a content creator, hey, having stuff accessible is just the best. That's why I really do more southern stuff, Midwest stuff. I hope the judge didn't make any ruling without us being able to see. Yeah, I don't think so. I would hope not. Let me see what they playing in the background, because I might get up and go switch. I don't like leaving y'all in silence. But I'm running out of things to talk about. But yeah, I don't like leaving y'all in silence. If y'all want to support Make It True channel, you can donate to her Cash App, Super Chat, the $ down. Yeah. Oh yeah, shout out to everybody that has been sending me donations. Y'all know I'm not one of the channels that get donations often. Hey, hold on. I might have to switch because they on the other live going already. Hold on, y'all.
Or say anything to you or try to approach you in any way regarding this case? If so, please raise your hand. All right, and I see no hands raised. Did any of you on both juries, when your electronic devices were returned to you, read, watch, or listen to any television, newspaper, or radio stories that might have been printed or aired regarding this case? If so, please raise your hand. No, I see no hands raised. All right, ladies and gentlemen, then we're going to continue with the testimony of the witness, and at this time I'll call upon Defendant Robinson for cross-exam. All right, let me see court reporter and counsel sidebar. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, I do want to apologize. It is now almost 2:15, and I know lunch ended 45 minutes ago, and here we are just starting. There are just sometimes matters that need to be taken up outside the presence of the jury. This was one such event. It's been handled, and now we will continue. I make every effort to see that your time is not wasted, that there are no unreasonable delays, and I do sincerely apologize for that. But there was a matter I needed to tend to. But with that, we will now call upon defense for Mr. Robinson to cross-examine. Thank you.
Sir. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
January 15th, 2020. You get assigned this case, right?
Yes.
You very quickly are able to develop a print that ties back to a firearm that was not used in the commission of this crime. Agree?
Yes, the day after the incident.
And that fingerprint was from my client.
Yes.
At that point in time, you'd agree that you start looking at Hakeem Robinson.
Yes.
You didn't know him before that.
No.
You didn't know of Ksoo.
No.
And you start looking at him.
Yes.
You as an officer, you would agree that you have to objectively investigate cases, right?
Yes.
Now, at that point in time, you already knew that Dominique Barner was involved to some extent, right?
Perhaps given the burglary incident.
What was the first warrant that you issued in this case?
For the car?
I'm asking you, you get that big binder in front of you, the very first warrant. Now, to explain for the jury, when you want to collect evidence, there's something out there that you want to get. You have a judge sign a warrant, you type up an affidavit with the information for why you believe that it's relevant, and then you send it out and you get the items back, right?
That's correct.
Very first warrant that you do in this case has nothing to do with Dominique Barner, right?
No, not at that time.
It was for my client's Instagram account.
That was not the first warrant. The first warrant was for the car.
So you do remember now. On February 5th, 2020, the first suspect that you send a warrant out for to collect information, not about a car, but to collect information, not to search the vehicle that we're not contesting here, was to collect records from my client's Instagram account, correct?
With respect to the question you asked, the first question you asked was...
Just answer this question now, please.
I am answering a question, but I'm going to basically say what I got to say. You asked me what the first warrant I got was. It was for the car. So then you then asked what the first suspect information I got was. Yes, it was for Mr. Robinson.
And we'll go back even further because I was talking about Dominique Barner. You didn't get a search warrant for any of his items, and you knew he was involved.
Not at that time.
Wasn't until months later. Right?
Right.
At that point in time, days after this happens, you're focused on Hakeem Robinson.
Yes, because I have the fingerprint in the car from the gun.
Now, you didn't have a fingerprint in the car. You had a fingerprint on a gun that was in the car.
Again, I said from the gun that was in the car.
Understand. Now, you've watched the entire Bang It Out music video, right?
Yes.
There's firearms throughout that, right?
Correct.
In fact, the one that the government is trying to say may or may not have been the one that was used in the homicide, it's held by a bunch of different people.
Correct.
You have no way of saying that the fingerprint on the gun that was found inside of the car was left on that gun even remotely close to January 15th, right?
No way, no.
Let's talk about your investigation. Of course, you're shaking your head. I don't know if you had something to add. Okay. In your investigation, of course, you speak to the eyewitnesses, right?
Yes.
There was a young kid working at Hibbett Sports, pretty much right next door to where the murder happened. Jarvis Roberts, did you speak to him?
No, my partner did.
Okay, but you as the lead, when one of your colleagues speaks to somebody, that information, all the information goes to you, right?
Eventually, yes.
And you combine that into your reports because you are the lead, right?
That's correct.
Jarvis Roberts, and I'm not going to ask you for what he said, but he gave a description of who he saw.
Without going to Detective Dishman's report, I can't exactly say what the report said.
In January of 2020, you authored a 59-page report that included all the reports of your colleagues, right?
Only the officers who did major case addendums.
There was also somebody else. There was a guy, Michael Williams. He was working out at the Baileys. He was on a Stairmaster. One of your colleagues spoke to him as well, too, right?
I believe I spoke to him.
And he gave a description of what he saw.
He did.
Now, we're talking about witnesses and who may have seen something. Abir Ahmad, who is a homeowner west of where the car crashed. We're not talking about the shooting, but the car crashes. 2 run eastbound, 1 runs westbound. She lives in that westbound direction, correct?
I believe so.
Right. And she saw somebody walking through her backyard. Correct. I'm not going to ask you for her words, but she saw something, right?
I know she witnessed some part of it, but I don't have it in front of me to tell you exactly what.
All right. And again, we're just talking about people that I'm not asking you for their statements. One of your colleagues spoke to her, right?
Correct.
And they got what she gave as a description of what she saw.
Correct.
Renata Boston, right? Another witness.
Yes.
She saw somebody, correct?
Yes.
You got those descriptions.
Yes.
So you're doing your investigation. You've seen the dash cam video by this point, right?
At what point is this?
Before the arrest of my client.
Yes.
All right. You have the dash cam video. It shows what it shows. You have these civilian witnesses that you've spoken to, and there was many more civilian witnesses, right?
Yes.
There was somebody that was pumping gas that could see, right?
Without telling you a specific name, I know there was one person I spoke to that was at the gas station.
So you had unbiased eyewitnesses, no connection to this case, not being prosecuted, give you a description of what they saw.
Yes.
And as you're investigating, Hakeem, you haven't met him before.
No.
You have a description on what the shooter was like, and on the day that he comes into the station, was ultimately arrested, you met him for the first time, right?
Yes.
And you were surprised by how big he was.
Like his weight, yeah.
No, you were surprised with how big he was, height and weight.
I'd say weight. He looks a little skinnier on Instagram back then, from my recollection.
Would it refresh your recollection to see your reaction in the interrogation video?
No, again, I said there was the weight that kind of threw me off.
The day that you met with him, and this is for impeachment, the day that you met with him, there was a recording device in the interview room, correct?
Correct.
And at one point in time, he went out to go to the bathroom, right?
Without watching it, I don't remember.
And you walked back into the interview room, and he was in front of you.
Okay. I don't understand exactly what you're saying.
He answered the question.
Right? Okay.
Sidebar, I disagree that it was answered.
All right, well, if you're going to show the video, only he is to see the video because the video is not in evidence.
Okay. It's for impeachment, but I'll show it to him.
But it's only to be shown to him
I'm sorry?
first.
Well, the only thing is there's audio, Your Honor,
Then I need to excuse the jurors.
or I can bring him over here and play it for him.
And the audio won't still be an issue?
It'll be very low.
No. I mean, I'm going to have to excuse the jurors at this point because then I also have to be able to see and hear it.
Understood.
And I won't be able to if it's low over there. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask y'all to have a step into your jury room for a quick moment, and then we'll bring you right back out here.
Staying on the topic that we were on, September of 2020, was it? You first meet Mr. Robinson?
That's correct.
You're with Detective Dishman, your colleague?
Yes.
Never met him in person before?
Yes, sir.
Had spent months investigating this case, getting the descriptions of a shooter that was 5'5", 5'8", 5'9".
Sustained.
So, officer, there's CAD notes in this case, right? Call action detail notes.
Yes.
You've collected those, you've reviewed those.
Yes.
And your colleagues, as they were under the stress of the moment, were calling out over the radio the height and the weight of the person that they saw. Right?
Yes.
And it wasn't just one. It wasn't just Officer Collins. There was another officer, Graham, right?
I vaguely remember, yes.
They both gave descriptions of the person that them as seasoned officers saw with their own eyes. Right?
Yes.
You also have the civilians that saw the shooting, right?
Yes.
Mr. Robinson's in an interview room. You come into the interview room, he's sitting down, right?
Yes.
You talk to him for a minute. He hasn't stood up yet, right?
I don't know if it was a minute. I think he almost immediately asked to go to the bathroom.
Then he walks out and he goes to the bathroom.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Is that correct? I wasn't.
That's accurate. Yes.
As he's walking back in, and this is the first time he's standing up, you make a comment. You're a lot bigger than I thought you'd be.
Yes.
Right?
I said yes.
Not. You're the exact same size of the shooter that I've been investigating. Either consciously or subconsciously, you say, you're bigger than I thought you'd be. Right?
I've already answered this, but yes.
Please answer it again. They're not objecting. You don't get to make that choice.
Yes.
All right. Now, it wasn't just about his weight, was it?
It was about his weight.
Then why didn't you say it before he stood up?
I vaguely remember being in that room briefly. I don't think we made too many comments to each other.
If I'm sitting down, you can tell from my face, from my body, you can tell if I'm wide-shouldered, right? You can't tell my height until I stand up.
At that point, I don't remember looking at his body. I was looking at his face, and then I think he asked to go to the bathroom. And then as he comes back from the bathroom, that's when I make the comment.
You agree that you made the comment?
Yes, never done that.
Yeah.
My client was arrested that day?
Yes.
You didn't take any photos of him, did you?
We did not.
No. One moment, Your Honor. I'm showing you one of the government's exhibits, but you guys took photos of Dominique Barner, multiple photos.
Yes.
So, understanding that we may have a recording, we could have had photographs just like this for this jury to see his exact size on that day.
Correct.
But you chose not to take photos.
With respect to Dominique Barner, the tattoos that he had at that date and time were the reason he was photographed.
Isn't the first photo with him with the shirt on?
Yes, they do overall photos.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're having a tech issue there for a second.
Okay.
So, this photograph, this is taken so you know who you're taking the photograph of, right?
That's correct.
There's no policy, there's no law, there's nothing saying that you couldn't have taken the similar photographs of my client, Hakeem Robinson.
No, there's no.
Be able to see what kind of weight he's carrying. Right?
Right.
You agree, though, that he doesn't have a single tattoo?
I have not seen the extent of his body, so I can't say that for sure.
Well, if there was tattoos, you'd be taking photos.
If they were described by a witness or a victim as it relates to the case, and it makes sense, yes.
Let's move on now. Call action detail notes. Now, again, this is back in the day when they had the CB radio. Now it's digital radios. But anything that's going out there from all the different officers, it's going to a central location and being recorded, right?
Yes.
It's both typed out and audio recorded, right?
Yes.
So somewhere out there, there's an audio recording of two of your colleagues giving a description of the person they're chasing.
Yes.
Why don't we have that? Richardson hearing.
What? Okay, if I can have a grounds for the objection? Okay. I will overrule the objection.
There's an audio recording of your colleagues, literally as they're chasing after the person, going out on the radio. I need backup. I'm chasing somebody, giving a description. Right?
At some point, yes.
At some point?
Yes, there would have been.
Okay. Now, both the call action detail notes and the recording, those are kept in the normal course of business for JSO, right?
That's correct.
They're created literally live. So they're created at or near the time of when the items are being reported, right?
Yes.
And they're organized and collected by somebody with personal knowledge about what they're doing. It's somebody from JSO.
At least someone in the comm center, but yes.
Now let's talk about body cams. January 15, 2020, body cams were required for officers, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Officer Collins, although he was getting a rap at Publix, he was on duty that day.
I don't know if he was on duty or going to secondary employment.
If he were on duty and in uniform, he would have been on that date wearing a body cam.
He should have been, yes.
And per your policy, if somebody is chasing after somebody else in a vehicle and then on foot, you're supposed to activate that body cam.
Yes.
Now, obviously, sometimes that doesn't happen, right?
Yes.
But sometimes there are recordings, right?
Yes.
You as a lead detective, is there a recording
of
Officer Collins chasing on foot the shooter?
No.
Doesn't exist or it can't be found?
I don't believe it exists. I asked for all body-worn camera from that incident. I never had that.
Now, presumably, if that camera was on, we would have live images of the shooter, right?
Reasonably depending on when he got out of the car and what his body cam would call. I can't speak to that.
Let's go back to warrants now. Let's talk about search warrants. Now, you were looking at my client. You had probable cause basis to request those meta records, right?
Yes.
Did you ever search my client's residence?
No.
Did you ever search anywhere and find either the Nike tech suit that the shooter wore?
No.
The shoes that the shooter wore?
No.
You would agree that if you were to execute a search warrant on my client where he's living at that time at his mother's house, and that isn't there, that could lead to an argument of those aren't his clothes.
Potentially.
Now, these Nike tech suits, Nike tech fleece suit is what you think the shooter may have been wearing?
Sorry, perhaps, yes.
Right. Wildly popular. They're popular. Right?
I have seen them, yes, but I don't know how popular they are. Can't speak to it.
You're the lead detective. You didn't look into this?
How popular a Nike tech suit is at that time?
We're not talking about a unique, suit jacket covered in rhinestones. We're talking about Nike, popular brand, right?
Yes.
And their sportswear is big, both domestically and internationally.
Yes.
So what I'm getting at here is that there's more than one of them out there in the world.
Yes.
More than one of them out there in this county.
Presumably.
So it would be speculation to say that the one that we saw in the video with my client on the FaceTime call, that's the same one. That would be speculation, right?
Yes.
You don't even see the full thing.
You can't from the video.
Now let's talk about the posts. The shooter that you interviewed in this case, they covered up their appearance, at least their face, right?
Yes.
There was attempts to evade the police, to run from them, right?
Yes.
There was destruction of evidence. Some stuff was burned, right?
Yes.
You'd agree this is sort of like crime 101. You get away with it, right?
I'm sorry. When you say crime 101, what are you referring to? Burning stuff?
The people that committed this crime, the shooter that covered their face, the people that ran from the cops, the burning of the evidence, the cell phones under other names, those are people trying to protect their identity, to hide it, right?
Yes.
Okay. So about a week later, my my client posts on social media about doing something and getting his toes done. Right?
Yes.
And you believe that that's evidence of this murder?
In context of everything else that was posted, yes.
So there's all these attempts to cover up identity, and then he goes up into social media with, how many followers does he have? Hundreds of thousands?
Without looking at his page, I couldn't tell you.
You know that it's a lot.
Yes.
Right. That he then goes out there and confesses? That's your belief, that he everything is done to hide in the moment, and then 5 days later, I'll just confess to the world.
Yes.
That's your belief?
Yes.
All right. Now that statement, and I'm not going to repeat it like the government has a couple times. That statement, that could apply to anything, right?
As far as
if one of your say the government, one of our witnesses, and they have a riveting cross-examination. Killed him. Killed that witness. Doesn't mean they actually killed him, does it?
No.
Have you ever heard the phrase, for some people, I could only hope that someday my life is as interesting as I make it seem on social media. Have you ever heard that?
Can't say I have.
Now, you know that my client's an artist, right?
Yes.
You know from the videos and from the followers, right?
Yes.
Do you have any way of saying that he wasn't just co-opting the life that he saw growing up to sell records?
I can't say that.
Because who else would be stupid enough to post on Instagram, yeah, I just killed a guy, but the person that is trying to sell records to go, you know what? People out there are going to believe it because they don't know it, but I feel secure enough that I'm not going to be charged with this because I know I didn't do it. You understand the question?
No, if you could repeat it, that'd be great.
Have you ever heard the phrase, you can't be smart and stupid at the same time?
Can't say I have. I haven't heard that one.
It would be smart if somebody were trying to hide their identity in the moment. It would be stupid of them to then go onto social media and confess it if they were actually involved, right?
Yes.
Now, we're not saying that my client didn't like Willie Addison. We're not saying that my client didn't dislike Charles McCormick. But him disliking Charles McCormick doesn't mean that alone doesn't mean that he killed him, right?
No.
Posting, bye, that could just be a reflection of him disliking the guy, not necessarily killing him, right?
Right.
You agree?
Just the post itself? No, I agree.
This guy's dead. I mean, agreeably, it may not be tasteful. I don't like this guy. This guy is rapping about something, about somebody that me and others cared about. I don't like that. He's now been killed. Bye-bye. And you want to know what? I'll probably get a bump in records too. You agree with that? How about this? We'll move on. You can think up something. We'll come back to it, okay? Now, Charles McCormick. Charles McCormick was never a suspect in the Willie Addison murder, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
So he's rapping about something that he was never involved in, right?
As of now, I did not investigate that case. I cannot say who was or was not a person of interest in that case.
You're being asked this question right now. Charles McCormick, to the best of your knowledge, was he rapping about something that he was never involved in?
As far as I can say, I can't say he had any involvement in the murder.
You can't say that he had any
I'd say
involvement.
that.
So it's okay for Charles McCormick, but it's not okay for the guy that actually has the record. Is that what you're saying?
It's not okay for the guy who has a fingerprint on a gun inside that vehicle that was used to murder him.
You already agreed with me that that fingerprint could have been left at any time.
It could have been, but there's any vehicle that could be tied to Charles McCormick? I can't say. I know you probably can't say as well, but I don't think I would be posting or rapping about something I might have remotely had anything to do with.
Let's go back to the fingerprint now. After you got that fingerprint, you didn't arrest my client, right?
No.
Because it wasn't enough.
No.
You didn't arrest Chifton Hogan.
No.
Right? His DNA's in there.
I followed the evidence to verify where they were at that day.
You followed the evidence as far as the fingerprint and then just kept on that track.
The fingerprint and then the DNA when it came back.
The DNA that easily could have been transferred from the shirt that had my client's DNA on it?
I don't know the specifics of how it got on there. I can't tell you that.
Should we save that testimony for the DNA expert?
Yes.
Now, let's talk about those civilian witnesses again. Renata Boston, she got vaguely a look at the person, right?
Yes.
Jarvis Roberts, right?
Yes.
Michael Williams.
Yes.
But Renata, it was something different because the person's hood was down, right?
Yes.
You never went out there with a photographic lineup to see if she could identify anybody, right?
Yeah.
There's nothing stopping you.
No.
If she were to come back and identify the wrong person, your case would be toast.
No, not necessarily. I just have to if she picked out the wrong person, pick nobody, I'd verify who the person is that she picked and see where he was at on the day in question.
But it was never done.
No.
We don't know what we don't know.
She saw him, I believe, from the second floor.
No, she was sitting right there talking to a friend. She was sitting on the stoop. Saw the person come out of the woods. They did describe the hair and the skin tone. No photo lineup was ever shown to her.
No.
Now, let's talk about House of Pain. You know the relevance here, right?
I'm sorry.
House of Pain 904@gmail.com.
Yes.
You remember that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you were born last century, right?
Yes.
I was born in the 70s. About the same age?
Yeah.
House of Pain was big in the, you made me feel old with that one. House of Pain was big in the 80s and the 90s, right?
Is that the jump around?
Yep.
There you go.
Jump up, get down, that one. That's way after my client's time, right?
Yes.
But it's within the time frame of Blue, Abdul Sr.
That's correct.
Right? Now, you did look into Abdul Sr., right?
Yes.
His Instagram account is h.o.p_CEO. Right?
Yes.
A bunch of stuff when you searched his house, there was a bunch of House of Pain paraphernalia, right?
Yes.
Are you able to say who that email account belonged to?
No.
Now, you could have found that out, right?
Perhaps, but then if they did the same thing that happened with the iCloud, where there wasn't like a direct name, then I'd still be dead in the water.
Let's do this. We got a whole box over there of Instagram records, call detail records, Meta, Facebook.
Yes.
You're the one that's the lead on this throughout the entire case.
Yes.
There's never a search warrant sent to Meta, that's Facebook and Instagram's parent company, to collect the records for HOP CEO Instagram account, right?
No.
Got it from my client days after the shooting.
Yes.
Never got it for that.
That's correct.
Okay. You could have also, you could have gone right to the source. You could have sent a search warrant to Google because it's a Gmail account, right?
That's correct.
And we could see, to get to the bottom of it, who this account belongs to.
Potentially.
Potentially?
I don't know what information that the Google account would have contained.
Now, all we know is that there's a few photos of my client that tie back to the iCloud, the Apple, right?
That's correct.
So you guys get the records from Apple, but not from Google and not from Meta.
I'm sorry, Meta. When you say Meta,
Facebook, Instagram.
Do you have records from Facebook?
So Meta is Facebook and Instagram. You don't get records from them.
I do have, I'm sorry, you said I did not?
Let's back up. HOP CEO, that Instagram account.
Yeah, specifically that Instagram account. No, I did not get that one.
Okay, that's Meta. Now, for the House of Pain 904 Gmail account, you could have sent a search warrant to Google to get you could have seen all the emails.
Could have, potentially, yes.
You say could have. You had the basis to send out search warrants. You did it on everything else.
Yes.
You did it on the Apple account. It would have been the same thing. You just change out Apple for Google.
Yes.
But we don't have that.
We do not.
But you get the Apple account and there's some selfies of my client, right?
Yes.
You're not able to say that Blue, Abdul Sr., who was admittedly doing some management for my client before he signed up, that he didn't have access to my client's Instagram, right?
I can't say that, no.
Okay. You can't say that my client, maybe was visiting, and I won't refer to him as his father, but Abdul Sr., he was seeing him and took a selfie on his phone. Right?
No, I can't say that.
Ms. Kawas and I are generally always together from work. If I were to take a selfie with her phone, that doesn't mean that's my phone.
Right, but generally, most of the photos on that device would have been of her, not you. I'm sorry, does that make sense?
It doesn't. What we're talking about, though, is who the House of Pain email account belongs to.
Correct.
More work could have been done to other companies to find out the answer to this.
Again, as it relates to the House of Pain, yes, I could have subpoenaed, I guess, Meta to see if there's any other accounts tied to that account email.
So, but when you see a selfie of my client from the Apple return, it's just, okay, that's good enough. That's his account.
It wasn't just a selfie, it was multiple pictures, but okay.
We have the evidence. There's about a dozen photos, right?
Yeah, there's multiple photos.
Dozen.
Still multiple.
Okay. My client's phone, the 1595 that we have in evidence, how many thousands of photos are in that?
It's different. I have the entire device. I don't have the entire device for that 478 number.
At the end of the day, you cannot confidently say who that email address belonged to.
No.
House of Pain 904 at Gmail.
No.
Let's talk about Raekwon Howard. You've seen the meta records for Raekwon Howard, right?
Correct.
Now, we have to assume that that's actually the Raekwon Howard's Instagram, right?
Yes.
You've met with Raekwon.
Yes.
He's next door in the jail right now?
I don't know exactly where he's currently being housed, but I know he is in jail somewhere.
Now, Raekwon Howard at one point in time tried to kill two of the witnesses in this case.
That's correct.
It's the next question, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll allow one more question and see if you can type relevance.
Never tried to kill my client. Right?
I don't know what all he's tried to do.
So let's back up to make sure that we're clear. You answered yes, that he did try to kill witnesses. He tried to kill Torgon Williams and Natalie Gant.
That's correct.
He's been charged with that.
Yes.
You know of no time when he's tried to kill Hakeem Robinson.
No, I can't say so.
Now, the relevance here is that these warring factions on the street, that they don't get along, right?
That's correct.
All right. That could have been payback for the murder of Charles McCormick. Happened months later, right?
It did.
Okay. So let's get into the meta records of Raekwon Howard, or somebody that could be Raekwon Howard. We'd have to hear from him to know that these are his records, right?
There's several pictures of him on that account. The email address is Raekwon Howard 4.
Are you saying that Raekwon is a unusual name?
I don't know. Without looking it up, I don't know how many Raekwon Howards are in the world.
Didn't Raekwon Howard try to kill another Raekwon? If you know.
I don't know.
All right. Give me 1 second, Your Honor. I've got to DJ over to another screen. I'm getting better. No, we're good. We got it here. Okay. I'm going to wait to publish it. I don't want to show it yet. Okay, let's just jump into this. Let me know if you can see that on the screen.
Yes.
So what I'm showing you is admitted into evidence as a state's exhibit. Unfortunately, I don't have the number, but I'm sure that Ms. Kawas or the government can tell me what it is. Raekwon Howard's meta records. Meta records.
Oh, yeah, this one would be Hakeem's. The whole thing. Huh? Hold on, Joe. Yeah, we'll enter the whole thing. Yeah, that's fine. So you've reviewed these records, right?
Sorry, yes.
All right. Now, what we're talking about, we're going to focus on Hakeem Robinson's records.
Okay.
His meta records. You've reviewed those because you received them, right?
Yes.
Raekwon Howard. One of his usernames is rpg.poppy.
Yes.
Now, there's several other names, but that's one of them, right?
Yes.
Now, the records that you get, it's only for a small period of time.
Yes.
And within that, you looked at the communications of all of communications in December before the murder, right?
I believe so.
And then after it.
Yes.
In December of 2019, my client's having conversations. They're texting back and forth and speaking, both my client and RPG Poppy. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look? One moment, Your Honor. Start on page 5,969. Do me a favor. Take a look. Scroll down there. I want you to start on, you'll see the username highlighted.
Let me move this just so I have someone to kind of place that.
Just let me know when that helps your memory.
All right.
Does that help your memory?
Yes.
Can you replace the microphone back where it was? Thank you.
In December, the month before the murder, they were talking regularly, right?
Yes. Sorry, 1 second. Yes.
One of the comments was LMFAOOO.
It was.
Right? There was another comment about somebody losing weight.
Vaguely remember that, but yes.
Now, these communications continue through the time of the murder, right?
Yes.
And up until the end of the records, which were about a week after the murder.
From best I remember, yes.
So it wasn't uncommon for my client to be speaking with Raekwon Howard.
Yeah.
Your belief is that my client killed one of his people, one of his group.
Associate, maybe, yes.
Doesn't that prove more that my client is not part of all of this? That he's not at war with this group like the others that are involved? They can't give you the answer.
Sorry.
You got to look at me.
He stood up. Sorry. No, I don't know. Just without knowing all the context of the conversations, I don't know what they're saying to each other.
You saw the text messages.
Yeah, I saw them teasing each other, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not still bad blood there. I think it's weird that they talk as much as they do. I'll give you that, but it doesn't mean that they wouldn't have it.
Let's break it down. You view my client, you're like, he killed somebody that's part of this group 6 block. It's weird that he's talking to somebody from 6 block, right?
Yes.
Doesn't that weirdness go away when you finally admit, oh, wait, maybe my client didn't have a problem with this group 6 block and that was everybody else that was still battling on the streets?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
All right. You think it's weird because you believe that my client has this problem with all the group 6 block, right?
Yes.
Doesn't that weirdness, that weird feeling you have, doesn't that go away?
No.
You admit that.
And the reason that
I could ask a question.
Sorry. Go.
All right, we just need one person speaking at a time. So let the attorney ask the question, and then we'll let the witness answer the question without interruption on both ends. Go ahead and ask your question.
Doesn't that weirdness go away if you realize, wait a second, Hakeem gets along with Raekwon and they're even joking around, and you can't speculate whether it was positive or negative. But maybe he isn't part of this rivalry in between the two. That clears up the weirdness.
It does not, because he mentions Bibby almost every chance he gets.
Sidebar, Your Honor?
Okay, let's come sidebar. All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back on the record. We're going to take another restroom break. There's been a request for a bio break, so I'm going to ask y'all both of the juries to step back into the jury rooms for just a short while, and then we'll bring you right back out here. And we will continue with the cross-examination of the witness.
Butter. Dominique Varner, right?
Yes.
You eventually arrest Dominique Varner, right?
Yes.
And he later decides to cooperate with you, right?
That's correct.
You're there for the day that's memorialized.
You mean when the sworn was taken?
Correct.
Yes.
It was taken at the station, the same place that you spoke to my client, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about that.
The statement that you referred to, that happens in a room where it's being recorded, right?
The sworn, yes.
You're in there?
Yes.
ASA Joel Cooper's there?
Yes.
Dominique Varner?
Yes.
And his attorney?
That's correct.
Now, before that recording ever takes place, you have a pre-meeting, right?
Vaguely, yes, that's fine. Sorry, that was just a matter of the terminology. That's it.
Give us.
We say a pre-meeting, it's just a meeting.
You have a conversation with Dominique Varner, who's now about to become a witness in a case, and the very first meeting that you have where all of you are in there is not recorded.
That's correct.
Then you go into the room and you do the recording.
Yes.
All right. You're in the room for that conversation.
Yes.
ASA Cooper is asking the questions.
Yes.
Now, I want to make it clear that I'm not trying to argue that they told any witness what to say. Okay, so I'm prefacing it. I'm not saying that. The questions that were asked in that room, they were in a leading fashion, right?
I'm sorry, when you say in the room, you talking about the meeting or the sworn?
The sworn statement, the one after the rehearsal where you're having the conversation, it's recorded, and if you need to review it to refresh your recollection, let me know. But the questions that are being asked are leading questions.
For the most part, they're just yes or no questions.
Yes or no for Barner to say yes or no.
Yes.
It wasn't a situation of, Mr. Barner, we have the camera, tell us what you know.
No.
You believe from the cases that you have that Dominique Barner is a dangerous person.
Yes. Yes.
You also know that this guy, he's smart, right? Not book smart, street smart.
To an extent, yes.
He's the one that figured out, I'm going to go onto Core, the Core computer system, find a case for Charles McCormick to figure out an address, right?
Yes.
He also had fake Instagram accounts to track him when he was on vacation, right?
I was not aware of the fake Instagram account, but
you know that he was clever in the ways that he figured out how to hunt Charles McCormick.
At times, yes.
Are you saying that he is not clever enough to figure out what it is that y'all want to hear?
I couldn't say that. Again, everything that he's told us was corroborated by the evidence that I had.
Now, if I sit down and I'm in that room instead, and you're Buck, and I ask you and I go, "You're a phone call in the car and I'm holding a stack of papers." You as Butter, you could be like, "Yeah, that could happen, right?"
If I led with a question like that, yes. I said.
So what we're saying is that this person that wants a deal, that knows what you guys want, is it beyond this known murderer's ability to craft his statement in line with your facts?
Again, all we ever asked him for was the truth, and that's what he told us.
And we have to rely on him whether he's truthful or not.
Yes.
You do know that he's taken lives.
I'm sorry?
You do know that he's taken lives, right?
He's taken lives?
Yeah, sustained.
Through your investigation, you knew that Dominique Barner was involved in the Rothermill case, right?
Yes.
Okay. Safe to assume that you would be of the opinion that he's a dangerous person?
Yes.
Okay. What's harder, shooting somebody or lying?
What's harder?
Yeah.
I'd say shooting somebody.
So now, let's stay on this topic of the way that you do the conversation, then the interview. Later in time, you spoke to other people. You spoke to Torgon Williams under the same parameters, right?
Yes.
But you just chose altogether, we're not even going to record this one. Right?
I didn't choose that. I don't take sworn statements.
All right. You were there.
I was there.
There's no policy that says you can't do it.
When it's an agreement between the two attorneys and they're facilitating this meeting, we met under the pretenses that they had already established.
There's no law that says that you can't record, right?
No, there's not a law that says I can't record now.
Police can actually surreptitiously record things, right?
Yes.
But you're saying that the prosecutor, not you, but the prosecutors in Torgon's.
Yeah, I'm just short leash here on relevance. I think we're going down. I'm going to sustain the objection.
When you're speaking to motivated witnesses, we spoke before about Dominique Varner, that it wasn't a situation that you went in there with a recording going, tell us what you know. That it was instead leading questions. Now we're moving on to Torgon Williams, somebody else. Torgon Williams is involved in this, right?
Yes.
You're having a conversation with him, and I think what you said is that the attorneys, not you, agreed to not record it.
Sustained.
We don't have a recording of that conversation.
Of a conversation with Torgon Williams?
Correct.
Correct.
So we don't know the evolution. Counsel? We don't know the evolution of his statements, both pre-interview, the interview. We don't know anything.
I'm sorry? I was objecting again. Same line of question. Okay, I'm going to have to see attorneys at sidebar. Let me see court. If court reporter's ready, you may continue. Yes.
Yeah, she gave me the nod.
All right, very good.
Remind me, colleagues of yours or yourself spoke to Raekwon Howard, right?
Yes,
That too was not recorded.
that's correct.
Let's talk about Natalie Gant. I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence. One of the state's exhibits. What's Natalie Gant's phone number?
I believe it's 904-485-7529.
And you've reviewed the cast report from the FBI agent, right?
Yes.
You recognize that, right?
There we go. Yes, sorry.
7529.
Yep.
Are you sure that's actually your phone number and it's on 7259? Let me strike that. Would it refresh your recollection if I were to show you the subscriber info and the call detail records that you received?
Yes.
You're on a man approach?
Yes.
Do me a favor. You're gonna go, if you're an Apple guy, you'll know.
1 second.
Here, I'll hold it. And you're gonna go back and forth between the two. So you can go like that. Then like that. Yep. If you want to.
No, stop.
It's the wrong phone number, right?
Correct.
It's not 7529, it's 7259.
Correct.
When dealing with a homicide investigation, accuracy is important, right?
It is.
An FBI agent to testify about the plotting of cell phone records, you need to make sure that you have the right number, right?
Yes.
Now, mistakes happen. This is incorrect, right?
That isn't.
7529 is not Natalie Gant's phone number, right?
Yes, that's correct.
7259. No question from your investigation in this case that she was involved, right?
That's right.
She was never arrested.
No.
Now, the government asked you a line of questioning about Chris Brown and DNA that was inside of the car, and how Chris Brown's DNA wasn't inside of there. So I'm just giving you a heading of where we're going. Dominique Barner's wasn't found in there either, right?
It was not.
In your conversation with Dominique Barner, specifically that interview, he tells you that Chris Brown was involved, right?
I said yes.
He says, well, Chris Brown was a lookout.
Before he left, or I don't know if you call it a lookout or verifying the car information.
But Barner let you know. And I'm not saying that Barner said, he let you know Chris Brown was involved. Right?
To an extent, yes.
You went, you tried to speak to Chris Brown like you did with Torgon Williams and Raekwon?
I'm sorry, repeat the question?
Did you go and try to speak to Chris Brown like you did Raekwon Howard and Torgon Williams?
Oliver, if that's the question, is there an objection to that question? Did he speak to Chris Brown? Okay, then you may proceed to answer the question.
Did you try to speak to him?
No.
Your Honor. Sir, I'm showing you what's been entered in as defense 1. Should be popping on. Oh. Showing it.
And nothing's on any of the monitors.
Well, it's up at the top, but it's not showing at all.
No.
You can see like the time right at the top, or at least you can here. Oh, I'm plugged in. Source. Screencasting. Okay. Where do you want it at? Still crest on. There we go. Just took a minute, Your Honor.
Okay.
Showing you defense 1. It's Chris Brown, right?
Yes.
Butter pecan skin.
That is your judgment on his skin color, sure. That's fine.
This photo could have been put in a photo lineup and shown to Renata Boston, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever acquire? Now, Dominique Barner has already said he was involved. That's a crime, right? What Dominique Barner told you makes him an accomplice, a co-conspirator, co-defendant.
Yes, to an extent.
Now, the gradient on that, the extent, the spectrum, it's still pretty high on murder, right? Even on the low end.
Can be.
You didn't request any phone records for Chris Brown?
Never found any phone numbers connected to him.
I'm sorry?
I never found any phone numbers connected to him.
You never tried to find any?
No, with respect to the rest of the evidence as far as cell phones are concerned, no.
No social media?
Sorry, no.
No social media?
No.
No search warrants?
No.
Nothing. You collected nothing on this man that Dominique Barner, your star witness, you collected nothing on this man?
No.
Now, again, we're not getting up here and saying that it was Chris Brown. We're talking about objective and withdrawn, Your Honor. There was other people who would have had a motive to kill Charles McCormick, correct?
I can't speak to who wanted to kill Charles McCormick.
You investigated this case, right?
Yes, but I can't just say a group of people wanted to kill him.
There's a music group that you know to be known as ATK, right?
Correct.
There's more people that are affiliated with that group than have been mentioned during this examination, right?
Correct.
We know that there are multiple people in things like the Bang It Out music video, right?
Yes.
Those people very well could have a motive to also dislike Charles McCormick, right?
Could, but I can't be a spokesperson for ATK and what they would and would not do.
Malkeith Worthen.
Okay. Yes, sir. That's me.
AKA Ksoo, did you look into him?
No.
Somebody that goes by the name of Sosa, did you look into him?
No.
Keonta Bullard?
No.
There's a whole bunch of other names, right?
Yes.
And any one of them could easily fit the description of the shooter.
Without literally sitting here looking at shut photos of them, I can't say. Sorry.
You didn't get any records for any of them?
No.
Didn't investigate any of them?
Nope.
From February 5th, 2020, possibly before that, you were focused on Hakeem Robinson.
And I'm sorry, say the dates again.
February 5th, 2020, when you sent out your first search warrant against a person, not against a vehicle.
To what date, sir? I'm sorry. I thought you were saying the date range. Just why I'm confused.
Okay. We'll move on.
Okay.
Let's talk about the government exhibit. This may take a minute again. So on direct examination, you were shown some color-coded phone calls. It will take a minute to pop up here. Now, you were shown a series of phone calls. You remember these?
Yes.
And I think your words were there was a lot of activity, of a lot of communication, right?
Yes.
Now, the first one here in red, that's a conversation between, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's real small on this screen, between my client and his brother, Duval Jr.
Can you like zoom in like a tad bit? Sorry.
And what exhibit is this?
This is 10F, States 239.
Okay.
So, sir, I'll make it easier for you. You'd agree that the communications with Red is the state's belief that it involved my client, right? And what I can tell you, what I see here is that it's a conversation in between the number ending in 3604 and the known number for my client ending in 1595.
Yeah, yes, but I just asked you to zoom in just a tad bit. Sorry. If you can, it's okay.
I think I can. Give me 1 second. That's what I didn't want to happen. So, unfortunately, it doesn't give me the ability to be able to do that cleanly.
Fair enough.
We try to do it again. You see it any better now?
Yes, there we go.
Okay. So that is a phone call in between my client through his known number and his brother, right?
Yes.
And then you testified on direct that there was a lot of activity, you know, in and around the time of the murder, right?
Yes.
No red.
No red, no sir.
No red, none.
Not in the pages that are on my screen.
All these people talking back and forth. Dominique Barner, right?
Yeah.
Duval Jr., Torgon Williams, no red.
No red.
One of the items that you have in evidence in this case is my client's actual phone for the 1595 number, right?
Yes.
You've looked through that.
Yes.
You've looked at the notes that are in there as well too, right?
The notes are kind of hard to look at on the Cellbrite reader.
So I'm now going to show you what's been entered in as state. We've got Exhibit 9U 229. You see that, right?
Yes.
No date and time.
That is from the iCloud return.
If you were to access the actual phone that we have here in court, you can see the actual date and time of those notes, right?
Potentially, if they still exist on the device.
All right. So, for instance, this first note, if we look into the phone, December 4th, 2018. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the phone?
Yeah, because I don't even see where you're getting the date from.
One second.
Yes.
So type that. Take a look at that note. Let me know if that helps.
Okay.
That refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So this first one, the one that the government entered into evidence, real killer, I'm a hunter, you don't want to see me with a gun. That's actually from December 4th of 2018.
According to the note section, yes.
Do you know if any of within even a month of the shooting of Charles McCormick?
No, because I left to look at it through the Celebrate reader.
More so than the actual phone?
Yes, because that's what we go by, is the Celebrate reader.
But this is the Celebrate report, right?
Yes.
It says Celebrate.
But that's the iCloud, and I don't know, I'm just speaking, I don't know if when it backs up, if it saves the dates. I can't speak to the efficacy of the backups.
So what we're showing you on the screen right now is the government's exhibit. You see Celebrate in the top right-hand corner, right?
I do.
There's no dates, there's no times, right?
Yes, and again, that's the iCloud warrant return.
Now, the whole purpose of Celebrate for the jury here is this, that cell phone, you're able to view it because it has an operating system, right?
Yes.
And so it organizes the information, right?
Correct.
Now, when you get the information, the data from Apple, you need something to interpret all the data, right?
Yes.
And because you use PCs, you're not using an Apple iOS device operating system, you have Celebrate to understand and organize the information.
It puts it into a readable format, yes.
But it's still the same data.
But again, what I'm saying is it's an iCloud warrant return. So I don't know if it saves the dates and times when stuff was created.
All right. You have Celebrate in front of you. You have the actual phone.
Yes.
All of the information you have shows that it was December 4th, 2018, right?
For the phone, yes.
Now, I'm not going to go through each one of them, but I will ask the question. Do you know if any of those are within a month of when the murder happened? Any of these notes in here?
I can't tell just from looking at the Celebrate reader.
You also search that phone for any emails whatsoever for House of Pain 904 at Gmail. Let me strike that. Let me ask it in a different way. You've already said you reviewed the phone. There's nothing in there, even for emails that go back 5 years before the murder, that tied to House of Pain 904 at gmail.com.
Not that I recall.
Now, let's go to the one second for this to toggle over. Now, it's with him. So I want to now I want to make sure that this is not zoomed in. You remember on direct examination talking about the IP address, right?
Yes.
How you recognize that IP address.
Correct.
Okay. So within the meta records, now at the same time we're showing this, but we're also talking about the meta records. For my client, you can see the IP address that was logged into during the time of the murder, right?
Roughly, yes.
Okay. If you need to take a look at it, let me know, and I can refresh your recollection with it, okay?
Okay.
But you remember taking a look. Sec. You remember taking a look in that's what? 32 characters? Roughly for an IP address?
Roughly.
And that's a unique thing that's tied, like this computer right here, IP address. This laptop that I have, IP address. This phone, IP address. Right?
Yes.
You know from the medical records a unique IP address that my client was using during the time of, so basically you can see that he was logged into his Instagram account under a certain IP address.
It has upload IP addresses as well.
Not that IP address.
Literally, without looking at it, I don't have the whole thing memorized.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look? Okay. One second, Your Honor. counsel, page 6 of 6,717. So let me do this. If you need to reference it, I'll take the phone because the state wants it. On January 15, 2020, was my client logged in to Instagram, and do you see an IP address?
I do.
The IP address that you see in the meta records that are your evidence, it doesn't match the IP address of that upload, right?
From the information I got from T-Mobile, the first 4 of those little brackets you see are from the carrier itself. The last brackets are from the device. So they don't always match up. So the most important characters are the first 4 brackets you see there.
Now, you just brought up that you get a response from T-Mobile. You actually got what's called an objection back from T-Mobile, right?
Objection? I don't.
If I can approach.
Okay.
You actually requested from T-Mobile for any information with respect to the IP address from the meta records, right?
For that, but I had to, again, go ahead.
That's a yes, right?
That's yes.
Now, what you were asking for is T-Mobile. You have this 478-305-9583 number. Do you tie that at all to the IP address of my client as meta records?
I believe that IP address is in there. I can't, without using the data records to refresh my memory.
T-Mobile responded to you and said no, right?
Right.
You don't have any record of that.
But again, it's the first 4 blocks that are the important ones from my understanding.
The IP addresses do not match, correct?
Not the entire thing, no. But again, what I'm trying to say is the first 4 blocks is what they told me was the important part, that the carrier themselves had in their records. That makes sense. But that particular one, okay.
You asked T-Mobile about that, and in response, they said, do you know records were found?
For that's a different IP address. And that one, I'm sorry, the one that's currently on the screen for everybody to see, that one appears to be different because it's 2607, not 2601.
Do me a favor and I'll re-ask the question.
Yep.
You see that?
Yep. No, what I'm saying is
Hold on.
Yeah. Yeah, because again, that's 2601, not 2607. It's different. That's the issue.
My question is to you. You communicated with T-Mobile, and we're trying to find out if they had any connection between the IP addresses, and the response that they gave you back was no.
And again, the reason is it's 2607, not 2601.
So are you saying that you made a mistake?
I'm human. It happens. I don't know if, but again, without looking at the actual subpoena request, I don't know if I provided them with the correct one and they gave me that. Again, I haven't seen it.
Of course, you followed up with the correct IP address.
Yes, I should have.
But you don't know.
I can't recall this minute. Again, this is 5 years of investigating work.
So as you sit here today, you have no way of saying that my client ever was logged into Instagram on that phone number 478-305-9583.
And I'm saying that the objection letter that you just showed me was 2607, not 2601. So the IP address is different, is what I'm saying.
I get that. I understand you requested the wrong one, but you never followed up and got the right one.
I believe I did. I got a 47. I'm telling you, I got a record from that, the IP addresses.
Sitting here today, you can reference no piece of evidence that ties my client definitively to that phone.
Without going to, again, as I said, I've done an iCloud search warrant for the House of Pain. I've seen all the photos attached to it. Literally where I got that number from was from the IP addresses from the Instagram account for Ksoo 23X. So that is how I tied it back to him.
We're talking about the IP address for my client's Meta. Of course, it's going to tie back to him. What I'm talking about are connections over to the 478-305-9583. Sitting here today, the only thing that you can reference is the House of Pain email, which we've already discussed, right?
Yes.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
All right. All right, is there any redirect?
Are you using what's on the ammo? Because if not, I want to return to the clerk. Sorry.
Sergeant, may it please the court?
Yes.
Thank you. So turning to the screen in front of me that shows that YouTube video that defense counsel was just referencing.
Yes.
You just see the address for the upload IP, correct?
Yes.
All right. And the first four digits or first four groupings of numbers are what exactly?
Sorry, 4 digits.
The first four groupings, 2601 colon, and then what's the next set of groupings?
344 colon C000 colon A990 colon.
And when you spoke to T-Mobile and you got records associated with requests that you sent in, you were also advised for an IP address, what was the most pertinent part of the IP address. Is that correct?
Overruled.
Yes, the first 4 blocks are most important.
And what is your understanding as why the first 4 blocks are what you need to look at?
Because the first 4 are assigned by the carrier, and then the last 4 come from the device itself.
And does the device itself, is that allowed to randomly pick the last 4 groupings of numbers as part of the IP address?
Yeah, if he has no personal knowledge about it, then I'll sustain the objection, but you can inquire to see if he does.
Do you have personal knowledge as to how the last 4 groupings of numbers are assigned?
From the record response I got from T-Mobile, that is what was indicated to me.
Was what?
That the last 4 assigned by the device can be random.
I'm sorry, the last part I couldn't hear.
Last 4 can be random.
It'll be random. Okay. So the first 4. So that specific 4 groupings, 2601 colon 344 colon C000 colon A9990. You've seen that IP address before, correct?
Yes.
Right. And going back to Hakeem Robinson's Instagram account, the Ksoo23X, where did you see that specific first 4 groupings of numbers for an IP address?
I remember it seen on the login IPs.
You recall the nail salon video posting?
Yes.
Right. And was that on January 20th of 2020?
It was.
What was the first 4 grouping of numbers for that IP address?
It's the 2601 344 C000 A990 that you see there.
All right. And when you reviewed those Instagram records and saw those first 4 groupings for the IP address, is that what made you then send in subpoena requests trying to identify phone numbers associated with that IP address?
Yes.
Right. And as a result of the records you obtained in response to that, what phone number did you identify?
478-305-9583.
And then you sent record requests to what company?
Apple.
And is that when you got the House of Pain iCloud account information back?
Yes.
Do you recall on direct a long time ago when you were looking at the cell phone records?
Sustained.
I apologize.
Well, I haven't heard the question.
When you were looking at the cell phone records for these phone numbers, 478-305-9583, do you recall doing that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when that phone number was activated?
The date it was activated was 11/12 of 2019.
When was the House of Pain iCloud account activated in relation to that? Do you recall?
I believe it was the same day.
And so when you were asked a bunch of questions about House of Pain, Gmail account, and not seeing any of that on 704-1595 number related to Hakeem Robinson going back 5 years, the House of Pain iCloud account didn't exist 5 years prior to that date. Is that correct?
That'd be correct.
So it didn't come into effect, I believe, you said until when?
11/12/2019.
Now, when you reviewed the iCloud account associated with House of Pain, you were asked about photographs and videos and selfies. And there was, I believe your testimony was there were multiple selfies and photos. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you looked at hundreds of photos and videos on that iCloud account. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, were all of those photos and all of those videos, did they all contain Hakeem Robinson?
For the most part, yes.
And it was either, let me ask it this way, were they either selfies or included Hakeem Robinson with someone else?
Yes, sir.
So it's not just a couple. So
Okay, sustained.
is it more than just a couple?
Yes.
In fact, it's hundreds.
Objection, leave-in.
Sustained.
Is it hundreds?
It was, yes.
You were asked questions about the 704-1595 cell phone number attributed to Hakeem Robinson, and I think you were shown some records showing activity on January 15th, 2020 in the morning. Is that right?
Yes.
Do those cell phone records show whether or not FaceTime calls were made?
No.
So that's not contained within call detail records?
Objection, leave-in.
Overruled.
Is it?
I'm sorry, say the question again.
Are FaceTime calls contained within call detail records?
They're not.
Are FaceTime calls data files?
Yes.
Now, when reviewing the cell phone records for 704-1595, it was on in the early morning hours, a little after 5 a.m. I believe you testified previously. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
When did it stop receiving activity? Data, calls, when did all of that stop on January 15, 2020, if you recall?
I can't recall specifically, but I want to say it was around 9 a.m.
Would it help if you actually saw the records?
Yes.
Do you see what's on this monitor in front of you?
Yes.
All right. And are these those records for the 704-1595 number?
They are.
And currently, what time is reflected on these records for January 15, 2020?
It's 11:03 UTC time. The latest and the earliest is 10:14 UTC.
So what would that equate to in Eastern Standard?
It's 5:14 a.m. for the 10:14, and for the 11:03 it is 6:03 a.m.
And then what is line 42? What time is that?
It's 12:11 or 7:11 a.m.
Line 43, the very next line for activity. What time is reflected?
18:10.
What is that?
That would be -5, 1:10.
So prior to that activity at 7:11 a.m. and then the next activity is not till 1:10 p.m.?
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
Activity stops at what time?
12:11. I'm sorry, which is 7:11
a.m.
a.m.
And then the next activity is how many hours later approximately?
The next activity is at 1:10 p.m.
So from the period of 7 a.m. approximately till a little after 1 p.m., there was no activity on the records for that phone.
Objection, leave-in. Standing objection.
Well, no standing objections here, but I will sustain the objection.
Was there any activity on the phone between the hours of 7 a.m. and 1 p.m.?
According to these records, no.
You were asked a lot of questions about different witnesses at the Merrill Road Shopping Plaza, and in this case, is that right?
Yes.
Now, in this case, was it somewhat unique that you actually had a dash cam video that captured the murder?
Yes.
And on that dash cam video, can you actually see Mr. McCormick before he is killed?
Yes.
Can you also see the shooter?
Yes.
And based on the witnesses that were on the scene, do you recall Victor Kruger?
Yes.
And are you familiar with Tashita Saunders?
Yes.
Who were the two witnesses that were the closest to this shooting?
Ms. Saunders and Mr. Kruger.
And are you aware of the descriptions they provided?
Vaguely, without refreshing my notes, looking for my notes.
But they were asked.
They were.
And they were the two closest. With regard to other witnesses that were further away, that they provided some descriptions, correct?
Correct.
And did those descriptions vary among the civilians that were at different locations, different vantage points?
Yes.
And with regard to Miss Boston, who was at the apartment complex on Arlington Expressway, you were asked about showing her a photo spread, is that right?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she would have been able to identify the person if she saw them again?
I don't believe she did.
Would that have factored into whether or not a photo spread was shown to her?
Yes.
You were asked a lot of questions about Dominique Barner and Chris Brown. Is the only evidence in this case throughout the entire investigation that you received that brings Christopher Brown into it Dominique Barner himself?
Overruled.
Yes.
So if Dominique Barner wouldn't have mentioned Christopher Brown to you, is there any other piece of evidence that you have that would have told you he may have been involved in any way?
No.
And Dominique Barner is a co-defendant of Christopher Brown in a separate homicide case, the Damon Rothmel case. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is Dominique Barner testifying against Christopher Brown in that homicide case?
I believe he is.
And so, is Dominique Barner protecting Christopher Brown in that other case?
No.
Okay. If he knows, he can answer. Otherwise, I'll sustain the objection.
Is he a witness against Christopher Brown in the other homicide case?
He is.
Now, your investigation and the evidence that you collected in this case, does it go beyond Dominique Barner?
Yes.
Now, going back to the dash cam video for a moment, did that identify a vehicle in this case?
It did.
And what vehicle was that?
A silver Nissan Altima.
And was that silver Nissan Altima pursued out of the shopping plaza?
It was.
And it crashed?
It did.
Based on the dash cam video as well as the video surveillance you recovered from the Townsend neighborhood, how many suspects were you looking for related to the Nissan Altima?
3.
And one of those individuals you believe to be Dominique Barner?
Yes.
And he's confessed?
Yes.
So that leaves how many more suspects?
2.
How many guns were recovered in the car?
2.
And what were they?
It was a Glock handgun and an M&P rifle.
And were both of those, and let's talk about the rifle. Was the rifle loaded?
Yes.
Where was the rifle located in that Nissan Altima?
The rear floorboard.
And on that rear seat, what else was located?
A white t-shirt.
And was there DNA on that white t-shirt?
There was.
Whose?
I believe it was Mr. Whitaker's.
And then in the front of the vehicle, was there something else that was located?
Another white shirt.
And what DNA was on that?
Hakeem's Robinson, sorry.
And the firearm, that Glock that was up in the front seat, had fingerprints?
Yes.
Whose fingerprints?
Hakeem Robinson's.
So if you have 3 suspects and you remove Dominique Barner, who's confessed, and you're left with 2, how many pieces of forensic evidence or DNA or fingerprints do you have for suspects in that vehicle?
3.
Identified.
Sorry, 3.
Take Dominique Barner out of it.
Oh, sorry, 2.
And those are for who?
Mr. Whitaker and Mr. Robinson.
Overruled.
Now, going from that Nissan Altima down further down Townsend to 1033 Townsend, Miss Buckley's residence, right?
Yes.
And how many suspects were believed to be involved in that, according to Miss Buckley?
2.
And did you get DNA results during the course of this investigation related to 2 different individuals in Miss Buckley's home?
Yes.
Who were they?
Dominique Barner and Leroy Whitaker.
Going back to a question that was asked of you regarding Miss Boston and Christopher Brown, you were shown a photograph, a defense exhibit of Christopher Brown, and asked if he had butter pecan skin tone.
Yes.
In your opinion, looking at that photograph and looking at Hakeem Robinson, do they have the same skin tone?
Roughly.
Does Barner know who the shooter is in this case?
I believe he does, yes.
Natalie Gant. There are several questions regarding her phone records, right?
Yes.
You receive her phone records.
Yes.
All right. And the subscriber information.
Yes.
Did you submit the correct phone records to the FBI agent to see if they could map them?
Yes.
So regardless of whether or not there is a scrivener's error on his report, did he receive the correct records from you?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Sergeant, did you, when you received the 704-1595 number, cell phone, did you review it?
Yes.
And did you review the data that was able to be recovered from it?
Yes.
And I know that you were asked some questions regarding notes on that phone by defense counsel a few moments ago. Is that right?
That's correct.
The notes that you were shown, were there additional notes that you saw on that phone?
Yes.
Including those, or were there notes that were close in time to Charles McCormick murder?
Yes, closer in time than the ones he showed me, yes.
Some even from the same month?
I'm sorry.
Were there some from the same month of 2020, January 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Can you take a look at this device for a moment and tell me if you recognize that specific note, sir?
Okay. Is there a question that precedes this?
Do you remember verbatim the note in January of 2020?
No.
With looking at this device and allowing me to read that note, refresh your memory.
Yes.
Can you tell us what when that note was made?
The note was made on January 31st of 2020.
And can you tell us what the content of that note is? Objection.
And what's the objection? All right. Let me see court and counsel.
It is from January 31st of 2020.
Is that a note that is contained on that phone?
Yes.
And are there notes that are in close proximity to the time of the murder on January 2020?
Without looking at the phone, I can't say exactly.
That one of those notes in close proximity to the time of the murder?
Yes.
There were some questions regarding communications between Hakeem Robinson's Instagram account and Raekwon Howard. You remember that?
Yes.
And specifically, questions going back between communications into, I believe, December of 2019. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Are you aware whether or not Hakeem Robinson's mother's home was shot up in December of 2019?
And the grounds? Okay, I don't understand the relevance. I'll give you one question to try to tie it up.
In relation to the communication between Hakeem Robinson and Raekwon Howard, who are on opposite groups, right?
Yes.
I believe there were questions related to why they would be communicating kind of jovially, right?
Yes.
Was there still indications that there was friction between the two groups?
Overruled. If he knows he can answer. If not, then I will sustain.
Sorry, can you ask the question again?
Sure. So regardless of the communication taking place between Hakeem Robinson and Raekwon Howard, opposite groups, was there still indications that there was friction between the two groups?
Yes.
Did Raekwon Howard personally put out a diss song regarding Willie Addison?
No.
Who did that?
Mr. McCormick.
You were asked a lot of questions about Abdul Robinson Sr.'s email account. Is that right?
I don't know if it was his Gmail account as much as it was his Instagram account.
Okay, excuse me, Instagram account. Did you identify Abdul Robinson Sr.'s cell phone number?
Yes.
And did you actually, in fact, recover that cell phone?
Yes.
As well as cell phone records associated with that number for the time of January 15, 2020?
Yes.
And based on the records that you received for Abdul Robinson Sr.'s phone number, did you submit that to FBI so that it could be mapped as well?
Yes.
And did those results tell you exactly where Abdul Robinson Sr.'s device was on January 15, 2020?
Yes.
And did you also get video surveillance from 1430 Townsend Boulevard that captured a vehicle on January 15, 2020?
I did.
And do you recall what vehicle was captured?
An orange Dodge Challenger.
And based on Abdul Robinson Sr.'s phone records, was he anywhere near the Merrill Road Shopping Plaza at the time of the murder?
Objection, speculation, can't say yes, person no.
All right, if you'll clarify the question.
Based on the cell phone records you obtained for Abdul Robinson Sr.'s phone number, was that device located in the area of the Merrill Road Shopping Plaza at the time of the murder?
It was not.
And the two 478 area code numbers in this case, one 478-305-9583, the other 478-491-2831, I believe.
Yes.
Those were both activated on the same account?
Yes.
And were they activated on the same day?
They were.
And the 478-491-2831 you identified as belonging to who?
Abdul Robinson Jr.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Cooper. I have, as I've told the jury, if anyone needs to reach you in any type of emergency, we are here to receive messages and convey them to you without delay. So juror number 4 on this jury, your husband needs you to call him immediately. So we're going to take a recess. I'll let you go ahead and leave quickly first. Good. Do we have Ms. Mathis? Sorry, Ms. Mathis. And we'll go back on recess. Everyone can have their deserved break. But right during the recess, as you know, I excused both juries because juror number 4's husband needed her to call him immediately. She's just gotten word her daughter's being life flighted to a hospital. She is upset. I could tell from when the door was open, she is crying. I'll let the parties inquire if they want, but Ms. Schlax, if you'll talk to your client about what he wants to do. Was originally juror 29. That means your alternate number 2 would now be on the jury, and that is who was originally juror 6. Quite frankly, Yeah, if he can come right up here. And I may also just, you can put your hand down, sir. I might also just, once the state formally rests, just ask him if that's still the case, because obviously the state hasn't rested its case or finished the testimony of this witness. But Mr. Whitaker, you of course have been seated here throughout the course of the trial, and you've seen and heard all the testimony and evidence that the state has been presenting against you. Is that correct? And you understand that it's the state's burden to prove these two charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that? That means that you do not have the burden to prove or disprove anything in this case. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
That also means that you do not have to testify in this case. You have the absolute right to remain silent. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
But of course, that also means, if you wish, you have the right to testify if you choose to do so. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, this decision of whether or not to testify or not testify is yours and yours alone to make. You have a very skilled attorney whose advice you should certainly listen to and consider. But at the end of the day, the only person who can decide whether to testify in this case is Leroy Whitaker. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, if you choose not to testify in this case, I will advise the jury, as I already have, that every defendant has a right to remain silent, and that at no time is it the duty of the defendant, or I should say that at no time does the defendant or is the jury permitted to draw any inference of guilt from your exercising of your right to remain silent. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
I will also instruct them that the fact that you did not take the witness stand must not influence their verdict in any manner whatsoever. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Of course, if you choose to testify, you will be treated like any other witness. You will come forward, you will be placed under oath, you will sit in that chair where all the witnesses have been seated throughout the trial, and then you will be examined by your attorney, and then you would be cross-examined by the state attorney. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
And like with any witness, if you have any convictions for felonies or crimes of dishonesty, your credibility could be impeached with the existence of those convictions. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, just so we're all on the same page, does Mr. Whitaker have any convictions for felonies or crimes of dishonesty? Okay, and that's your estimation as well, Ms. Schlax?
I think he had adjudicated as a delinquent, as a juvenile, but.
Okay. As adult, okay.
He was only 19.
All right. So, Mr. Whitaker, have you had enough time to consult with your attorney about whether or not you wish to testify? Has she answered all of your questions to your satisfaction with regard to that issue? Do you need any more time to consult with her about whether or not you wish to testify? Have you made a decision about whether or not you wish to testify? And what decision have you made? You don't want to testify. Has anyone threatened you or coerced you in any way in order to get you to make that decision? Has anyone promised you anything in order to get you to make that decision? Are you making that decision freely, willingly, and voluntarily? Okay. In addition, Ms. Schlax has announced that she is not going to be calling any additional witnesses. She's cross-examined all these witnesses, but she's not going to be calling any witnesses in a defense case. Do you understand that? And do you agree with that decision? Were there any witnesses you wanted her to call that she's not calling? Were there any documents or other exhibits and evidence that you wanted her to introduce that she's not introducing? Have you been satisfied with her representation to this point? All right. And now again, because the state hasn't formally rested, once they rest and once we come back together for what's called the judgment of acquittal argument, I'm going to just ask you one last time to make sure you haven't changed your mind and that you still do not want to testify. You understand? All right. So, because up until that point, if you change your mind and wish to testify, you are free to do so. You understand that? Okay, then you may resume your seat. All right. Okay, we have everyone here. Is everyone ready to bring the jury out and conclude with the testimony of this witness? Okay. Then
Yeah, I'm up now. Listen, it started thundering the sun. That shit made me jump up out my sleep. Y'all, I gotta look at.
Down and let's
Y'all gotta
continue.
catch me
Thank
up.
you.
You said you been asleep the whole time? Nah, not the whole time. Oh my gosh, that thunder sound bad. Hopefully my connection don't go out. Jesus.
You may have a seat. Oh, where's Miss Kawas? That's right. Okay. You can have a seat, sir. Okay. Well, may we continue with the redirect since that was your witness, Mr. DeCoste?
Sure, Your Honor.
Okay.
Walking in now.
All right, very good. Okay, we've got both Mr. Atkinson and Ms. Kawas, and we're going to continue then with the redirect of the witness. Go ahead, Mr. Cooper.
Sergeant, you were asked about some exhibits that are in evidence regarding Dominique Varner photographs that were taken of him on January 15, 2020.
Yes.
When Hakeem Robinson was arrested in September of 2020, there would have been a booking photograph taken of him at that time as well. Right?
Yes.
And additionally, during the course of the investigation, based on cell phone exams and other records that you have obtained that are in evidence, did you find photographs of Hakeem Robinson close in time to the murder of January 15, 2020?
Yes.
And did those photographs show what Hakeem Robinson looked like in January of 2020?
Yes.
And there were some questions regarding the Bang It Out video and the fact that there were guns in Hakeem Robinson's hands, as well as some other individuals. Is that right?
Yes.
The fingerprint that was found on the Glock handgun in the Nissan Altima, where was that print? Was it on the handle or was it on the slide?
I believe it was on the slide.
No further questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, let me give you one other instruction that I failed to give you before you viewed the YouTube video that has been moved into evidence as State's Exhibit number 193. That, if you recall, is the video that was lacking in audio for the most part. So ladies and gentlemen, the court instructs you that that recording has been edited to eliminate the irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way that you view, listen to, or consider that evidence. But with the close of this witness, and I'll call upon the state. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the state has rested its case. This does require us to take up a matter, once again, outside of your presence. I promise it shouldn't take long, and then we will be continuing here shortly, but I'm going to have to ask you to once again leave your notepads on your seats and have a step into your respective jury rooms, and then we'll bring you out here just as soon as we can.
I wonder why they didn't call Torgon Williams like they said they was. They must say, oh no, he ain't gonna help the case. Dang, I'm trying to pull up the damn weather. Here we go.
Are limited entirely to the testimony of Barner. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, you're free to go. Thank you. He admits he had the intention for Charles McCormick to be killed. He never articulated that Leroy Whitaker ever said he had such a desire. And in fact, the only thing that Mr. Barner seemed to articulate was once they were at the apartment complex, he, Mr. Barner, came up with an idea that both people would shoot. And he claims that everyone agreed to that plan. But he has no specific statements coming from Mr. Whitaker as to his agreement plan. And most importantly, obviously from the undisputed facts of what occurred, Whitaker, even if you believe the evidence placing him there, he does not get out of the car. And so we have an unknown shooter that we have no testimony that he was inspired or encouraged or even anything he can infer that Leroy Whitaker said or did anything to encourage somebody to get out of that Altima, shoot Charles McCormick down. Mr. Barner testified that he had the intent in the early morning hours of the 15th, that he's with Chris Brown going out to the apartment complex, that he's calling Hakeem Robinson. He does not articulate any conversation or any action by my client that would actually constitute. And therefore, we would ask the court to direct a verdict as to that count in our favor. Additionally, Your Honor, in regards to the burglary charge, again, the testimony was that allegedly the second intruder, once again, not any real testimony of what we supposedly said or did to show any kind of intent to commit any kind of offense within the All right, thank you. State wish to respond?
Unless the court has any specific questions, it's clear and likely favorable to the state that the participant, first degree murder, as well as the murder, assault, or battery, all elements were satisfied based on the testimony of Dr. Barner and Robinson. So, specific questions for element.
Okay, thank you. Well, of course, as the parties know, as the attorneys are well aware, at this juncture, the court must take the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. Any issues of credibility of Mr. Barner or any other witness that has testified is strictly an issue for the jury to determine. Based upon that, I'm going to find that in the light most favorable to the state, that the state has established a prima facie case as to first-degree murder and as a principal, and burglary with an assault or battery, given not only Dominic Barner's testimony, but of course Barbara Buckley's testimony, and deny the motion for judgment of acquittal at this time. All right, I'll hear from defendant for Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, on behalf of Mr. Robinson, at first, the defense would like to review all previous motions and objections, including any motions that were made during jury selection. At this time, taking the facts most favorable to the first judgment of acquittal, understanding that the level at this time is a prima facie showing, and that the court must take the evidence in that most favorable to the state. The main issue is the shooter in this case, Hakeem Robinson. We did hear from the state's lead detective that yes, there was DNA in and of themselves, did not place him in the car at the time of the murder, and that those were insufficient probable cause to make an arrest at that time. The car at that time was stolen for 2 months, so there was no way to know when the license plate was in. The only evidence that they represented that the truth is in fact Hakeem Robinson's true the words of Dominic Barner. I believe at this time that his credibility has been attacked to a point where the court cannot take the evidence that he has presented, and that he is sufficiently attacked his credibility. And I would request the court, based on that premise, grant our impartial judgment with one count to the indictment, which is first-degree premeditated murder. That's the only argument I'm going to make, Judge, because I believe the state will concede that their theory is that he is the shooter, so I'm not going to make any other argument as it relates to, principle or anything like that.
Okay, thank you. And likewise, again, as you've acknowledged, in the light most favorable to the state, I will find that the state has established a prima facie case as to murder in the first degree for Mr. Robinson. Again, the credibility of the witnesses, whether Mr. Barner, Abdul Sr., or anyone else, is for the jury's determination. Given that and the testimony that we've heard over the course of the week, I'm going to deny the motion for judgment of acquittal at this time. All right. Then, when we bring the jury back, I'm going to turn to Mr. Whitaker's table. I'm going to ask if Defendant Whitaker has any evidence it wishes to present. You can rest in their presence if you are not going to call anybody. And so, as I promised you I would, now, Mr. Whitaker, that the state has formally and officially rested from the moment just not too long ago that I colloquied with you, that I talked to you. Have you changed your mind at all about whether or not you wish to testify? If you could please stand, sir. Thank you. And is it still your intention that you do not want to testify in this case? Okay, sir. Thank you. So, so that we don't then have to send the jury back out, do you want to make your second JOA now?
Yes, Your Honor, we would renew our motion again, pointing out to the court the credibility of Mr. Barner and the absence of any specificity or detail to give this court any kind of confidence that Mr. Barner has articulated that my client is.
All right, thank you. I'll deny the second motion for judgment of acquittal. And so then when we return, as stated, Defendant Whitaker will rest in the presence of the jury, and then I'm going to turn to Defendant Robinson and ask if the defense for Mr. Robinson has any witnesses it wishes to call. So Ms. Kawas, did you have an opportunity to check with any witnesses? Will they be testifying this afternoon? Okay. 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 Yes, we'll get him a letter. Madam Clerks, can we do that? So before we leave today, we can provide him a letter of some sort.
I mean, he has our defensive email, but it says for the week, but I just think that he has that for Monday. If you could.
Okay, we'll excuse him for yesterday and today. Okay.
And Your Honor, my client and I would like to absent ourselves for any further testimony.
All right, since these are not your witnesses. Okay. Well, let me just confirm with Mr. Whitaker. You don't wish, Mr. Whitaker, if you'll please stand again. Of course, your case is rested. These are not going to be your witnesses. These are Mr. Hakeem Robinson's witnesses, but you wish to be absent during that part of the testimony? And you don't want your attorney to question those witnesses in any way? All right, and have you had sufficient time to talk to your attorney about that? And has she answered all your questions to your satisfaction with regard to that issue? All right, and this is for just Mr. Howell and Mr. Roberts who are going to testify today, or does this include witnesses for tomorrow?
I will reconfirm with Mr. Post and Ms. Galas, but I do not anticipate any testimony that I think would be helpful to our jurors or would be helpful to our case. Honestly, speaking things that have no application.
So then does Mr. Whitaker's jury even need to be here? No, right. That's what I just wanted to be sure.
That's our primary reason.
Okay.
For absenting ourselves. And I will stay, Your Honor, because I understand the court's going to want my physical presence at the charge conference, and Mr. Whitaker will have to stay as well to handle that charge conference.
Are we doing charge conference today? Okay. Well, we'll see what time we get to, because, you know, I have to excuse the staff as well, and it's already past 5 o'clock. But what's the state's position? I mean, if these witnesses are not being called by Defendant Whitaker, can't Defendant Whitaker's jury be excused? Okay. Is that a legal objection? Well, and if we do this, then we would need to do two closings.
Yeah, I missed that. I thought it was done. Shit, I didn't know they was talking to the police the whole time. So that's why I said disregard it. I understand how the court works. I actually thought they had already done it. That's what I was telling y'all to disregard my previous post.
Yeah.
So I think that's a legal objection is these defendants are joining, taking that as an issue.
What is the prejudice for you to remain, Ms. Schlax, if I don't grant your request to absent yourself during this part of the trial, given that the defendants were indeed joined in the indictment to be tried together? Okay, well, here's my ruling. They were joined in the indictment. We're going to try them together. The only reason we would separate juries out is if there were inadmissible statements from their, like brutal issues and things of that nature that is not anticipated with these two witnesses. So I'm going to have to deny your request and ask that you stay with your client through these two witnesses here today. Okay. Are we ready to bring the jury out? Juries, yes. Okay, let's bring them out.
Judge, just briefly before we bring them out,
I'm trying to look at the chat. Where y'all getting the lesser charge from? They haven't mentioned nothing about a lesser charge.
Mr. DeCoste told me that their intention was to use still shots from a video surveillance camera.
We're not gonna use any exhibits. We're just gonna do testimony.
Well then,
Okay, then no issue. Do we have, I just want to be certain we have all the state's evidence that is marked over here that's been admitted, and we have so far we have defendant Hakeem Robinson Exhibit 1. That's all we have at the moment. What is this?
So, Your Honor, that is, and I believe the predicate for it, that those are the call action detail notes. And we've laid the predicate with the witness that they are business records. And there are statements of all of the CAD notes, specifically the present sense impression of the Officer Graham and Officer Collins.
Just those two?
No, it's all of the CAD notes, but all of them would be present sense impression. I waived them the CAD notes.
Every caller who went in?
No, so it's only the officer's communications, to my understanding. I mean, we can. Redacted out, but what we're trying to bring in.
Is it a disk of documents? I guess I don't understand. Is it the actual recording that's captured, or is it a disk containing the documents of the CAD notes?
We don't have the recording. It is the latter. It's a PDF of the paperwork.
And are you intending to introduce that through one of these two witnesses?
Well, I've already laid the foundation through Smith, so I would move to enter it sometime during our case in chief.
All right, well, if it doesn't involve these witnesses, I think we can address it later, but is there an objection to this? Okay. All right, then let's not address this yet. We're going to have to address this later if it's not involving these two witnesses. But since there's an objection, we won't admit it right now. And are we ready to bring out the two juries? State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And for Robinson? All right, let's bring the juries out. Thank you.
So I had focused on Ksoo on this case, but Scotty, I didn't realize he still got his burglary charge on this trial. So he definitely about to get found guilty on the burglary charge, for sure, because they did not do a good job at taking him off that scene. But yeah, a jury can't just go in the jury room and say, you know what, instead of murder, we're gonna do manslaughter. That's not how that works. The judge had to give instructions saying that they can look at other things. So Lewis, you need to slow your roll, because I don't know what you talking about. Until the judge said it's gonna be a lesser charge considered, then they going up for murder. Just like in any other case, you can't just skip through and some random person on the jury say, you know what, let's just charge him with aggravated assault instead of murder. That's not how that works. Herb, you must be drinking early today. Herb said, I don't know why y'all think this is a slam dunk. Oh, never mind, I read it wrong. I thought you said it was a slam dunk not guilty. My bad. Louis said, I know, I'm saying once it comes down to that point, that's what's gonna happen. That point ain't even on the board yet. You going too fast forward. I still don't think it will be a lesser charge though, if that option is provided.
That lady couldn't put Scotty there. Yeah, he might get found guilty on it.
Yeah, and the judge already see the evidence and still denied their acquittals. It's gonna be up to the jury what they thought of. Really, the two main witnesses was Blue and Butter, and I told you, shit, they painted them for sure like they fucked up people. But hell, I still will take their testimony as probable. Just gonna do that. They gonna get that option, trust me. Well, we'll see. That's all I can say. We'll see. I haven't heard even in earlier stuff. I have not heard a lesser charge mentioned at all. So maybe the last Jacksonville case I watched was the one that killed K's shorty girlfriend, and he for sure didn't get a lesser option for sure. So we'll see. And I feel like the state feel like they got enough to book them for the murder. So normally, in my opinion, normally a second option comes when you don't know for sure you still to deal with the main charge. But we'll see. It has already been placed on the jury instruction prior to trial. Well, we haven't watched them give their jury instructions, so I know I haven't watched no hearing when them with them going over the jury instructions. I don't know if it's on there. So I will say that I don't know if it's on there, but I know I haven't heard nothing about a lesser charge on this case. Y'all, I hope my service don't tap out, but this thunder sound bad. Woke me up out of my damn sleep. I didn't even realize I had been asleep for about 2 hours. So, all right, we'll wait. I'm still yawning. We'll wait for them to come back and see what's happening. My phone started. I don't even know my phone was ringing. Oh, nobody knows that. All that is speculation. Yep. But it seems like, hold on. It seems like trial might be over tomorrow, y'all. Because if they got 2 witnesses today, I don't know about tomorrow. Closing arguments should be tomorrow. I'm gonna have to rewatch the end because, listen, I did not know they were still on that same witness. That's why I had said shit that they about to start delivering. I thought we hadn't went through all the closing arguments. I'm gonna have to rewatch it because for them to last that long on that, it must have been some juicy stuff that came out. Why did they have 2 separate juries? So that the jury can just look at their involvement, not the other person's involvement. Yeah, the judge said last week that this was gonna be over this week, though. She said that last week. Yeah, she said that last week. We could possibly have a verdict depending on how long the jury stays out when they go back. But yeah, shout out to the judge because the judge for sure said last week they was gonna be over this week. They said the detective was called Line. I don't know though because I fell asleep too. I'm gonna have to rewatch it because I was trying to look back at what y'all was saying, but y'all was all over the place. I can't get a good feel of what was going on. But shout out to those that held it down because y'all definitely been chatting away. I hadn't told y'all. Y'all heard me after the lunch break. Okay, I was gonna be knocked out. So I've been very impressed by this judge. Yeah, I actually like this judge. She's been fair in my opinion too. And just how she keeps her courtroom flow. It's not been too many times, other than like a juror being late or something, that she stalled out. She starts on time
we go to the time she said in the beginning. It hasn't been a lot of breaks. You get one morning break, lunch break, afternoon break. That's the type of stuff I like. Yeah, we heard you snoring. Listen, if I was off mute and y'all heard me snoring, y'all would have been spamming the comments because y'all wouldn't have heard nothing no people said. Because I snore real bad. Okay? Real bad. They always think, like almost every year I be having to go get a sleep test because they be thinking I have whatever that thing called. Because I snore real bad. Okay? I know E-call. I remember one time on live, I did sleep apnea. Yo, they be like, go get sleep study. Every time I have like a procedure, like after I had my surgery, they said the same thing. They said the same thing. I remember one time I did fall asleep on live. I was on a live with Music 101, and he had to mute me. That's the only time I ever fell asleep and started snoring. Oh, that was in my early stages. Not you scared yourself out your sleep. Listen, I don't be hearing it, but I have a camera on the side of my room outside, and one time I went back and listened to like a recording, and you could hear me clear as day snoring loud as hell, and a camera outside. It's not even inside the house. I said, "Dang." Yeah, I was knocked out. Hopefully this don't take too long. It's already after 5 o'clock. I'm gonna ask y'all who been rocking out with me since 9 a.m. Whether you took a nap or not. If you stayed on the live since 9 a.m., let me know in the chat. Since 9 a.m. this morning, who been here? Earlier, our 9 a.m. crowd was deep. Let's see how many of them stayed on. Okay. Okay. All right. I see my 9 a.m. team still here. What we gonna do after this trial? Because we don't have no other trial till September. Unless I find one somewhere to cover. But yeah. All right. 9 a.m. crew still checking in. Like, it's been a minute since we have a trial. I think YSL was the last trial I did a live on. So it felt good to be back doing trials. But yeah, we're gonna have to find one for August because right now we only got one for September, we got one for October, we got one for November, and we need to find one for December. To finish out the year. So yeah. For my true crime people, I'll be back dropping true crime content in August. I just want to focus on this case since I was just returning back to content. And slowly, you know what I'm saying, jump into other things. But yeah, true crime, we'll be back discussing true crime cases in August. Okay, Blue, okay. Are you doing Isaiah? If they stream it, I believe they are streaming that one, Black Butterfly. So that's in November, right? Oh, Young Dolph cases in August. Hold on. Who going to trial in the Dolph case in August? What's his name? Hernandez. If Dolph trial is starting again, Govan denied a plea. I mean, that would be a good one if it starts in August. Oh, well, for sure. We're going to tap into that one. I know they streaming that one. All right. So we got... Oh, you said Isaiah trial is in October? I gotta look at the dates. Cause like I'm supposed to go to Cali for a week, so I gotta look at the dates. As long as it's not in the same week as Dirt case, then should be good. All right, I'm gonna check it out. It's been a minute since we had so many trials going on, so I'm gonna have to do a schedule. And I'll get out to y'all. Um, but yeah, that would be good if Govan go to trial in October. I mean August. Yeah, that would be good. Big U's in the fall. Hoping you will recap since that said. I know for sure I ain't going to that one. I'm gonna be honest, y'all really ain't caught catch on with me covering that. That's why I stopped covering the Big U. You know, really I was covering from the whole Brick Baby angle, but y'all wasn't really. I was spending more money on the documents on that case than really getting out as far as y'all viewing it. So I definitely won't be covering the Big U case no more. Like I said, I'll cover what's popular, but if my viewers don't latch on to it as far as with my channel, yeah, that'd be, too much going on. Look up 800 Facts and see when he go to trial. His situation is wild as fuck. Never talked about him. I'll check it out though. Key YNW Melly right where at with his murder on my mind. Hey, YNW Melly case has been very one of those cases that has been well for me. I still have my YNW Melly sector of Truth Team members, so I got to cover that. I started with that case trial. I think wasn't my first trial as a content creator. I think that was my actual first trial. Now, not first case, but I think that was my first trial I covered for sure. So yeah, we'll see that one to the end. Big U gone. It's federal, no video. Yeah, and I would not at all go out to see that case. Once Brick Baby name came out in Dirt Trial, the Big U case gonna get some traction for you. I doubt Brick Baby name gonna be tied to the Dirt case, but y'all know like heavy gang politics don't do well for me. And I learned that because for one, hell, half of people don't be liking to hear women talk about it first and foremost. So a lot of that stuff that's heavily gang oriented, yeah, that don't be hitting on Jack Squad for me. That's why I stay away from it. I'll check it out. What state is 800 Facts? What state is that? Yeah, that was your first try, Wanda Millie. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna see that one to the end because that was definitely my first trial. I got a lot of exposure as a blogger with that trial. Chicago. They don't ever stream Chicago trials though. I have to look into that because they don't. I have never heard of a trial in Chicago stream. So we'll see though. Lou said he been around since the Miller trial. That was a time to be here. The first Miller trial went crazy. I think every live was like 5K or more. That went crazy. And that's when I learned going live with trials that my viewers are into is very good. That's when I started doing that. Fat Snow from Chicago. 800. Okay. Yeah, I never seen one. I'm gonna definitely look into the dolphin because that might be a trial we can cover next month if it happens next month. Oh, they don't allow cameras in the courtroom. They should start streaming them because that will go crazy. Chicago State with a trial going on. And they trials don't last long. They state trials don't be lasting long. It'll be a few days. So yeah, I'm gonna look into that one. That's gonna be interesting. That do start
Just for your
next
information,
month.
ladies and gentlemen, this will be the last witness of the evening. Okay. All right, sir, if you'll please come forward and be sworn.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, be sure to sit closely to those microphones and please speak loudly and clearly into them. Thank you. Counsel, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I take it from the uniform you're a police officer?
Yes, sir.
What's your current rank?
Sergeant.
I want to turn your attention to January 14th of 2020 at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Do you remember being in your department's property room on that day?
Yes.
While you were in the property room, did you see my client, Hakeem Robinson?
Yes.
Did you sit down and have a conversation with him?
Yes, I did.
Now, the case that we have before these juries happens less than right around 12 hours later, 12 to 18 hours later. I want to ask you questions about what my client looked like.
Okay.
You remember what his hair looked like?
Somewhat, yeah.
Now, if we can use gentleman here with the gray suit and the red shirt, would you agree that my client's hair is around the same length, maybe a little bit longer, but twisted?
Correct, yes. It was, I think, a little bit longer than that.
It wasn't dreads down to his chin?
No, not at all.
It was consistent with that type haircut where it's trimmed around the edges, twists, maybe a little bit longer.
From what I remember.
But not much longer.
From what I remember, yeah. I can't recall too much, though.
Sergeant, I have two questions for you. You had a conversation for what, maybe about a half hour with my client?
If that, yes.
Would you ever use the word slender to describe Hakeem Robinson?
I would not know.
What about short?
No.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ksoo defense team just threw me out with the police on the stand. I was like, who is this?
Good evening, Sergeant Howell. Hey, how are you, sir? Good. Have you had the opportunity to view video recording at the JSO property room that shows Defendant Robinson and your interaction? Prior to coming in here? Yes, sir. No. Would that help refresh your memory about how the Defendant Robinson looked at the time of your interaction? Yes. I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as State's Identification 10R, the videos. They have been part of discovery. I've downloaded it onto my computer, so it makes it easier to move around. Showing you the lobby, Sergeant Howell.
Objection. This is refreshing for what's been asked the question then.
Okay.
Let me ask this. Does this video taken on, does this video
Okay. I need to hear the question. I mean, if,
taken
uh-huh.
on January 14th fairly and accurately display Hakeem Robinson when he comes to the property?
All right, I'll overrule the objection to that question. That's an appropriate question.
Right here, correct. Yeah, he's got a hoodie over his head, correct. And Sergeant, as we fast forward through that video, do we see you? Yes. And are you in a red t-shirt in this video? Yes. Right, this time I would move into evidence states R.
Oh, I hope they show us. I want to see
Okay,
this.
any objection? All right, let me see it.
Boy, they done brought the video from the evidence room. I want to see the video. It's raining heavy outside, y'all. Sheesh. Don't put the police on the defense list. I hope they saw this video before. It'll be crazy if they got a still shot and the hoodie match what the shooter had on. That's gonna take me out. And why was he there getting something from evidence on the 14th, the day before? Isn't that the day before? Ooh, that's crazy. I hope everything stay calm with this weather and it don't knock out my Wi-Fi until after we finish. Yeah, I don't like that they don't show the evidence. Medley trial, we see almost everything. I knew they wasn't gonna show us the video of the actual shooting because it's so graphic, but I wanted to see the evidence. They only showed little pieces of the evidence throughout this trial. They on the sidebar right now. They must about to get this witness out of there with that video. But we'll see. We'll see. And that's pretty much all we've been doing, seeing and hearing the judge, okay? That's it. Cutthroat, your own kids. Yeah, it's, let's see, we got 2 mics in front of the witness stand and still can't hear them. Yeah, they mic system is crazy. We on the case of defense first witness. They didn't even say what his name is, or I didn't hear it. Normally, I try to put the witness name on there. I don't know what his name. They started off with what's your rank and went into whatever. It's something about that video the defense don't want to be shown. I mean, even if they found not guilty, based on the wording of the cooperation agreement, I mean, it's not gonna do nothing for them. Like Butter is still gonna be facing the same thing he facing now. Blue gonna still be facing whatever his agreement is. Like, it's never part of the agreements that they have to get found guilty based off your testimony. You just gotta get in there and say what you agreed to on the stand. That's the only thing. That's the reason why they tell you to wait. Well, that's not tell you that you won't get sentenced until after you finish, just to make sure you say what you're gonna say. But yeah, getting found guilty or not guilty ain't part of the cooperation deals. James said, "What evidence do they got? You gotta go back. We on day 5. It's a lot. They got a lot of evidence. Now, if you like how you take the evidence, it's gonna be to each his own. But they got a lot of evidence. Blue only got a year or 2 left. Yeah. Now, mind you, they still got the I don't know. Is this the only one Blue got to testify in? I know Buddy still got to do the other case. I don't remember he got to do the other. If Blue got to do the other case. That Bibi case might do Ksoo in. We'll see. I hope they stream it though, because we're definitely gonna cover that. I don't know when he's supposed to go to trial for that though. Yeah, I'm trying not to keep yawning in the microphone, but listen, this rain got me feeling sleepy again. His only witness are people who get something out of him being found guilty. And sometimes don't be the best witnesses to have on cases.
All right, you ready, Madam Court Reporter? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go a little bit back out of order. We're going to go back to direct examination, and then Mr. Mizrahi will conclude his cross. Yes.
I'm sorry. I got you.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, if Your Honor allows, I could lay the foundation while that's being marked.
All right, and just for the record, we're marking what? Defense Exhibit number 2?
Pre-marked is defense 3.
Okay, defense. Okay, then no need to lay the predicate. Defense Exhibit number 3, which shall be marked into evidence.
Sergeant, have you had an opportunity to look at defense 3?
I don't know what defense 3 is.
Did you, in the hallway before coming in here, have a chance to take a look at some videos from the property room?
Yes.
It's got you wearing the red shirt.
Yes.
It's got Mr. Robinson first getting dropped off out front, walking into the facility, going inside.
Yes.
And then you having a conversation with him and him exiting?
Yes.
All right. You reviewed that before you testified?
Yes.
And in any way, did that change a testimony that you gave in here?
No, I mean, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Hair, build, height.
Like I said, hair from what I saw from the front, correct. That's what the size of what we're saying Mr. Whitaker is.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, cross-exam, continuation.
Sure, I published
All right.
Is this the laptop HDMI? You're good. You're good. Texas. Okay. Sergeant Howard, we're showing you Defense Exhibit 3. Is that the defendant, Mr. Hakeem Robinson, wearing a hoodie? Yes. Does Defense 3 fairly and accurately depict the way Hakeem Robinson looked on January 14th of 2020? Yes. I'm going to show you a couple more brief ones. First of all, the lobby. Again, defensive exhibit 3, is this the inside of the property room, Sergeant?
Yes, that is.
I'm going to fast forward just to show the jury you're generally the same build as you were at the time,
Yes.
meaning today versus
What is that?
the computer
Dennis
just
Quaid?
throws up.
Okay, sorry.
Is Sergeant, is that you in the red shirt here? And who are you talking to?
It'd be Mr. Robinson. Yes, and that's me.
And then one more angle. In defense exhibit number 3, do we see the door here where Mr. Robinson is leaving? Got it. So we're seeing in defense 3 in the red shirt. Is that you, Sergeant?
Yes.
In front of you is Mr. Hakeem Robinson?
Correct.
Sergeant, approximately what was your height and weight at the time in January of 2020?
Then was 6'3", 15".
Sergeant, was the defendant, Hakeem Robinson, was there to pick up a cell phone, correct?
Correct.
I have a moment now.
Okay. All right, any questions from Mr. Whitaker?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Sergeant, does that video change in any way what you saw with your own eyes that day?
No, I mean,
Mr. Robinson, or skinny?
correct.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Sergeant. You're excused and free to go.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I lied. There is one more short witness. I'm so sorry. Shorter. So we are going to call this last witness and then we will be excused for the day. Thank you. So defense, you may call your next witness.
Defense calls Michael Williams.
Okay.
I ain't gonna say the witness was weak. Because for somebody that saw him 24 hours before the shooting happened, his description of the person may hold some weight. Although it could have just been how Ksoo had his hairstyle, but nevertheless, hey, a police officer saying your description was different than other people in the police station with video may just hold some weight.
All right, so if you'll be sure to sit closely to the mic.
Orange Crush said everybody know Ksoo did it. He said he speak for everybody. That's crazy. Who is that got on the stand? They need to start calling out people's names. And when all of a sudden they start showing everybody that get on the stand. The whole trial they only been showing law enforcement. Was the person law enforcement that just got on the stand? They need to get it together. We almost done. It's like more issues start coming the closer we getting to the end. Orange Chris said he a fed. I know that's right. Welcome over. Yeah. Who calling me? Hold on, y'all gotta answer this phone call. All right, they ain't back yet. Them people ready to go home. It's 6 o'clock. We done been at it almost 9 hours. 8 hours and 51 minutes. So they was there before we was there. Like, they need to come on. Let's get this shit done. And we got to come back in the morning. Like, come on. Let's get this day over with. Let's get this day over with. I hope they find me a driver. I had to order me something to eat, y'all. I had but it's raining, so I hope they find a driver. Said, wait, y'all really think they so innocent? It's kind of like, I'm gonna say this. Oh, they found me a driver. Yay! I'm glad I left a tip. So I'm gonna say this, y'all. When it comes to like the court system with the innocent and guilty, hell, you could have did something, but if they don't prove it in court, you innocent. Like, I don't know if that man did it for real, you know. He could have not. But at the end of the day, they got to prove it in court. Y'all know I have been up and down, definitely. By watching the trial. But you know, we'll see what happens. He is innocent until proven guilty. Yeah, in a court of law. But in regular people's minds, they make you guilty and then innocent. And even if you get off on not guilty, they'll still say you're guilty. So a lot of people that watch trials and stuff or engage in trial content, they don't look at it like that. They look at guilty because they feel like you did it. That's how it be. Every trial. So, you know. Leah said they can't use his music that was already told people can claim anything on songs doesn't mean it's true. The problem with that, like, I definitely get it. I said in the YSL on trial before the trial started, I didn't condone music being used. But if your music lay out a crime that can actually be connected to you, then that's on you. I feel like your music should be used at that point. But yeah, if you lay out a song talking about a crime that you had no involvement in and can't trace any, then it's just music. It becomes more than just music if it lays out a real life crime that can be connected. For example, if Ksoo, right, wrote about a murder that happened in Chicago, he never been to Chicago, whatever, then that's one thing. But you wrote about a alleged murder in Jacksonville. You're accused of being a murderer in Jacksonville from Jacksonville people, right? Because every video you'll find somebody that claims to be from Jacksonville that know Ksoo is the shooter, you know. Then now you're on trial for a Jacksonville murder. Come on, that makes no sense. That it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Just here to learn something. I always say not guilty doesn't mean you are innocent. It just means not guilty, and it is what it is. Yeah, not guilty just means in the court of law they couldn't prove it. Big Slime said Ksoo self snitching in his all the time. G Mar said I think he did it, but I also think if Lil Buck called him out there, he would have did the same. Just give them their own city and let all of them have it. That's never gonna be it. But I get the concept, and that's why I said earlier the quote where they said let them take each other out means so much more than just killing each other. Sharice said, let's be real. Ksoo should have never been rapping in the first place. Music is trash. I ain't never really listened to his music. But the problem with drill is the concept is just to talk about death. So, you know, at this point, anybody can be a drill rapper. You know what I'm saying? Because all you got to do is talk about killing and stuff like that. And it definitely only sound good to certain people because I'm like, what? But, you know, that be their way out. Because, you know, so many people want to hear that. It's like, to me, it's like, dang, what genre of music? It's like, it's kind of like the urban version of like punk rock. Like, you just got to be in touch with that to really want to listen to it. But that's it. But they making money. And you know, when you coming from nothing, because a lot of no drill rappers be broke for real. Be po for real. And they find a way to just get on the mic and make some money. They still do it. Most drill rappers that talk about they come up say they were still in the street. Hell, Kevon said we're still robbing people. So like, it's just one of them, you know. Sheree said it's very few drill rappers that are talented. And I'm gonna be honest. I listened to Dirt back when I think I started listening to Dirt back when he had the low haircut and he was singing. I didn't even know nothing about no drill. So Dirk is one of the ones that be hard for me to label a drill rapper just because when I came in contact with his music, it wasn't on no drill rap stuff. Orange Crust said Ksoo had money growing up, but Ace was poor. What kind of money? What you call money? Like, what's money? I don't care how much money you got. If you in the hood, you can't have too much money because who willingly want to stay in poverty? Like, on some real stuff. Who really want to stay in poverty? Growing up, I was in the hood. We definitely had nice clothes, name brand, because my mom was a booster. Okay. Had iceberg, all that. But we was poor as hell. Technically, that's why we couldn't move out the freaking hood. But definitely was fresh in the hood. But so, like, what you mean had money? Because I know me, when I finally got on my feet, I got the hell up out the hood. Moved all the way to the suburbs. Big Slime saying, if you're a drill rapper, you have to live what you rap about because the fans thought too. Man, you can tell fans anything. Like I said, you can paint a persona for an image, for sure. You can fake it. Like, these people don't really care if you really out there killing people. Like, on some real stuff. You got to know the difference. Like, you can definitely fake it. You can definitely fake it. Now, if you want to be authentic and just, you know, put all your shit out there, then that's on you if it come back to being true, you know, and they get you. Orange Crush said, Ksoo not from the hood. He just wanted to hang out with those guys. Even hung with Fulio before the beef. Hell, that's the Fulio grew up in the damn based on income apartment. So I'm going to say this. I don't know what these people from, but from what I have found out, they definitely are from the urban area of Jacksonville. So I'll just say that. And y'all know what urban means, right? So, boom. Sheree said facts. My parents was check. We was hood, we rich. Right. That's why I be like, I think a lot of people, even when I was growing up, a lot of people always felt like just because you dress nice, your people had money, didn't understand that technically don't mean you have money. It just means you use your money to dress nice. Cause hell, like one of my classmates had all the J's. I'm talking about every pair of Jordans that came out. Whole time, his people sold knockoffs. You know what I'm saying? And like I told y'all, hell, my mama was a booster. Then she got the scam. Hell, a lot of my iceberg, you know your age if you remember what iceberg is, came off other people's credit cards. Like she was down. You know what I'm saying? Scamming the shit. Illegal. That's why her ass stayed in jail all the time. But I didn't know no better. You would have thought we had money though on some real stuff. Just here to learn, say, Mick, I agree. It is different when you have all the specific play for play in a song is very different than a line to. Right. I definitely agree with that. What's up, long way? Big Slime said, are you dissing Ace? If I diss somebody, y'all know I'll call a name. I'll call him hell. Ace Down Show said he was broke as hell. For sure. Like, you know. But now I don't diss people. I'm just being real. Pat G said Iceberg Platinum Fubu. I'm telling you, them was the days. The Fubu, man, the Fubu windbreaker suits. The FUBU shoes in different colors. My mom used to keep it coming. That's why it was so hard. Like when she used to get locked up, because that stuff stopped. But again, like when she was out, we was definitely living a life. But at the same time, not understanding that, shoot, we was living a fast life. That's why we really didn't have nothing. Okay? Didn't have Jet Squad. Bacon's was the booster. What is Bacon's? I never heard of Bacon's. The stuff we don't know, okay? The stuff we don't know our parents be doing. Because I swear I ain't understanding until I got older, like teenage. But when I was a little kid, I was spoiled. But didn't understand, like, my mom was committing crimes, risking, even though she was doing that before I was born. But, it was still, I didn't know my mom was committing crimes and shit. Mickey Young Dro talks about that, how he dressed in polo and did the preppy look until it really became his reality. That makes sense. You do got to fake it till you make it, for sure. Okay, now I remember Dillard's for sure. Boosting and Bad Checks got hood niggas through the 90s. Facts, okay? Like, in the late 80s, my mama was boosting. Into the 90s, she got into the scamming, which is, the bad checks. Like, towards the 2000s, it was credit card fraud, all that. Shout out to my mom. My mom was real. I miss my mama, though. When I be talking about stuff like that, shit just make me reminisce. Stevie said money is relative, so just because he was doing better than others doesn't mean they got money. And then, like I said, I know people in real life that bills are behind.
All right, with that,
stay
ladies and
fresh.
gentlemen, we are going to recess for the evening, or I should say you are going to recess for the evening. I'm going to ask you to leave your notepads behind. We're going to lock them, secure them, return them to you when we reconvene tomorrow to continue with the case.
Nah, what happened? Now, my mama deceased. She's not in jail. What happened to the audio? Did they cut it off? Hold on, let me make sure I ain't missing nothing. Yeah, I don't know. I think they just cut the audio real quick. My daughter's father would not pay child support but brought clothes from his booster niece. That was a thing. Because I know back to school shopping, back when I was like in elementary, middle, and my mom would be locked up. Shoot, my relative I was living with definitely had a booster going to get our school clothes. So a lot of times, shoot, people be fly, it be knockoffs. I tell you, I know, like, I used to think when I was younger, the pocketbooks and stuff at the flea market was real. Like, I would get bought a purse and think, man, got this Coach purse, whole time it's fake. But, you don't know no better. You just rock it. And then some people that knew better still would rock it. So, yeah, definitely fake it till you make it. While we used to be in the hair salon waiting for them to come so we could see what we could purchase. Okay. Listen. I'm telling y'all, when my daughter was like real young, like 4 or 5, I was still trying to figure out life, right? So I used to do layaways. Like, I used to, every season she got a fresh, like, wardrobe of clothes. But she got it because I would put it on layaway the season before when it was cheaper and then pay it off over time. But let her friends tell it we had money and we was living in based on income at that time. You know what I'm saying? They thought we had money because she always stayed with new clothes. Whole time here I had to put that shit on layaway a whole season before. Okay. E-Cop said, hey, even after I'm going to super face. Listen. That's why I say you really don't know what a person be on for real. Because like I said, I know people that rather spend their money on stuff that people can see and not pay bills. I get hit up a lot about people needing help financially. And I'm like, bro, I'm trying to make it. Okay? It's like, the hell? Look, I'll be in the club balling too if I ain't pay my bills. But, you got to, like, that's just that. But you never know, like, who really be stable for real financially, For Sharisa Fakes, my childhood was awesome. I never knew my parents' struggles, and that's how it's supposed to be, for sure. Is it me or does it just have a similar demeanor to Judge Whitaker? Yeah, I can see that. Yes, layaway. Listen, City Trends, Burlington, like for sure. I used to be tearing them layaways up. I don't know if everywhere have like a shoe show. I used to be in a shoe show, putting them down Nikes on layaway, or doing a 2 for $89 in Foot Locker. Like you couldn't put them on layaway, but yeah. Who? I remember one year my car got repossessed. Okay, car got repossessed, and you know what I had to do? Get on a bus to take my daughter back to school shopping. Okay, because we was gonna get them layaways off. Okay, so look, I definitely been through the struggle for sure. Afterpay and Klarna for sure. Now don't get it twisted. Hell, I love a good Klarna. Okay. Most of my trips of 2020, what year I went on all the trips? Shit, Klarna. I charged it to Klarna for sure. Yeah, sometimes you know people be so hooked on what they see, they don't be understanding the backstory to it. Like on some real, I don't know what happened. We just waiting to see if it come back on, y'all. I don't know what happened to the trial, but see, everybody ain't gonna tell you. You know what I'm saying? The actual struggles. You just gonna see where they in. I told, like, for those who've been around for a while, back when I was really like starting to pop for real, really starting to like make a name in the content. People used to count my pockets all the time from this like YouTube standpoint. I'm like, bro, you don't know what the hell I got going on. My first year on YouTube, monetizing, I ain't really make shit. I spent more money. You know what I'm saying? Like, so people really be, not understanding what come with it. You got to put more money in to the fit the, perception than you do when you actually make it. And when I finally learned that shit, I stopped spending all that money on certain stuff. They dismissed the jury for the day, didn't they? Yeah, but she said they was gonna still be around. Like the jury is just about to go out. I've never used PayPal paying for. So y'all know I wait until they shut down the live because I don't want to miss nothing. So we just talking about real life struggles for right now. But if they don't come back on soon, I'm probably gonna get out. Cause I'm tired. And it's raining. And I think that's what really got me like restless. It's storming outside. Mr. Ball say Mick is still going hard. That's an overtime pay. Y'all know what's crazy though? I don't really get a lot of monetization from lives. That's why I really don't do them unless we got it. It more so just to be in the content with y'all. I don't hold enough people on my lives to like really make no money off of lives. So once we all learned that, a lot of us don't go live. Like you only really see, as far as my set, the channels that hold a lot of people that lives. I make more money off of videos than live. So like to spend 9 hours on live is really just showing my passion for the content because I'm gonna make pennies on the dollars off of live. It'd be more so, shout out to those who have been sending donations. That'll probably be my benefit from the live is donations. But other than that, like actually from the live itself, I don't make no money really. You gotta hold like 1,000 or more the whole time you're live to make some money off of live. Kiki said, I'm still not monetized on YouTube. Hey, when you start making some money on YouTube though, you're gonna already be in the habit of it because you went through the come up of not making money. And I said this before, like I feel like I'm glad I didn't make money at first because it made me focus more on the type of content I put out. Because if it was the other way around, I would have been probably focused on what money I'm gonna get. You know what I'm saying? So now it just be like the content. Thank you, Mickey, for showing love. For sure, for sure. Really, the lead stays on live. LOL. I thought that was where the money was. Lead attorney get donations though. You gotta understand, like the channels, they may not do a lot of views, but if they be live all the time, it's because they community give them money. You know what I'm saying? So like for sure, if y'all was donating money, yeah, I'm gonna be on here every day on live. You know, but yeah, channels like Lead Attorney and things like that, yeah, they get donations. Like people send them money. Thanks, Mickey. I appreciate it. Oh, they over. TikTok is better for my life though. If I would have broken into the TikTok scene when it was really popular, but since I'm not monetized, nowhere near monetization, I really don't be on TikTok like that. I've been trying to post, and ever since they started saying it's gonna get sold and all that, I just like forget it. But yeah, and y'all know I be honest with y'all about how this works. So yeah, that's why I focus on dropping videos, because that's where my money come from. Yeah, just take your time. That's it. Yeah, I ain't found out about the Snapchat thing till late too. I have a Snapchat, but I don't be on that for real. So yeah, that's why I told y'all this year I was focusing on only if we have like a trial or something, I go live. I really go live to like just chop it up with day ones, the actual supporters. But yeah, it be pennies on the dollars. So with that being said, I'm about to get up off of here. I might do a recap video later once I have to rewatch the ending that I would sleep on. But other than that, we back at it tomorrow, 9 a.m. for another long day, okay? But it may be coming to the end soon. I think it's only like 3 witnesses left. For the defense, and then closing arguments, and then jury deliberation. And if you was here for Melly, even if you wasn't, I'm about to tell you, we be on live during a whole while the jury deliberates, okay? So until they stop deliberating for the day, we gonna be on here. What we gonna be doing, I don't know. You know, when Melly case was up for deliberation, we was watching body cam footage. So just know we gonna ride it out to the end. I'm gonna be live every day until we get a verdict, okay? If the jury work, I'm gonna be working, okay? Yes, me go back to the smell. Tell me what you think. Yeah, I'm gonna do a recap, but I gotta watch the end because I can't do a recap right now because I don't even remember what happened after lunch. So I'm about to do that. I'll get y'all a recap or my thoughts on it this evening. Y'all make sure y'all like, comment, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to pull up on your girl Mickey Truth. I am out of here. Good night.
Mickey talks the truth. Okay. I got truth on my mind. Truth on my mind. I got truth on my mind. Truth on my mind. I got truth on my mind. Truth on my mind.
Hey, listen, you are now rocking with Mickey Truth. She live up to her name, not the fame. So make sure y'all subscribe to her channel and stay updated on what's real. Bye.
Good reporting ass Mickey. We love you, Mickey. Mickey talks.
Hold on, wait, before I go, y'all make sure y'all tap in with me to book your slot. A lot of y'all be hitting me up on Instagram and the email wanting to just talk about content, whether you're an up-and-coming content creator or somebody just got questions about cases or whatever. Book your consultation with me now. The information is on the screen. Hey, make sure you get your slot, because my slots be full.